angle to hold a position. So I think you'd rather be in a 4 versus 4 situation if you are the attacking team. 30 seconds left. They're going to drop down and they're going to go for the execution on site. What have the Knights got to hold this out?
Yeah, and with no smoke in play, you're really gonna... There's really nothing to delay them from pushing that site. Shade will enter Arsenal.
15 seconds to go.
There's 15 seconds left. Gets the pick onto Juicy.
10 seconds left.
Quiz will respond back onto Oda. It's a 3v3, 6 seconds left. They got to get the diffuser down. Fisho guy is planting.
Bomb diffuser has been
But ultimately, Knights will clean up that round.
Yeah, I mean, pretty standard, right? I mean, this is the thing. Even though it got to, I think, a 3 versus 3 towards the end, one then has to start planting. So in reality, for the attacking team, it's actually more like a 3 versus 2 against you. The defenders have that slight advantage because there's not one person that has, you know, just sitting around doing nothing. In the case of the attacking team, that's the guy who's planting. So really, Knights just utilizing the fact that they do end up in a position with very little time left where they have a bit of that player advantage. And I think there was, you know, someone on Team Bliss, I think it was Shade, was a little slow going and clearing out the player at the backside of Arsenal. So probably could have tried to speed that one up a bit. You get that kill, and then suddenly you're in a winning position at least. But you kind of pointed it out, Chelsea, at the sort of start of that round. The ability to try and clear those roamers did take a little bit of time. It is something that they had to do. And for the most part, it was fine. They did get to kitchen with a minute left, open up the hatch, open up the floorboards. So they can't blame that too much. It really was just a bit of a lax kind of execution towards the back end of the round. Knights really held it well and honestly deserved the scoreline right now of 4-3. It is weird. Going into that particular round, it was 3 of the last 4 rounds to Bliss. It didn't really feel that way in terms of momentum, just in the nature of how Bliss were winning their rounds. But that could have been a really big round if Bliss had won that one, taken the lead, and really established themselves here in this game. But for the Knights, they get this one back. They keep it that sort of back and forth nature, and they do still look like the better team.
Yeah, and it could just be one of those things that now we're in the second half of the match. We're going to see what the narrative is going to end up like. Is it going to still be going that back and forth, you know? We're going to figure it out. Fisho guy will be on the Maverick, trying to get rid of the bandits. And they'll soon get that wall down. You know, the drone will go out into garage with, I believe, someone's still contesting it. So hopefully we'll see a garage push soon. That is Stiggs. Waiting.
Yeah, and so far, just the second time we're seeing Cash CCTV here on Clubhouse. In the first half, it was Knights who won it on the attack, and they're bringing it straight away here on the defense. In the older days of Clubhouse, it was very much a staple alongside Church Arsenal. But we are seeing teams really heading to Gym Bedroom and even Bar Stage a bit more now. So Cash, oh, hang on, Josh just gets caught from behind. Repic's getting the opening pick for Team Bliss. That is a very big pick onto Josh, and that can really hinder this defense now of the Knights. They're going to need to find a pick back shortly, but everyone practically on site except for Quiz, who's just loitering around over towards bedroom and can still watch main stairs.
Absolutely, and things are starting to slow down a little bit. Team Bliss really starting to figure out how they're going to execute, even with the man advantage. Shade will try and flash out Stiggs. However, it doesn't quite work. No one quite there to back up the execution. Savian does get a nice chunk of health out of him, though.
Still has those ADSs. That's really helping out and buying a lot of time. But the Knights are just losing players elsewhere. Now you've lost Sage, and they're going to clear out this Rafters position. It's so important for Stiggs to get one. He can't get any. He gets none. And it should be the round now for Team Bliss. A pretty practical kind of round. Juicy does get one from top red, but at least for the Team Bliss fans out there, you've got Rafters control, you've got Carriage control, you've got Kennel's Wall open. Repix just has to win this one, and does, and that's the round.
Absolutely. And his Quiz, last one left, did try to give it his best shot, but ultimately, yeah, you're right. That round was ultimately in Bliss's hands. It was just a matter of ticking time.
Yeah, and Cash CCTV continues to prove to be a bit of an attack paradise in Clubhouse in recent times. I do wonder if Knights may shift over to Gym Bedroom, for example. Generally, it started with the roam clear down below. Well done to Repix getting rid of Josh. Didn't quite see where they got Sage, but they dealt with the play and rafters in Stigs rather comfortably despite the ADSs. Juicy got one back from top red, as you would expect, but his position then known and an easy push up from Repix. So in the end, for the Knights, it will be Gym Bedroom here for the 9th round now and their 3rd round on the defense. 4-4 scoreline. In terms of match of the day, this has been a lot better. And while the Knights definitely shot out of the blocks in the first 2, even 3 rounds, Team Bliss have really brought this one back. And it has been back and forth in nature basically since round 4. Bliss then Knights, Bliss then Knights, Bliss. And we'll see if it's still then Knights or if Bliss can break the curse and get a lead here. 5-4 would be big for them.
Yeah, and this is the matchup you want to see, something a bit like closer, something that like plays into more of the narrative that we've been seeing. Like, as I said previously, like this has been, in my opinion, like a juggernaut play day. Like we've been seeing like a lot of big teams and like decisive matchups kind of like confirm, I guess, where we're going to be seeing these top 4 teams go. So ultimately, like I'm still really 50-50 about where this is going to go. And that's how it's been playing out so far. And this is the kind of siege you want to see. CCTV will go open. Josh is hanging out near Cash, trying to see if he can get an early round pick onto anyone that tries to enter through.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like an important round, though, for both of these two teams. Knights are kind of just teetering on the verge of losing a few in a row and allowing Bliss to gain some momentum. And obviously then vice versa. Bliss are kind of teetering on gaining this momentum and winning a few rounds at their own, really putting the pressure onto the Knights. You know, sometimes you can win ugly, and that's what they did in the first half, Bliss. A couple of rounds where they won in an unconventional manner. Stig's trying to trick this with the battery and has done so successfully. That is a big win for Stigs on the Bandit, but it's a big loss that they've lost Sage. Trade at least immediately by Quiz. Keeps it at 4 versus 4. But most importantly, Chelsea, that jacuzzi wall now cannot be opened because the exothermics are gone, and now we've seen Oda die on the ace. So that wall is staying shut.
Yeah, and they're going to have to try and adapt their plan quite quickly. As you saw previously, like that wall was really easily taken down by Knights. And as you can see off camera, Josh will die to Shade. And they still have the Finka on the board, though. There's still 3 Adrenal Surges left. However, Quiz will get the kill into God Legion. That is a huge pick.
Yeah, that's the round. If they could have a white flag and wave it, they'd probably wave it. Jacuzzi wall closed up. I mean, we've seen teams in the past win despite not being able to open up Jacuzzi wall, but that's more of the exception rather than the norm, of course. Pretty much no chance at all. Really well played to Stigs, because if he doesn't get that Bandit battery down in time, and the wall does open up to the exothermic, there's a chance that Bliss can then utilize that position to overwhelm site and still win the round from a 4v4 position. But yeah, now it's virtually impossible. They have won twice, though, from a 2 versus 4 scenario. Can they find it a 3rd time? I doubt it. Quiz, nice little prone position. He's having a very big game. It's only Fisher that's left, and he falls to Quiz as well. And the Knights will keep the trend going as they retake the lead.
Yeah, that was a genuinely great play, because you said at the beginning of the round, like that Bandit went down, and then ultimately, like, you think, oh crap, we don't have the EMP, we can't quite counter this, let's re-strategize. All that time wasted to try and open up Jacuzzi wall is just gone, and you have to kind of use that time left to filter in through a site that you know that Knights is just going to be prepared for. And now we're on almost match point. You know, let's try and see if we can see this go into overtime, because I do see potential there. But, you know, we've seen Bliss kind of lose that momentum in the past few rounds.
Yeah, momentum is such a big factor in Siege, isn't it? Right, and a lot of the times teams are almost fighting for it, and that's in itself, though, what's going to create a really good game. That's why we've got this back and forth nature. And it's why the Knights have been able to kind of just hold on here, because Bliss have not been able to really gather that momentum, especially off the back of their big, 2v4 results that have really got going off the back of those. Knights have always been able to land that sort of counterpunch immediately afterwards. The other thing to take into account now, Knights up to the 5th round gained means they're only 1 round away from being able to secure that 1 point, and of course then being able to deny Team Bliss the ability to get all 3 points. So again, if the last round was pretty big, this one is still massive, especially for Team Bliss, to make sure that they stay within an opportunity of being able to get all 3 points. Now, I don't think it's going to be too much of a factor for either of these two teams in terms of 3 points, 2 points. 2 points is just as good for both of these two teams. So in other cases, yeah, maybe it's a bigger factor. In this case, maybe not so much. Quiz just holding in CCTV. Now, rather aggressive. If he does look to swing that out to the Kennel's position, that would be an aggressive play. But it may be the difference of getting that opening pick. And he is being aggressive here. It doesn't quite work immediately, but I don't mind it from Quiz. He's feeling it. He's got the hot hand. He's 12-4. And he could have caught Fisher Guy easily there if the timing was just right.
Yeah, and if Bliss are taking their notes here, they do realize that Quiz and Sagian are both basically playing the same top site. So they know that there's going to be the roam. Quiz does the kill off camera, does get the kill onto God Legion. And again, we're kind of seeing this replay of just time ticking away, trying to get that top roam clear, gone. And now ultimately it's 3 left. Diffuser is down.
We've seen this a couple of times in this game, and we've seen it a couple of times tonight really as a whole, though. You don't count out Team Bliss. Oda, can he bring the comeback train once again? He did so in round 3 on Bar Stage in that 2 versus 4 comeback. Quiz takes a beating as well, but he fires back. He lands what could be the knockout blow onto Repix. He now goes up to 14-4, and Oda will need to bring it back from a 2 versus 4 once again. All responsibility on Oda and Shade. Otherwise, it's match point Knights.
Yeah, I know Oda's trying to get that vertical control and clear, but ultimately he will push down central stairs, because how much time do you have left? Juicy will see him. Has a shield in her way, so she does have that intel out. He will elect to go back into kitchen, try to get any picks, but Styx gets the, oh no, the nitrocell into Shade. And now it's Oda just walking to his final grave, down tunnel, walking the plank. 18 seconds left. He does have the diffuser, but this match is done. You can see Quiz is prone, just waiting for him to walk into his sights.
Well, it wasn't Quiz who gets the final blow there onto Oda. Steve's taking that one away. The old little double watching here of Tunnel. Well, that is now going to be match point for the Knights. It has been back and forth. Team Bliss have been decent in this match, but Knights now have kind of just pulled away a little bit in the last 3 rounds here on the defensive clubhouse, as we kind of probably alluded to and expected. Tactical timeout, no surprise, especially at match point, do or die. It's not the end of the world, Chelsea, if Bliss do lose this game. Obviously, Knights, they're in incredible form at the moment. And for Team Bliss, they'll still have a couple of decent games to close out the stage that they can probably find wins. I haven't quite got it in front of me, but I think they still play the likes of Anami. No, they played Anami. I'm trying to figure out who they play. I think it's still Ground Zero and maybe Wildcard. I think those might be their last 2 games, so definitely winnable for Team Bliss if those are indeed the final games. So it's not the end of the world for them. They've already still accrued a lot of points as it is in terms of top 4. It's going to be hard to see them being dislodged despite even this loss.
Yeah, I ultimately, I think what I think is what I thought is in my picks. It's just I kind of expected Knights to edge out with this. I always thought it would be a close game, but I just expected them to kind of edge out. And we've seen it's been back and forth, hasn't been one-sided. It's been an entertaining game, honestly. But at the end of the day, someone has to win, someone has to lose, someone has to make top 4, top 3, top 2. I think between this team up right now, it's just placement, really.
The other thing as well, I think, to sort of highlight and really put on in the spotlight is Quiz. Big performance tonight, 14-4. I think so far through this little run that the Knights are on in both competitions of Oceanic Nationals and APAC South, Quiz has still been a little bit quiet compared to some of his teammates, and he has really, really stood up tonight. And it really just drives home how talented this Knights roster is from top to bottom, all 5 players, and the fact that all 5 of their players are capable of having a big night, having big clutch moments, and having that pressure on their shoulders. And I think it's a real testament that this is a team that has a whole heap of confidence behind them, a whole heap of form. And it's looking like they're going to finish top 4 in the Oceanic Nationals. And there's a really, really, really big chance they're going to finish top 4 in APAC South. So a massive turnaround for not only the team and the organization, but from stage 3 to stage 1. They needed that turnaround, and they've gotten it with this team. So it's really, really good to see for them. And for Team Bliss, they've been admirable in this game. They haven't been at their best. I think they can play better than this, and they'll probably say that themselves. And sometimes when you play average or below your best and you're still kind of competing, those are good signs as well. It's a really, really solid team. So it's been a good game. As you said, though, someone has to win, someone has to lose. In this case, it's shaping up to be the Knights taking home the dub, but we'll see. It's only match point, 6-4. It's not over just yet. What has Bliss got to send this one to overtime? Well, it's not going to be from Shade. They lose the Buck Sage with the opening pick with that Nitrocell.
Yeah, really groundbreaking commentary from me. Someone has to win, someone has to lose. But yeah, as you can see, like Bliss opting to kind of take a different approach to this bomb site. Finka will use her Adrenaline Surge to try and see if he can get the player in bedroom. And she does. Gets the spray onto construction. But ultimately, you know, 1 minute, 15 seconds left. Bliss throwing 3 men at a defensive site with 4 people. He's still got the ace left to try and open up the walls. He's still got, you know, God Legion, who's not performing the best this game, but still can pull out clutch plays when he wants to. You know, he's still got Knights and Stigs on the board. His magnets are still out.
Yeah, time is becoming a factor, though, as well. You're right, they've still got a little bit, but there's only 40 seconds left. You've got that player disadvantage as well. Knights are definitely set up to win this round defensively. Sage hiding behind the bomb chassis. They have not been able to clear out. The prone position of God Legend doesn't work. That's 3 now for Sage. Oh, maybe another one is there as well. And yeah, that's quad. Maybe we might have our second ace of the game. Fisher Guy got one earlier. Juicy stealing this one, though. Oh, well, not to be. It's a 7-4 victory for the Knights, taking it over Team Bliss and Clubhouse. In the end, rather comfortably in the second half. They started strong, the Knights. Bliss then brought it back. A decent little middle game. But the Knights then rebounded and won out pretty comfortably. No real sweat, no real problems. The Knights go to the top of the standings for the Oceanic Nationals.
Light me up.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
So the gold star system is a reward system we have in place in the office for good deeds you do around the office or in game, like reviving a teammate or doing a reinforcement you didn't need to do. You know, we take it pretty seriously around the office, but OCN, he takes it to another level. You know, I saw him watering plants. Actually, last week, he went into the rubbish, picked up a piece of trash, threw it outside, picked it up, and then put it back in. OCN's been Employee of the Month for 12 months now.
I feel the flame, the fire in your eyes to make me ready.
No, not to
I won't
Running
lose
around,
my
causing a
mind.
ruckus. Oh my God, what he
waiting for my fall.
Don't have the SMG. They play pushing it from behind. He finds that check on the juice. He swings and finds. Still on the bounce.
Oh, but he doesn't.
Meet me in inside.
Surely he can't. Oh, what a double. What is going on? He does it.
Swing there from Wade.
The bank, so 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many champions. He never counts them out.
Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't You're listening to the OCN FM here, of course, chosen by Banks Arcade. An absolute banger, and the theme song for OCN. If you want to learn more, exclamation mark, hype. Well, type in the Twitch chat, exclamation mark. I nearly got it right. Chosen, and you'll find out a little bit more. Welcome back to Stage 2 for the OCN. We've got some shenanigans coming ahead of you. If you've seen a little bit of pre-content there, some office... I think the office now of OCN, you got a couple of players that'll be showing their faces throughout the stage, but welcoming to the desk for the very first time in OCN, Blue Panda. How you doing, my guy?
Look, it was only a matter of time. I keep sending you guys teams from the Challenger League, so I figured I might as well come and check it out and see what they're doing up here.
That's more than fair enough, actually. Guz, I'd ask how you're doing, but honestly, that mustache tells us all we need to know.
Yeah, it's a little bit dirty, but yeah, keen to be back. Obviously, OCN, the local boys, good to get into it. Good to have Blue alongside as well for the stage. So it should be a lot of fun, a lot of storylines to develop, and of course, a lot of these teams battling it out for a spot in Apex South. Before we move forward, let's have a little bit of a conversation. Don't have a graphic for this one, so you're just going to be looking at our mugs as we talk about this. But obviously, Stage 1 implications, we've kind of seen how they've played out now. Blue Panda going into OCS, we had a lot of ums and ahs. We were wondering what OCL were going to be able to pull out. Didn't seem like it was as impactful as what we might have hoped.
Yeah, what was it? One team from OCL in the top 8? That's not the record we want. I mean, look, come on, guys. Have we sent, what, 3 teams to you now? Surely we should be able to crack into that top 8 position. I think, everyone, but I think it was the Warriors. No, not even the Warriors. It was Circular Spheres got first rounded, which, yeah, it's a bit embarrassing.
I guess it's kind of to be expected there, guys. I don't want to be too harsh to OCL, but OCN, they should be the rightful teams to be going through to the quarterfinals from OCS. But talking about the grand final before we move on, a bit of a shocker, I think, for all of us. We were not expecting that result, 3-0 to wildcard, and it was never in doubt. It was not even close. It was like we could have packed up and gone home. Oh my God. We could have gone home early after lunch. We got there eventually, Guz, but talk to me about that performance. Are we worried for Bliss, or are we just shaking that one off?
Look, I think you just have to shake it off. The OCS doesn't necessarily have implications for Apex South, so I don't think it's going to be troubling Bliss all that much heading into the stage. In fact, I think it's more of a confidence booster, really, for Wildcard. It was a very dominant performance from them. Sets themselves up nicely for this second stage to continue that momentum. Well, let's have a look at the schedule for today. Playday 1. It's always fun to kick things off with a bit of a bang, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. I'm still not sure about the logo here, Blue Panda. I'm really a bit unsure. Of course, the ex-Vertex boys now gone, and the big lion stands in their way.
Well, look, ex-Vertex, but it's been a pretty dramatic shift up, of course. Kaken's gone. We see another couple of those OCL players coming into the roster. So, look, it's not quite the Vertex that we knew last stage, even though they weren't the strongest contenders. But, I mean, look, they could be a bit of a dark horse in this competition.
It certainly can be. Guz, just quickly, as we look down the line there, anything of note?
Ooh, I think my eyes do gravitate towards probably even the third game. It's pretty easy to pick out the second and the fourth because we know those teams, but for me, the third one is a bit of a standout because we have Kraken jumping in for their first ever OCN game. A lot of new names, a lot of new faces to the OCN crowd, so really excited to see if they can kick off their stage nicely. Of course, highly unlikely they will be competing for a spot in the Apex South relegations, but nonetheless, a great opportunity for them to really prove themselves here and build up into 2023.
Certainly will be. Let's have a look at the predictions and dissect what the quote-unquote experts think. I definitely don't know whether we would call ourselves that, but we do have a nice big, I would say, a big talent pool here to be talking about. Now, before we actually go into the predictions, Panda, I might get you to defend yours, if you will. I don't think you really need to defend it, but you can explain them anyway. We want to say goodbye to, of course, Turtle and Vast, which will not be joining us for Stage 2. And as well, Hotto has decided to move on with her career, and she is now casting the Women's League, I believe. Don't want to butcher that one by any means. So, Blue Panda, as we look at this, give me a rundown of your predictions here. You got Wildcard into that second game. What's going on there?
Look, again, it comes down to, they won OCS. Their match last night, they were pushed by what is looking like a very, very strong Fury coming into Apex South. I think it's that continuation of the comeback story that we've seen that started in that initial relegations match that they kept themselves in Oceanic Nationals. I think we are starting to see it come together. The Chiefs as well looked rather off form last night. So I think coming into tonight, Wildcard have every opportunity to pick up the win here.
Guys, any thoughts?
I think maybe the fourth match probably stands out as being quite lopsided towards the Knights Bliss in a best of one. Probably deserve a little bit more credit than they're getting in this match. Clearly, the Knights have proven that they are incredibly strong at the moment. They also showed that last night in Apex South, kicking that off with a bang as well. So the Knights, probably favourites, but maybe not as heavily as that graphic suggests.
Well, that's fair enough. I guess we'll have to wait and see if they are as heavy. I mean, I feel like there is always that room to breathe, but apparently not within the talent pool. We can probably turn our attention to the first matchup. That's really where the, I don't want to say the cookies and cream, the bread and butter here, guys. It is our bread and butter, I will say that much. Ludovica going up against X-Vertex. I'm just going to keep calling them X-Vertex just to keep the context here. They are still in the league. We'll have a look at Ludovica first. And guys, you can talk us through what this roster has kind of shown us in the first stage of 2022.
Yeah, and Ludovica, the ex-Odium roster as well, just to make sure that that is quite clear. These five have proven that they can really take it up to the rest of the competition, finishing second in Stage 1. That puts them ahead of Team Bliss and the rest of the other competitors for a spot at the Apex South relegations. And with OCN now only having 2 stages, they are in the best position to qualify for those top 2, and they know as well that the gap actually does create, it is quite a large gap rather to the teams right down below them, so we'll have to see how that plays out. One thing to note that wasn't present in that previous graphic is Shaq is now out. Supremacist, the god himself, the juicer in the flesh, is now into this roster, so we'll have to see whether or not that improves this team even more, and if there'll be a serious threat potentially even for that top spot.
God, I don't know about that one. I wouldn't go as far as a god. I'd maybe go a mere mortal, but that's okay. We'll have a look at the hungry boys, the Hungry Lions. See what this roster has coming into stage numero 2. Of course, we unfortunately see Kaikin moving on from the roster over to Ground Zero. So where does that leave us, Blue Panda?
I mean, look, you love seeing Kaikin head back home. It's the same roster that he sort of kicked off his, star trajectory in OCL Stage 2 last year. It was Fury then, now it's Ground Zero. But we're seeing a couple of those names coming out of the Challenge League once again. Jay Kennard joining this roster. Worm, he's quite well known in the community. He's a bit of a fiend when it comes to the rank stack. So maybe that young gun potential can come in and juice this roster up a little bit. But this is a vastly different roster than we saw at last stage.
Guys, I mean, how much are you giving Hungry Lions here against Ludovica? I think we've kind of set the tone for Ludovica quite heavily. What are we going to be able to see, if anything, from Hungry Lions?
I think we just need to see some sort of improvement. Last stage for them is 7th place. Probably not the most disappointing result considering the lack of experience, but they know that they really need to now step it up to the next level. They are chasing the heels of the other OCN teams above them for a potential promotion opportunity. So from this point onwards, there's no room for error, there's no room for excuses. They've clearly taken on that motto heading into the stage with these roster changes, hoping that it will be enough to really boost their performance. Because realistically, they need to be shooting for probably maybe even a top 2 if things don't quite go their way, if they want to be in with enough points for that promotion chance.
All right, well, we've got a decent idea, somewhat of a concept as to how this will go, but I guess truly playing it out that's where things start to change a little bit, and it's something that we've seen multiple times throughout OCN, throughout APAC South, throughout OCL. That is terrifying that it got stuck on his face there. Blue, although the mountain might seem quite high to climb, it does start with 1 or 2 steps, does it not?
Yeah, it does. Unfortunately, against a team like Ludovica, you know, second last stage, they maybe didn't have the OCS run they would have liked, but even in the off-season, they played another competition, beat out what was, you know, the star squad coming out of the tier 3 scene. Worm now coming from that roster as well. I mean, they've looked on for supremacy. He's found himself a home in the Nationals, but this one looks a little bit more comfortable. The team's gelling quite well. They're playing together well. They've obviously had their growing pains, but now that they've sorted that out coming into stage 2 of OCN, I reckon I would be surprised if we didn't see them crack top 2 again.
Interesting. Guys, as we look at this one, obviously best of 1, we can only go to 1 map out of 9. I still can't believe it's a 9 map pool veto. That still blows my mind. Do you have any idea as to where we'll be headed, or do you think this one will just be left to the fate of the gods?
No, probably
and not supremacists, sorry. It's not supremacists. It's not being left to the fate of supremacists.
Well, I mean, you look back at the map pool for last stage, right? Chalet and Villa were 2 big standouts in terms of the amount of play time that we actually got. Chalet with 7 players, Villa with 6, and that really did significantly drop off from there. Without having insight as to what these teams are scrimming and what their partners are, etc., very difficult to make assumptions as to where they're going to try and head this particular veto. And with the roster changes as well, that's obviously going to change the dynamic up as well. So I guess Chalet, Villa, we can take that previous knowledge and potentially apply it to not only this veto, but for the rest of the night. And if not, then we may well see that trend change up, which would probably be nice for a bit of variety.
Blue, any ideas?
I mean, I know if it was up to Ludovica, we'd be going to something like an Oregon. They love that map. They love to have a bit of fun on it. I get the feeling we're going to head to something a little bit newer, maybe something along the lines of a bank, maybe that Chalet to come in. But if it's up to Hungry Lions, they want to take Ludovica somewhere uncomfortable, somewhere they're not as familiar with, somewhere, let's be honest, they can cheese a little bit to try and get some rounds on the board.
We do love a little bit of cheese, don't we? Let's have a look at how this map pool has played out. The vetoes. We're going to Chalet. I mean, a map that we have seen all too often. Guys, what are we thinking?
Well, hey, the numbers don't lie, right? Chalet, Villa, the top 2 played from stage 1, the last 2 maps to make it through the veto. So it was probably a little bit surprising to see Border make it as deep as it did. Potentially, Ludovica were quite comfortable in playing that map. It saw no appearances in stage 1, so they, alongside a lot of other teams, have been able to hide it if it is something they're scrimming in the background. But nonetheless, not comfortable necessarily on Villa. That's why we head to Chalet. I guess the discussion can probably now turn to, is the map going to change much to how it played out in stage 1 with the addition of Sense, not in quarantine, directly into comp play, and then Azami exiting quarantine heading into the stage. Potentially could change things up a little bit, so hopefully a bit of variety in this one. And I think, as Blue said, we're going to have to probably see the Hungry Lions of either team be the ones to innovate, throw something out there, try and throw Ludovica off their game, because in stage 1 it was very difficult, I think, to really throw them off said game. So we'll have to see whether or not they can actually achieve that.
Hungry Lions. I still just can't get over that name. Mr. Blue Panda, before we get into this one, it is the final thoughts process. What are we thinking?
I mean, look, like I said, if Hungry Lions want to pick this map up, they need to lean into what they're known for. I mean, you got Worm, an absolute demon of the rank stack. Lean into sort of those rank plays, get aggressive, spawn peaks, runouts, get up in the face of Ludovica and don't give them that room to breathe coming into the building, and I think that's exactly what they need to do.
All right, we've got everything set. The stage is about to take place. Guz, Ludovica, Hungry Lions. It feels like it's about to be a purple day. I don't really think I can disagree. Underway on Chalet for the very first match of stage 2.
Straight into the ban phase we go, as we'll have funds rain out in the chat. Will we see some of those new operators potentially taken off the board? Initially the answer is no. Nook by Ludovica. An aggressive entry operator here on Chalet, particularly strong in roaming the basement corridors, and something that Ludovica don't necessarily want to deal with. Thatcher followed up on the attack, relatively stock standard across R6 Siege, even after his cheeky little rework which was quite a while ago now. In terms of the defense, Mute taken out first. And I'm interested to see what Ludovica will follow up with here. One thing to note, and I'm sure we'll probably touch on it during the ban phase of every match tonight, Mira is unavailable now in competitive play due to a glitch with that operator. She cannot be played whatsoever, so that means that it opens up a defensive ban for something else. I don't think you would necessarily say a Mira ban on this map in particular, so not too noteworthy, but nonetheless something to keep track of throughout the evening. Valkyrie to round things off, incredibly powerful operator in gathering information. So sets us up nicely here throughout the ban phase. Keen to see which team gets off to the better start here. Ludovica the favourites heavily. They start on the defense over towards Bar.
I feel like even if they weren't the favourites, defense is just going to make life so much harder for Hungry Lions. This is an opportunity for Ludovica to really set the tone of this stage here in the first round. I mean, if you look at the first half, this really should be one of those opportunities that they don't squander. They keep Hungry Lions out of the building. They keep them at bay. That's where I think the matchup, if I recall, it was Ludovica taking on Wildcard last year. I'm just going to go back and have a quick look at how this one panned out, because I'm pretty sure it was a very close game. It was actually on Villa, so it must have been the right team I was looking at. Looking back, it was Wildcard and Chalet against Ground Zero. There you go. So a little bit of a different team, but one thing that I noted very early on was the struggles that Ground Zero had in actually dealing with Ludovica. Bloody hell. With Wildcard's extended roam, I would dare say Ludovica are going to play with a very similar playstyle, off-site, getting aggressive, and in the faces of Hungry Lions.
Nothing standing out as being too obtrusive here in terms of initial operators picked. May take some time throughout this match, or indeed the stage, for those newer operators to see a bit of play time. Didn't even really see Sense, for example, innovated much on it all in APAC South last night, and typically we see the meta is relatively similar here in OCN. The operators that have been brought, though, quite strong on the entry. Probably expecting Hungry Lions to get nice and aggressive here and in the face of Ludovica. It's really in their hands to try their hardest to set the pace and set the tempo for this game. I love that Worms already straight away up above inside of Marsdo, applying some pressure, flushing out the players that potentially were extending out towards Kitchen and maybe even Dining as well, and that's a good pace to try and keep up.
Ludovica start to extend their grip across the side of the map. Do look to Ludovica in their response. Logic posted up underneath. Gonna have no real idea as to where the rest of Hungry Lions are. Obviously trying to hold a little bit deeper. Nice work to flush back the player from Library Stairs, but I mean, are they able to capitalize on this? Have they been able to destroy that deployable shield, or is that just... I think that flash has gone to waste. Not ideal.
Maybe some signs of weakness here from Hungry Lions. Potentially struggling a little bit with the util clear, and Ludovica holding strong still with 60 seconds to hold out. This push from Piano over towards top Library Stairs proving to be a challenge, and the util clear now really resting on the shoulders of Nazami. On the floor as the Retero sent out. Shield dealt with, as well as the player behind it, so that's 20 off the board. And with 50 seconds to go, things now shifting back towards the attack.
Tero's being flushed out now. This makes Ludovica's job incredibly difficult. Good to see Hungry Lions respond, but the question is, how much have they been able to do? They have not yet dealt with this extension from Logic. I think they've got an idea as to where he is. It looks like they're trying to cut him off at the moment. So, if they can find him, they might be in good stead. Otherwise, you're talking about 25 seconds left to execute with a player that is going to be able to roam behind you. There we go. Not good.
Oh, it's traded though, so not the worst. And with 15 seconds to go, maybe Hungry Lions can convert this to a win. Worminator looking strong. Oh, I thought he was going to get flanked, but wins the flick. 3 for the round. Now Ed Payne in on the action. He's left alone to try and clutch up, but Hungry Lions make the first round work.
Not bad at all. Thought maybe that little util dump across toward Library Stairs might have been something to... almost like a bit of a prelude as to what was to come for the rest of the round, but it was not. Hungry Lions stick to their game plan. They slow it back down. They find their openings. And they really did work on those roamers, you know, Logic in particular. Stuck in toward dining there. Sometimes with 25, 30 seconds left, you see teams start to get a little bit antsy. So they try to, you know, either flood site or incorrectly push a member out, but there is absolutely no way of faltering there. And Ludovica now, they move away from the site, not interested, go across to kitchen and dining.
I think that first round is actually a really positive sign for Hungry Lions. They did establish themselves quite nice in the building early on. They did have a lot of threats that they still had to deal with, and although throughout the round it looked like maybe those would be enough to unravel their push, they dealt with the Logic roam over towards dining. They dealt with the flank, I believe, from Supreme up the main stairs late in that round. And in fact, it was actually Wominator himself that was the one dealing a lot of those blows. So such a huge start for him. One of the new additions to the team, and that's the goal for Hungry Lions heading into the stage, is bringing on these new players and hoping that it might be enough for them to snatch a first place, a second place, maybe even a third could be enough for APAC South relegation. So already a great start, but obviously a long, long way to go. Let's see if they can keep this up.
Unfortunate C4, I mean, that is really early coming out. Flash comes over the top, and it has indeed flushed back Supremacist. Not interested in sticking around. Now, this is the big part for me. Can they capitalize on a player rotating back out? They've got the information, and no. The answer is no. It is not possible. Wall's not open. Crossfires, really difficult to establish there when you've got far too much to contend with. So Hungry Lions will let that one go free and force Ludovica back closer to the site. It's just so hard to do on Chalet, honestly. Far too much roam potential.
The one thing I'm really intrigued to see on this defense is Twent playing the Azami, so getting those Kyber barriers out. I don't know exactly where he has posted himself. I'm assuming he's trying to reinforce the position potentially on site, and it looks like he actually is on that piano extension, just creating additional coverage over towards that piano double door peak. Don't mind that at all. He's also running the TCSG shotgun as well, which is a little bit peculiar. Just looking to pump in damage. But the plus side as well, just on top of having that utility, is you also have the impact grenades as well. A really good counter to the OSA, and I'm assuming that Hungry Lions will try and lean into that when going for this plan.
Really, really like that from Hungry Lions. You can see the due diligence has been done. They know exactly what they're looking to do here. You could hear the Electric Claw come out. Instantly, the nade comes over the top to deny any thought of shenanigans. No time being wasted from Hungry Lions. What we're seeing right now, the signs are so positive, but they don't have any top floor control, not significantly anyway. And it looks like they may well go to site without it, which can be a dangerous prospect.
Went now, those Kyber barriers continuing to offer aid, a little bit of extra protection and a little bit more utility that the Hungry Lions need to contest with. Logic still up above, looking to pose a threat like he did in the previous round, but Worm once more up and about. It's Twent taken down, and Hungry Lions once more with man advantage.
Call from Mazami. On site, oi, got to be careful there, and this is what we're talking about. You can't leave it exposed above. At the very least, they find trays. Look at Logic, though. The double Asian. He's in behind enemy lines, and I don't know whether Hungry Lions is going to be able to contest with this. Lovely hold from Supremacist. And Jay Kenner, try you may. There is far too much for you to do. Pushes into kitchen, tries to stick the plant. But it's all going to come down to timing here. Supremacist hasn't seen him. He needs to stay alive. He cannot allow this back at all 1v1. But with only a second remaining, Logic has played this perfectly. Jay Kenner will stick the plant. Yellow pings to come out. And the freebie. Ludovica, they clean that one up.
Yeah, really well done there by Ludovica. The biggest weakness on that push was a lack of verticality. They either needed to play it vertically, which they did, or clear the Talon shield with impact grenades. They opted for the first option. Really well played. It was eventually traded out by Hungry Lions, but I think they'll be a little bit disappointed they allowed that initial pick to come through. The flanks as well, also burying them. Logic, if he doesn't commit to that, then maybe the Hungry Lions could overwhelm the site itself and put a lot of pressure onto Supreme, but just not meant to be. Logic as well, cleaning up with the final pick, playing it very patiently as well. So well done by Ludovica. And at the moment, this has been a real to and fro. Both rounds have been played quite well by the eventual victor, and keen to see if maybe the third will split some hairs a little bit more.
Lovely to see. I'm not going to lie. I am happy to see the newer operators being played. You know, Azami, I'm very, very curious to see what teams really do use the Azami. Obviously, the Kibble barriers are going to have a huge impact. Did I say Kibble or Kyber? It's Kyber, isn't it? Speak to myself then. All good. Moving on.
Sorry.
Osa's being switched off of. That's fine. You know what? Just leave me out to dry.
What, are you trying to ask how to pronounce the gadget? Is that?
Well, I said I didn't think I couldn't remember whether I said Kibble or Kyber, but it's kind
I
of
think either kind of works. Castle.
Yeah, true. Well, I guess Milosh would say otherwise. You know, it's definitely not. It's not personal preference when it comes to Milosh, mate. You will say it how it's pronounced, or you will pronounced. I'm off.
Stick to hosting, mate.
I try to.
Interesting position being played here. Inside of library, aggressive.
Oh, nice worm.
Well punished though by Worm. He was actually down below. I thought maybe he was on the window. Oh, almost got the second, but went too sharp. Looks to finish him off with the Desert Eagle. Achieves that, falls back, takes a drone with him as well. So not a bad trade each way there. Pretty even in the sense that Hungry Lions have now lost a couple of grenades and Ludwika have lost Logic, who's been pretty prevalent on the roam.
One for one, got to be happy with that if you are. I'm probably more so leaning to Ludwika. They've burnt a little bit of time. I would say that they probably expected a little bit longer there, but regardless, they can now play from a little bit deeper, anchor on site, probably one of the many sites that you get a little bit more comfort from. Very, very interesting from how these barriers are being set up from Twent, but we'll see the impact of them. That is actually super gnarly. So it's extended on the half wall. It's over by Piano. Oh my word, they're naughty.
I think that, in my opinion, the biggest impact the Azami is having on this site is the Kiba barrier on the Piano. It means you don't have to play that weird kind of deployable shield on the Piano itself, and it frees Twent up to play this operator, which also has the additional benefit of the impact grenades as well, and a really strong couple of primary weapons. So just this one barrier alone is super impactful, as well as the others you can scatter around as well.
Zane trying to put pressure. And this is looking good once again from Hungry Lions. Due diligence. Been a pivotal part of the last two rounds for them. Unfortunately unable to convert the second round, but certainly the third is starting to favor quite heavily in the attacker's side. Supremacist on the long line. He'll pick up a double. I call him but a mere mortal. God, he may well be yet, guys. A third in the round as Neptune walks right into the open arms. Boy, oh boy.
15 seconds to go.
Really falling apart there for the Hungry Lions. Supremacist just too good. Gonna have to be a big clutch for this round to turn on its head, but Ludwika prevail.
Gotta say, lovely work from Supremacist. I mean, I do give him a fair bit of crap, that is for sure. We do enjoy just having a little bit of banter on the OCN broadcast, but he has certainly showed up in this first match. That is, I mean,
Dominoes, mate, dominoes.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, don't get ahead of yourself here, Supreme. It's a little bit lucky. But,
no, that was skill. That was all skill.
Gods create their own luck, isn't that right,
yeah,
guys?
100%. Well, we rotate now over towards Bar for the fourth round. And maybe that could be the edge that Ludwika needed to really start stretching out this match a little bit. That said, a somewhat lucky double kill. Not probably definitive enough, I think, to say that Ludwika are well and truly starting to gain a lead in this matchup. I think Hungry Lions have shown a lot of potential so far in this game, particularly if Worminator keeps up the form that he's already established in the first few rounds. He's going to continue to be a threat throughout this match, regardless of how it sort of continues to permutate. So I have to see how things play out. Big extension here from Ludwika, lots of lines of sight, lots of utility, like frost mats and deployable shields, etc. Looking to try and slow down even more that push towards top library stairs. Last time for Hungry Lions, it was maybe a little bit slow, albeit they did eventually make it work out with Worm stepping up. But they need to be sure this time that they're not just relying on their solo effort.
Next try. Drone up and running.
Eliminator on these entries have been quite sharp,
Starting shock drone.
but definitely has a lot ahead of him with this hold from Ludovica. Really, in my humble opinion, but a mere play-by-play caster, I do enjoy the extension from defenses here, forcing any attack, and we'll just say Hungry Lions for this point, to really deal with what has been thrown in front of them. And the thing is, you don't have to invest a hell of a lot of utility here, but you can burn already. Look at this, already a minute has been burnt, and critical pieces of utility will be thrown toward this area just to flush out, I went to say ED there, headband.
Yeah, this shield is still standing as well. And keep in mind, the utility being used on this shield is pieces of utility that can't be used over towards top library stairs. Now, Neptune does get the first pick, but we're almost approaching the halfway point of the round. That's the cue for the defenders now to fall back, but the job for Ludovica all but done. I think at this point they'd be relatively okay with this trade. The only downside is they've lost the Wamai, and those magnets regenerate over time, and in the grave obviously you can't then place them around. So that may well weaken the top's library stairs defense here for Ludovica, and in fact I'm not sure they actually have much in the way of defensive projectile utility at all. I don't think they have a single magnet here, and if it is, it might potentially be on the lamps or something that we can't see. So nonetheless, that allows Worminator now, for example, or even Neptune with 4 nades total to come across, clear that, and probably negates some of those issues they had earlier.
I guess probably with a minute left, I was going to say Edpan might look to get aggressive. Worm just swings out, deletes Edpan, and now Ludovica with only 3 players left. There's certain moments where these holds look, I'm not going to say phenomenal, but they look clean, and then all of a sudden it just crumbles. Credit to Hungry Lions that are not wasting time, and they are certainly getting to work on the remainder of this utility.
30 seconds, so not much room rather for error here for the attack.
Oh, no.
It needs to be clean from this point onwards. But at the same time, they can try and overwhelm the site. Ludovica clearly under a lot of pressure.
Oh, I don't mind that at all from Supremacist. You've got to make a gamble there. A 3 versus 5 does not bow favorably. 12 seconds left now. Swings back on a site. He's got the support from Logic, but there's players in and around Supremacists. They are starting to crunch, but he is holding firm. A double kill in the round. He's the only soldier left. Could he clutch this up? No. It is Zane that shuts him down, but that was all too close, as Hungry Lions are making a bit of an impact here.
Yeah, another super close round going their way off the back of a couple of key players stepping up, forcing plays in the late round. Zane in particular stepping up there with the LMG. I believe got a 2k in that final little play, doing a good job to open up the round and overwhelm Supremacists, who, if it wasn't for Zane in that specific location, could well have denied the plant and wasted enough time to drain out the round. So really well played by him. And Hungry Lions staying in this one. Now, Chalet can lean itself quite heavily into the attack, so we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, obviously. But nonetheless, this team coming in, a couple of roster changes against the number 2 from stage 1. They're not being pushed over whatsoever. They're really putting in a good effort here, and they're playing some genuinely decent Siege. Time management clearly on a couple of those, on those 2 bar attacks, probably leaving a little bit to be desired, but they're making it work. And it's one thing to be perfect on your time management and still not being able to close out rounds, but I think their time management has been probably far from perfect, yet they're still converting. So can't be too critical of them there, and if they, again, continue to roll on this form at minimum, even out the half, makes things very, very interesting for the second half of this map.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
I do like to talk about how impactful certain sides can be, and when we do flip sides, when we swap at halftime, that's when we do get the full picture. And I feel like if Hungry Lions are this coordinated on their attacks, I think they're actually going to cause Ludovica a lot of trouble when we do get into that second half. Got to be careful. Supremacists have been sharp so far. It's probably one of the best showings from him on our first play day that we've seen. Or the C4, surely he does not. Surely.
Ooh. Pulls off. but hungry for more. Supremacist has been very, very hungry in this game, but it's been paying off. Nonetheless, he elects to back off on this occasion, and Worm doesn't immediately follow. So a bit of a stalemate there to kick off the round. I don't think either team would be too displeased with that playing out. Hungry Lions don't waste all that much time, and Ludovica don't lose any players inside of the server.
I'm dry.
I am super confident that Hungry Lions might actually be able to close this one out in a 4-2 half, depending on how sharp they are in this round. This has been the only site that's really looked quite detrimental for them. Really struggling to deal with that top floor presence once that kind of late round roam came in. But so far, again, multiple different avenues of pressure being applied here. I don't think that's going to be
Had to be a bit earlier.
Oh!
But the impact hit, I think.
Yeah.
So not the worst result there. Jokena, however, does have an additional exothermic, and I think the claw as well would have been caught in that impact. So ultimately, Hungry Lions actually slightly win out that engagement. Might not feel like it now. However, when Jokena goes for that second breach, provided it isn't contested from the hallway, should be able to pop that off. Twent, though, could pose a threat. He also has an impact, but is engaged elsewhere. He's trying to maneuver himself in a position where he'll be able to deny that exothermic if required. Jokena clearly now places it low to try and make it really hard for Twent to hit this, so let's see who wins it out.
Oh, they're really toying with Demi. Oh, I love that. I absolutely love that from Hungry Lions. Not only do they find the kill, they also get the opening on the site, which is so important. But look at the time that's dwindled, Guz. It has truly been a battle of the minds. And Hungry Lions right now are out on top. They've still got to deal with this top floor presence from Logic.
15 seconds left, so they don't have much time to do it. Ed Power is still such a strong position, and Supreme holding down the line is good for one. Narrowly misses the second. Can he get the third as well? No, he doesn't really get any of them. And now Ed Pan, the pressure shifts onto his shoulders, leaves it in a 2 versus 2. Logic still up above, needs to try and find the planter. As Mizami needs to stick, but will he be denied? It's all up to Logic above on the vert, but he can't find the pick. And with that plant secured, the retake, it's going to be tough.
Tough. It could be impossible at this point. He's going to go down the long way. Uses the fireplace for a little bit of cover. But this defensive setup with the Kiba barriers are going to be very difficult to try and find the individual players. How much information does he have? He knows where at least one is. He's got about 10 seconds before he's got to stick it. I like this. Force the players out of position. See if you can stick it. See if you can get them to move to you. Jokena caught out in the open, but Logic cannot connect with the shots. Hungry Lions are really just showing unbelievable signs.
I think the one thing that was probably most impressive in that round, I know you got pretty excited about it, was the bait onto Twent. They forced him to have that impact in hand, and the inkling Hungry Lions had was perfect. They expected a player to be standing there completely open. They swung with Worm, got that pick, and then that was their real initiation point where they flooded site, potentially having info that there was a player involved as well, knowing that they could win these trades. Clearly they made it work very strong. They got it stuck, they held on in the post, and Logic couldn't really do much from his position. So overall, just some really good plays there, some really good passages of play to open up the round. Never really looked in doubt at all, to be completely honest. I think, like I said, the first exothermic getting taken down potentially looked like a bit of an L at the start for the Lions, but they flipped it on its head straight away, formulated a response, and Ludovica themselves couldn't do much to try and respond to that.
I just want to turn this into a very quick mini podcast with you guys. No vertical lines established from Ludovica there. Logic's trying to, guess pretty much where these players are coming from. What's your opinion? Do you think that that's it's a deterrent for the attackers to try and take that top floor? I feel like it was far too detrimental to them.
Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways. You can either make the lines aside and expect to be contested, or you can do what Logic did and leave it the way it is, expecting the attackers to not contest it, and then if you, I guess, quote-unquote, guess correctly, whether it be the default plan or in the corner, you can quickly punch, find the kill, and really throw the attack off guard. But on that occasion, I think, again, Lions had a relatively decent read as to what the play was from Ludovica. Clearly planted somewhere where Logic wasn't going to have as strong of a read onto, and it clearly worked out quite favorably.
So listening to the Manic and Guz podcast, kind of like Bert Nerdy, but just not as entertaining. Logic's going to back away after buying a little bit of time. Very much dedicating their presence to this gaming hold at the start of most of these rounds. And Hungry Lions, I want to say, I would pretty much say 60% of the time have been very, very good at dealing with it. This time, Ludovica are not going to find a response. They're not going to grab that kill. So Logic goes down without a fight. And Hungry Lions, once again, their prey is well and truly in front of them. And they are barely faltering.
Attackers have located
Supremacist, though.
Oh.
Haven't been able to count him out in this map so far, and it's Worm off the board as well. Someone that's been initiating and executing a lot of these key plays for Hungry Lions. Elsewhere, Neptune gets the Electro Claw upstairs. Good little play of Vert. Now Alex to cook a nade to try and clear out this half-wall position. I didn't think it was going to land, but Edpan, wow, now off the board. Hungry Lions once more with the advantage.
That was gnarly. Perfectly placed. You're not going to be able to get away from that one, I'll tell you what. Opening here from Mazami, and I tell you, I do worry here for Ludovica. 3 players left. They've got the smoke babes. Lovely use of the Roteros. The utility has just been on point for the attack time and time again. And look at the pressure. It is unreal from Hungry Lions. There is no reprieve. There is no calm. Hungry Lions are taking everything that they are given right now.
Someone needs to step up here massively from Ludovica. Supreme got a double kill last time they defended this site, but Sawyer as well will now need to step up. Takes a lot of damage on that rotation, but Supreme once more. He's activated, he's confident, but he drops down below. Has a Nitro Cell in hand and might be able to land something.
Oh, this is big. This is big if they hit it. C4? Hello? No? No! The timing's awful. They had no information. Oh, it's just a calamity of errors, but that's okay. They're now going to try and retake, and I just don't see a world in which they're sharp enough to hit these shots with the time ticking and the players of Hungry Lions playing passive. Supremacists, double digits. Sawyer goes for the stick here. I mean, surely we could not possibly see this. It would have actually been pretty close, but nevertheless, Hungry Lions, they finish it out 4-2 in the first half.
A really nice first half as well. Not only is 4-2 a good score, but the way in which they've gone about executing plays and exploiting maybe some of the weaknesses and shortcomings of Ludovica, super, super impressive. And I think already a big improvement upon what we saw last year. Oh, not last year, but last stage from this roster. So a lot to take away from them so far in the first half, but they want to keep driving this game home. They know how important every single match is going to be if they're any chance of being one of the top 2 teams in points towards the Apex South Premier relegations. And I think stealing points of Ludovica as well, critically, one of their rivals fighting it out for that spot would be a big, big boost. So we'll see what they've got on the defense, and they're heading us to basement for the very first round. We didn't see this objective played at all in the first half from Ludovica, so already a big switch up. And the operator lineup as well, namely the Vigil, the Warden, the Azami, quite aggressive, suggesting we're going to see Hungry Lions get in the face once more of Ludovica.
So it is, I mean, I don't know whether you brought these stats up yet, but 64% attacker win rate in Stage 1 of 2022 for OCN, and that's only OCN. So really, the stats are actually, we have a huge sample pool. 7 maps played, the most played map, in fact, of our Stage 1. And that is a damning stat to say how heavily attacker-sided this map has been in Oceania. I genuinely thought Ludovica might have been able to start off with a better, I don't want to say better hold, that's really boring and bland, but I did expect Ludovica to get a little bit more done there. Hungry Lions certainly prepared for this. And now we've got to see how they deal with the pressure that Ludovica will undoubtedly bring to this game.
Interesting use of the Talon shield there from Slayer over towards Fluke Bell, looking to oversee that double window, cut across, maybe even all the way into the box room itself in office, maybe even a second one as well. So quite defensive here outside. an intriguing position. Also a position in which they could be juggled elsewhere later on, so we'll have to keep track on that. Supremacist does have control already, up above, looking to establish vert down below. Now again, this is a basement objective, and Supremacist is on the top floor, so still a lot of work to do. And maybe some roamers as well to keep an eye on. We can see a couple of blue outlines on the other side of the map towards the north, and those players, Neptune and Worminator for example, pose a very serious threat.
I'm not totally convinced of those talent shields, but like you said, they can be juggled, so it's not an issue, and you're going to see that right now. Ludovica obviously setting up for something in particular that Hungry Lions could have played into, but there's no rotates, there's no pressure that's going to be pushed across. So now they're going to reassess. As Ludovica start to grab a little bit more control, remembering they still have Snowmobile under. Oh! Supremacist! How have you done that? Ah!
Wow, Supremacist just not missing a shot right now. Jay Kenner needs to land that C4 meanwhile. I think it would have cleared the Talon shield. In fact, it does, and now Sawyer will establish the second, hopefully inside of sight, so they can go for a plant, but plenty of denial available still to the defense.
Oh, no way. Oh, are they going to be able to stick this? Are they going to be able to? Do they fix this smoke wave up? Are they going to put the pressure on? They've stuck it! And this is the use of the Talon shields that we've talked about time and time again, guys. A 4v4 retake.
Super tough. One of the most difficult objectives of all 9 maps to retake. We need to see these defenders try and get outside, find these picks, don't get traded out, and then be able to get the arms onto the diffuser. And look how deep Sawyer is playing. How are you going to contest that as a defender? It's almost impossible, and even if he falls, there's a second player outside to assist. Elsewhere, Zane doing a lot of damage, but Sawyer on that deep angle still landing his shots. And with only 10 seconds to go, the defenders need to be on this diffuser. In the next couple of seconds, or the round will expire. Sawyer, he's good for 3, may well even get a 4th. He does, and Ludovica take the round.
Supremacist wins them that round outright. That first shot was absolutely out of this world, but what was even more, I guess, universal, Sawyer oh, get out of here, man. Get out of here. You're so cheesy. Sawyer being able to not only use Osa to the fullest extent possible, but also backing out. And at that point, it's just a firing range, guys. There's nothing that you can do as the defense. You have to try and face them. And I think maybe, look, saying there's nothing that they could do is, I think, too dismissive of what they potentially could have done, which has obviously peaked them at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it even goes to that point. I think there was clearly an element of luck and misplay during that execute. The smoke canisters could have and should have relatively easily hit the mark. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit off to the side, and the planter wasn't inside of those gas canisters, so not taking enough damage. And even once the second landed, it was a little bit too late, that it wasn't never going to do enough damage to secure a down or a kill. Ludovica, obviously that could have completely turned the round upside down for them, but to their credit, as you mentioned, I mean, they played the post really well. And in particular, of course, Sawyer, big round from him, 4 huge kills. Again, didn't necessarily need to land every single kill to secure the round, but a big confidence booster for him and playing his role really nicely in that round.
How to triple your kills by Sawyer. For the boy Lando. Moving back up now. Top floor is going to be heavily contested from Ludovica, I would imagine. Jay Kenner's already playing in Solarium. Twent's not wasting any time here. You can see the dedication that Hungry Lions actually have upstairs. And this is something that Ludovica had mixed success with on their defense. And so now we get to see what it's like when they're on the attack, when they get to pinch Hungry Lions. Are they able to do it? That's really a very simple question, but it's the only question that matters at this point.
I can't really see what's going on, so I wish I could make a comment right now.
I got you, never mind. Supremacist has found the opening, and I'll tell you what, he literally is putting Ludovica on his back right now. The debutant is destroying Hungry Lions every time there is a 1v1. It has been Struggle City, but I love that from Worm. Get aggressive, get in the face of Ludovica. And he nearly finds a second, but Twent is very sharp on the response. They've still got one more to deal with upstairs, but with a minute 40 left, it is all too much for Hungry Lions to deal with. And Twent is just on an absolute roll. The massacre is not about to stop, although could we potentially see the bullet hose come back into the meta? No, Logic shuts him down, and all in all, a very clean round from Ludovica.
I wish I could make any comment as to what actually did happen in that round, Rob, but I quite literally didn't see any of it. So I'm just going to assume that Ludovica popped off a bit and Hungry Lions weren't ready for it. And now the scoreline clearly 4 apiece. Oh, we get some replays. Okay, so I can try and piece together maybe what did happen in this round. Oh, wow, Supreme clearly showing up once more. Got that opening pick. Just good lines of sight as well. Cut off there, a good rotation found there by Edpan. The 4v2, obviously a very difficult position to recover from. And now the match becomes incredibly interesting. Just when it felt like maybe Hungry Lions were going to be able to steady the ship a little bit and potentially that last defense down on basement was just one small mistake. Does it now begin to unravel a little bit here? We do know Chalet in OCN, attacker sided. Probably not heavily enough to 100% secure a win here for Ludovica in a typical match, but nonetheless, those first 2 rounds looking great for the attacking side.
And this is where I guess we can see Ludovica kind of sit in 5th gear and cruise. With the way that we've seen them finish the first 2 rounds, it is really scary for Hungry Lions. So much work had been done in the first half, and I guess this is why we always talk about Taylor 2 halves. Don't want to get too excited too early on, because, well, I think you're about to be given a bit of a display, a masterclass on how to deal with the defense. So, again, just want to keep our eye on how this one tracks. I am expecting Ludovica to pull ahead here, but I'm also expecting to see some things from Hungry Lions. I don't want to see them just roll over and allow this or accept this defeat. And there's been multiple occasions where they're proving to us they're not afraid to take those fights, which I'm happy.
Pressure on the top floor and the bottom floor simultaneously here from Ludovica. Snowmobile opened up for this bar attack and pressure up above in the library from the likes of Supremacist, who has grenades in hand and they need to clear out the rat corner, for example, or even players on mezzanine itself. And Kiba barriers as well, posing a threat and syncing up utility, but a good use of Habana, in fact, to try and clear them. That is a solution that I actually did not think would be particularly popular or viable, but as you can see there, doing a great job in clearing that, and the fact that now you can split how you displace those X-Kairos, actually incredibly powerful. You can split them down to 2 and deal with all the barriers if required, really. And on top of that, obviously lines of sight on reinforced walls, Twent applying pressure, but Zane wins out that fight.
Very nice work from Zane. That's a huge first pick. That's Twent down. And 10x Kairos with it, by the way. The pellets are not going to have any impact from here on out. But just speaking of impact, Supremacist has been nothing short of phenomenal. 13-7. So many rounds has he been able to give Ludovica the leg up, or at the very least an opportunity back into the round. They have to now capitalize. They cannot get caught squandering this. Worm goes low, but he's not dead, not just yet. Things calm back down, but it is just the calm before the storm. Ah, there we go. Love your work, Edpan.
35 seconds now remains. Hungry Lions looking to get a defensive round on the board. They have struggled though, and once more at the man disadvantage. Ludovica will want to capitalize here and edge themselves closer to that match point.
Jamming out. I think we're about to see a frag. Fests. Neptune. He finds the first. Logic going down. It does kind of actually open things up. Edpan with a triple kill. Jay Kenner could go huge. Jay Kenner could go nuclear. Supremacist. He's got a stick on the other side of half wall. Does he pull the weapon out in time? My God. It is so close, but Jay Kenner closes things out. 1 versus 3. What an effort. And what a round for the Hungry Lions.
Huge effort there from Jay Kenner. Someone had to step up at the man disadvantage, and despite all the odds against him, with that DMR in hand, Jay Kenner makes it work, and Ludovica made to pay. The coverage there on the plant, not optimal. And just like that, they edge out once more. So close now to obtaining match point, which is a huge effort for this team if they're able to convert. Back down to basement we go. Last time, their only significant issue was the smoke grenade not landing, the canister not landing on the defense. If we see a similar attack here from Hungry Lions, and it's probably going to be with Osa in, no, actually repicked, so we'll have to wait and see. If we see that tidied up on the defense, maybe Hungry Lions can truly edge out in this game, which would be such a phenomenal effort.
Singing the praises of Ludovica, but there is always an opportunity here. Hungry Lions, they're gambling here. They're gambling big time, hoping that that one misplay is fixable.
10 seconds to go.
And I suppose when you think about it, when you think about the utility that they're bringing here, the Vulcan canisters that Jay Kenner have, not only that, the smoke babes that can be used, the impact grenades on Worm and Neptune, they should really be able to deal with what was a wild Sawyer, and going in and dealing with that mobile plant. But we'll wait and see. I've got high hopes for this round. I think this will be a far more impressive round. Ludovica, not going to be changing anything out here.
The wall opened up straight away. Twent looking for a kill, but the shots don't land with the 5.56. It hasn't felt like we've been in this position all that often, where Hungry Lions are now the team with the man advantage of themselves in the box seat to lock in this match point. A big, big round. And so far it's going their way. I think, again, though, it's going to be dictated by that plant phase of the round. If Sawyer goes in behind a Talon Shield, tries to get that plant down, it doesn't really matter even if you have a 1 or even 2-man advantage. The post is going to be so tough. So let's see whether or not Hungry Lions on the defense can tidy up this phase and prevent the diffuser from being stuck.
An opportunity for them now. You can say a lot more cautious this time around. Hungry Lions, 3 on site. Jay Kenner the only off-site as well. And it looks like Logic has a very good idea as to where he is, waiting for those pings to try and be confirmed. Doesn't want to make too much noise, and it's the freebie. It is the pre-fire coming around the corner, and once again, yellow pings reign supreme. Ludovica, they find one back. And now we test the resolve of Hungry Lions. Now we test the tenacity of this roster as we come in to the final minute. 10th round.
Here we go. The first of the Talon Shields deployed, and Sawyer still has one in the back pocket. Once again, he'll probably try and creep forward, hug the wall to the right-hand side, and try as he might to get it stuck. The pressure on Mazami to try with all 3 gas canisters to perfectly hit the mark and drain out time. 50 seconds. That is very optimal for the defense if they land.
3 impacts left. Smoke canisters and all to boot, but that's not good. Zane going down. It now opens things up, and this is where Ludovica come alive. Down goes the Talon Shield. Lovely use through the smoke. Worms dealt with the first, but there's still one more to go.
Oh, the canister, though, stalling out Sawyer now. Time bleeding, and an impact or 2 still available. This is going to be tough for Ludovica.
In fact, I think they might have to go deep here. I think Logic's going to have to go massive, because I don't know whether Sawyer's going to be able to get this down. They've already spotted him. In comes the impact. That's what we needed to see. Logic gets aggressive for 2. Twent, he gives a handicap. And Mazami, waiting for the opportunity, gets shut down by Supremacists. The play rests on Logic finding a double kill. And it's 5 apiece.
Huge play there from Logic. He identified the win condition in that round. He knew there wasn't enough time left. He knew those canisters were perfectly placed, and the impacts continued to hit the mark and whittle down that Talon Shield economy. He sat there and probably said to the team, lads, I'm making a play, and just absolutely sent it. Not only did he get the first, but then he sent it down the main stairs to get a couple more as well. Really well played, and then Mazami completely locked off, could not retake site, could not deny in red time. Really, really well played there by Ludovica, despite things not quite going the way they did last time. 5-5, round 11. I feel like we have been in this position already way too many times this year across APAC South and OCN. I live for these moments, and at the moment, I've said it a couple times, splitting these two, much harder than I think a lot of us anticipated. And Hungry Lions, again, if they just connect the dots and tidy up a couple things here or there, can't write them off at the moment. This round, quite literally, and I know we say it all the time, literally goes either way here. Super close.
Does. Both teams have seen the varied success of this site. Top floor roam for Hungry Lions last time just absolutely crumbled. We saw it for Ludovica. Successful, unsuccessful. Small little moments in time, lapses in concentration can be the difference maker. And I would say Ludovica will well and truly approach this site with exactly the same kind of prowess as they had previously. Very good at cutting off lines here. I mean, you think about where they end up. I don't know whether Hungry Lions are going to be able to deal with this pinch. I do like this from Jay Kenner, though. This really does change a lot. If Edpan is spotted going across to that bathroom window, this could be the call time. This could be the opportunity for Jay Kenner to catch someone out.
You do it, though. It's a big risk and a big moment, but it could pay dividends. Just waiting for the cue. Bit of a standoff at the moment from both teams. Not really, rather wanting to give an inch. It depends on a drone. If Jay Kenner is going to jump out, now is the perfect time, but I think that drone has been spotted, has been dealt with, and now that window of opportunity is really closed for any potential aggression.
Ludovica is starting to grab their control. We did not see the one piece of the puzzle that Ludovica had there all along. The Claymore absolutely shuts down Jay Kenner from making any move, but Worm once again is giving the opportunity to Hungry Lions, opening things back up. Sawyer trying to catch a final member here on that top floor. They've got two to deal with. Supremacist takes the lead.
Timing not perfect, but it is onto Worm. A big response. Ludovica. Double window cross established, and Twent can start thinking about getting control up above as well. Has that diffuser in hand and may look to transition that to site quite soon. Although it just feels so close. All it takes is one play from Hungry Lions to execute a flank or hit a couple of shots, and it turns the tide once more.
Hungry Lions need this next pick. There's just no two ways of putting it. If they do not find it, I think it's over. Ludovica with so much time, but they are stalling out here. They are taking their time. They are doing their due diligence, and that will pay off. Zane goes down, and there's not a trade in sight. The explosion starts now.
25 seconds left on the clock, and Twent sends it into sight. Mazami, Neptune, can they mount a response? Neptune's in an engagement, and he wins that one out, but Logic through the glass wins that one, and now it's Neptune, a 1v3 post.
This is the chance that they've been looking for. Neptune to play the hero here. This is going to be incredibly difficult. You look at where that's planted for. He's going to try and deal with this initial player in Trophy. He has no idea. And Logic shuts him down. The impact frags coming out from Logic at the moment really, really setting Ludovica up nicely. There's the man on the screen, the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, his ability late round in the last few attempts have just been really strong in opening up rounds, and maybe less so than the round previous in base, but he's able to find these win conditions in positions which may not always be guaranteed wins, which is, it's awesome to have a player with that kind of skill set and utility set. Really well played. Obviously, I know many will say that the LMG is just a free gun to get kills. Sure, it can be, but the way in which he's actually using it, it's very optimal, and can't be critical of that. Just rewinding our minds as well. Some people are probably thinking we're going insane and that we're blind and that we didn't see the Claymore. Keep in mind, our feed is about half the quality of what you're watching at home. So if you're seeing that Claymore and yelling at us, what are these guys on about? Genuinely, we just can't see it. So Obviously, the player that jumped out didn't see it either, and Ludovic able to capitalize on that. Now with match point, they've secured at least overtime, at least 1 point towards the standings. It would be heartbreaking. It would be so bitterly disappointing, I think, for Hungry Lions to go home from this game empty-handed, because I'm sure you'd probably agree, Rob. In this game, I think they've really stepped up comparatively to stage 1, and to go home empty-handed in such a critical match as well, both these teams fighting for a relegation spot, it would really hurt and really set them back.
I try not to be too much of a yes man, but I definitely agree that, you know, for them to walk away with this game, to walk away with nothing from this game would be quite heartbreaking. Only 2 wins on the trot for them when they were, of course, Vertex. And just the way that they've gone about it, I couldn't agree more. They really have shown us, both on attack and defense even, they have been able to hold their own weight against one of the best that OCN have to offer. Remembering that Ludovica, or ex-Odium, were the second best team that we had to offer in OCN last stage. So there is by no means, I think really any conversation you can have where Hungry Lions have not held their own. And really it does fall down to this, a defense, bar games. This is all it comes down to for them. Is there a point in this, or does it fizzle out?
The man of the hour on screen now, Supremacist. New addition to the roster, 16 and 9. His impact is well and truly being felt. Worm taken low elsewhere, and the nade onto Zane from Supreme did a little bit of damage as well. Looking to aggress inside this library position. His Kiba barriers providing a lot of protection behind these boxes, which are otherwise very tricky to hold. I'm sure Dev Marta, if he watches this, will be very impressed, because he still claims that he innovated this in the rank stack. I don't know if that's true, but Zane clearly playing it better than Dev, able to clear those X-Kairos and try to apply some counter pressure. Not quite doing enough, though, at the moment to find a kill, but at the very least, wasting time and wasting his util.
Definitely a fan of this setup, this extension into library, and it feels like Ludovica have dealt with it decently in the last round, not so much this time around. Twent on the double window is watching as Supremacist pushes in, but Sawyer falls in the meantime at the hands of Jay Kenner. And what have Ludovica got here? How much control have they been able to kind of claw back from Hungry Lions? Jay Kenner still on the roam downstairs. From the basement, now going to be coming up Solarium. That could be really dangerous. Keep your eye on the kill feed there.
4-4. 45 seconds. Logic again, looking to crack open a round. That has been his role in this match so far, but he's going to get timed. Oh. Almost did. Elsewhere, it's Worm, though, for 2. Cuts Logic at the knees, and now Hungry Lions in with a good chance of being able to close out the game, but it swung back once more, a 2v2.
This is a huge position. Almost God spot here for Supremacist as Twent tries to make his way to safety. Where's this plant going to go down? I don't think that they're really safe from anywhere. Twent has to try and cross Mud. They now know there's a player there. Supremacist decides to split their attention. Jay Kenner is holding. Supremacist goes down. Twent with no HP. We are going to overtime. We are there. A point secured for Hungry Lions. An objective complete.
Big round, big performance. It almost looked like it slipped out of their fingers at the very end there, but they just held on to the edge of that cliff, showing great strength in the latter stages of that round. Now it resets. 6-6 the scoreline, and critically as well, the sides flip. So any sort of momentum, or however you want to frame it, that may have established in that second half, goes out the window a little bit here, because the dynamic is going to shift quite significantly with those roles flipping over. Kitchen Dining, the first site to be played, and it's been a mixed one for both teams. I think the most interesting probably little minigame or dynamic we've had play out on this particular objective is the impact tricking onto the exothermic charges. It's felt like that has often been the tipping point as to whether or not the attack is going to be successful. And to the credit of Hungry Lions, even when it has posed an issue, they haven't shied away. In fact, they've often gotten more aggressive off the back of that. So let's see how it plays out this time. They are playing the Thermite, and there's 4 impacts available here for Ludovica.
Double defense. That is tough. That is very tough.
5 seconds left.
With the rounds left and the damage that needs to be done, Not all that convincing, but only 33% of the rounds won so far in this game have been defender-sided. So statistically speaking, one of the 3 rounds in OT could well be won by the defense. Now, whether that happens or not, completely different topic altogether. And once again, Supremacist has made his way back down. Hungry Lions not there to capitalize this time around, but certainly they have been phenomenal with it. They do have a drone directly on Supremacist, so he's got to be really careful here. He has been spotted, and now he's in a pickle. Oh, the timing.
Supremacist plays him like a fiddle and now can retreat to site. Critically has an Electro Claw in the pocket as well, and he'll be looking to juggle that before the impacts are called upon. Hungry Lions this time with significant pressure up above. Going to force these players back towards Solarium and making it tricky for them to reposition back above the objective and play vertical denial. Here's the critical minigame though. Will Supremacists be able to disrupt this wall? The Claw, it needs to come out now, but once more, I think it might be a little bit delayed. Jake Kenner, though, waited. And now Supremacists might be in with a shot, but once more, the Claw, it's too late. And we need to see that impact perfectly placed, but it doesn't land either. That's a big mistake from Ludovica, but Supremacist doubles down on the aggression and still finds a kill.
Now, Eba Barrier has actually given them a small little moment to breathe. Supremacist is not going to be able to be contested at this point. The angle is really gnarly. I mean, with how sharp he's been, he could go 20 kills. And I tell you what, he will be pushing the kill record for OCN. There's no doubt about it. If he can find a pick here, it could well happen before the close of this game. But Jake Kenner is waiting for the cheeky shenanigans to come out. And not this time, not today. There is no top floor control outside of, I believe that was Neptune. Does have a Talon shield in front of him. This could make life a little bit difficult for either team, actually. Logic, does he find the pick?
Needs to land these shots. He does just. On to Neptune. A huge kill to give Ludovica the upper hand entering the last phase of this round.
That is absolutely pivotal. You will not be able to tell me otherwise, because as Hungry Lions try to make their way in, it's the double team that works perfectly. Twent pulls out the sidearm and says, see you later, alligator. A defense round on the board here in OT.
Whoa. This has really been a sharp game from both teams. Super close, super competitive, super entertaining as well. Ludovica just edging out there. I think a lot of that was off the back of Supremacists early in the round, as you can see on the replay currently. Aggressive on that breach despite the mistake, despite the Claw not landing or the impact. Then we saw Logic once more crack open around. Got aggressive up above, made that vert play really tricky. That then forced the attackers to send it deep in towards site, and Twent held on in the trade. Now this is actually our first look, I think, at the new timeout system that was added in the recent update. So the teams now actually in-game can call for a tactical timeout. Streamlines the entire process. Now we get the timer as well on the broadcast, which is nice. Hungry Lions clearly taking it, as indicated by that notification at the top. And probably now is a better time than ever to take it, right? You're on the back foot, still trying to keep your dreams alive of 2 points.
Very important. But it's kind of been used now. I mean, I'm surprised it was not used in the second half. Regardless, this is just a massive opportunity for Ludovica to close this out on the attack of all things. And look, I don't want to continue to bring up this point, but Logic has been phenomenal. The impact of his kills, I can count 5 of the kills that have kind of completely turned the tides on how these rounds have played out. So I've got to give credit where credit is due. And as we get into the final, what could be the final round, Ludovica on the attack, looking good. We go down to a site that has not seen a single successful attempt from Hungry Lions. I am worried.
5 seconds left.
And by the way, sorry, I just want to make a quick point. I didn't mean to cut you off there. I couldn't hear you, but I just want to make a very quick point about it. Although they have not been successful, it is not for the lack of trying. The second round they attempted this, I think they were all but phenomenal.
great minds think alike. I was quite literally about to say that the second attempt in particular was so close, and it wasn't probably necessarily one of those cases where they misplayed much at all, really. It was more so Ludovica, particularly off the back of Logic, found an in, made a play out of nothing and ultimately, and opened up that round quite nicely. So I think this time, if Hungry Lions once more commit to that denial at the Snowmobile Bridge, but potentially this time a little bit more aware of the push down main stairs or blue or backside, wherever it may be posing a threat from, it could be enough for them to get this objective across the line. But we'll worry about that later in the round. At the moment, the attention up above here from the attack, trying to clear out these players on the roam, or at the very least force them back downstairs so they don't pose as much of a threat on the flank. Supremacists is heading that charge at the moment, but it looks like there's a couple of attackers coming alongside to assist.
The right moment of contact here. Neptune
A bomb has been located.
looking for the swing, unfortunately does not find the timing there. Could have been deadly. It well and truly could have been deadly, but it does not happen. And Ludovica not really being given anything just yet. But again, got to remember, basement attacks really do come down to that final 30-second push. And once again, you look at what they have left. 3 canisters. I have no doubt that they've got the Vulcan canisters in place, and now 3 impact grenades. It is gonna be tough here for Ludovica.
I think on the balance of utility at the moment and time remaining, this is a Hungry Lions round at this point. Unless something like this happens with a play being made. Twent has a diffuser. They are not looking to plant at the breach. I think they're looking to maybe push deep towards the cabinet and get a plant right here.
Oh, I really like that. I don't know whether Hungry Lions know this. This is incredibly intelligent. They can't swing to deny anything. What a play from Ludovica, but now it is not in an advantageous position. Ludovica have to hold from behind Talon shields, from behind walls, and I think Hungry Lions, if they make this, if they do this right, the retake is on, and boy, is it looking clean. Ludovica struggling. At least they find one. Twent has to go massive, but it's headpan on the other side of the site, off our screen, that pulls it back here for Ludovica. Twent holds firm, and Ludovica take the first game of Stage 2.
Basement diff for Ludovica. They innovated. They continued to fight, and that was a fantastic play to close out the round. I'm so glad we saw Supremacist's reaction straight off the bat. You can see the passion, and he had an absolutely incredible game to kick off his debut on this roster. Smiles all around, rightly so. They had to fight hard in this game, but to get it across the line in the fashion in which they did, very impressive and very mature effort from this roster.
Mature is not a word I would have said when thinking about Ludovica. I'm not going to lie. I've always thought of this roster as the cheeky ones, almost the younger brother of OCN, Blue Panda. They have stood tall at a moment of need, but before we go into Ludovica, what a performance we've seen from Hungry Lions. This is really setting the mark for Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a young, hungry team with incredibly mechanically gifted players. They're looking to do damage, and we saw they were able to get a number of upset rounds over Ludovica because it's a playstyle that isn't native to OCN.
Guz, Ludovica now. They are, I mean, they're on top of the league right now, and it's not too often, it's not too dissimilar from Stage 1. They really had, I mean, they were knocking teams down left, right, and center. Are we going to see yet again another revival of this roster? Are they going to come back in for Stage 2, showcase exactly what we expected of them?
Yeah, well, they're already in a fantastic position to qualify for the APAC South Premier relegations, and I think this is just another good game for them to get under the belt and really roll this momentum forward heading into the second stage. And I think that the biggest story out of this match, it's probably going to be Supremacist, right?
Oh, for sure.
Joined the roster, and he just absolutely goes nuclear. Not only was he finding kills here or there and just stacking up stats, but he was also making plays that were really critical in closing out a lot of these rounds and opening them up for the rest of the team to flourish. So a lot of good takeaways here for Ludovica. And quickly on the flip side as well, Hungry Lions. Can't look past them. to get a point in this match, very impressive. I'm sure they'll probably be disappointed they didn't end up getting 2, but they showed great promise as well, and I'm keen to see them continue to develop as well.
Blue Panda, from your opinion, how do you feel like Ludovica have kind of hit the mark here? Are we expecting, like I've kind of said to Guz, are we expecting a Stage 2 resurgence once again?
No, I mean, like Guz said, this is actually the combination of 2 different storylines. One, Supreme being dropped from the roster and then coming back and taking them down in Playday 1, dropping a 20 bomb as well. And for Ludovica as a roster, they have desperately tried to escape this style of play since departing OCL for OCN. They've established themselves as a structured team who can take on the best in the region. They really struggle against that frag-intensive style of play, but they've held themselves quite well today.
Wow, look at the cost from Supremacists. Don't mind it at all. You know what the best part is? I know that we do have an interview coming up with him, and I don't know whether he can even hear me at the moment, but I have ragged on Supremacists for, I reckon, 4 stages straight now. I think he's single-handedly shut me up. +4 on the entry, Guz. I mean, does it get any better than that for Supremacists?
Not really. I think the man's entered the Joker storyline. Obviously, over the last 12 to 24 months, it's been a pretty tumultuous sort of time for him, jumping across rosters and whatnot. So I hope for him, and I'm sure he'll be hoping the same, that he could really begin to cultivate something here with this team. And if they truly are a contest for an APAC South position, then he's found himself probably on the perfect team at the perfect time and showing that he really is a serious contributor.
Well, we're talking about it. We may as well bring him into the broadcast. Let's welcome in Supremacist for the interview. Supremacist, mate, biggest smile on your face. I'm actually looking back at the VOD right now. I can already see the energy that you brought into this game. How does it feel on your debut for Ludovica to absolutely slap around a server like that? 20-11, that is ridiculous.
It feels really good. Like, you know, obviously being dropped from the roster, like, obviously want to do really well against them and prove to them, like, you made a mistake, and I think I showed that tonight. So, yeah, really good.
Yeah, I guess just continuing on from that, Supreme, how do you feel you're going to be able to develop with this team? Obviously a really good start, but how are you looking to, I guess, continue to improve? Obviously, you as a team need to improve if you want to be a serious threat for APAC South.
We're putting in so much hard work, man, and like, obviously it shows tonight. Like, not as well as we should have wanted it. I obviously, like, getting a 7-0 would have been definitely something to say, like, yo, we're ready to go for South. We're ready for South relegations. The boys do a lot of hard work and a lot of the good thinking. I said basically just shoot, man. But like, yeah, I think we're really on the right track. We just need to start essentially taking these rounds the same way the boys did last stage, essentially.
And of course, coming up against Hungry Lions tonight, they really had you under the pump for a large portion of that map. But who is the voice of reason? Who is keeping you grounded in those rounds? Because there are a couple where you could maybe anticipate some tilt coming into it. Who's the driving force for the team?
None of us really get tilted, man. Like, we're pretty composed. Everyone, like, we don't, like, bring emotions into it. Like, every single one of the boys just stays focused the entire game. Like, it's not done until it's done, right? Like, everyone's just completely focused. But, I mean, in all honesty, like, everyone's energy is just continuously, like, I don't even know how to explain it. Just, like, bland, nothing there. So we know not to get, like, in our own heads, essentially. So we can close those games out if we need to.
Supremacists, like I've been saying to the boys, have been ragging on you for about 4 stages now. You're hitting your strides. Must feel good to be under the roster and kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel after what has been a tumultuous period for you. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Not really, man. I'm just continuing because, like, you know, it's the first game, right? We have, like, 6 more games, so I need to keep focused and stay locked in because at the end of the day, like, we still need to secure South relegations and get the best seed that we can. And I also need to still keep improving instead of falling off like I did in Stage 2, right? So, yeah, just staying focused, man. But it's fine, bro. It's fine.
I mean, I don't have to say it. You've said it for me, mate. We love you. Congratulations on your first victory. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to stick around because up after the break, it's the El Clasico. Chiefs take on Wildcard.
You're horrible, man. Hit your shots.
Nah, man, you changed my sense. You've done something.
I
What
didn't
have you
change
done?
anything.
No, what have you done?
I didn't change nothing. You literally changed. There could have been no one else. I'm across from you. You literally came over. You would have done this before I got here. I know I came late today. You came here, changed my 1.5, changed my 2.0, and I can still smoke you.
My hertz is different. My frames are different. My keybinds are wrong. You've messed with everything.
My keybinds, my sense, 1.5, 2.0, everything got changed, and I'm still smoking you.
Nah, man. Seriously? Own up.
I don't know what. I didn't do anything.
Own up. You've done it.
I don't understand.
I
I don't know why did you change my shit, man? What is wrong with you? Are you stupid? Everything is why did you change my shit?
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
though. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? The 2 champions. You never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given
Truly a pleasure to have the Australian XQC on with us there. An unreal performance from Supremacist and Ludovica. We are now all juices, that's a damn sure. We move on to the next matchup of tonight. And it's one that we are very familiar with. It's one that almost always delivers. Chiefs take on Wildcard. A highly anticipated match for every stage. But Guz, let's talk about the Chiefs first, shall we? Kind of had, I don't want to say a disappointing stage one by any means, but, you know, they come off the back of back-to-back-to-back OCN championships, and, well, to be brutally honest, they fell horrendously short. They came 5th in stage one. Are they going to be backing it up here in stage two? Are they going to revive their own little kind of campaign?
Yeah, it's an interesting position that the Chiefs found themselves in at the end of stage one. They qualified for the major in Charlotte through a good performance in Apex South in the playoffs, but then on the flip side, in OCN, it seemed like their performance did taper off a little bit. The asterisk to that, though, is they were only 2 points short of finishing second, so if they push maybe a couple of those losses, 3 in which they had in stage one, to an OT and at least claimed 1 point, well, they would have found themselves in a very different spot. So I think the storyline for the Chiefs here this year, or this stage rather, is try and push maybe a couple of those closer games to overtime, secure a couple more points under their belt, and then they'll be in a better seed for OCS and hopefully perform a little bit better.
Now, would you agree with me here, Blue Panda, and say that Digital's really been bringing the team down lately? You know, the rest of the team really been banding together to bring these performances to light, but it feels like he's the anchor of the team, right?
Well, I mean, isn't that historically the way it goes? The class clown is usually the one that performs worst when it comes to the academics. Yeah, he's keeping the morale up, but if he can't perform on paper, I don't know if it'll work out. I mean, look, he's almost iconic with this roster. You cannot say the Chiefs without thinking of Digital. He's been a mainstay of the roster. So hopefully, you know, he can keep that going and sort of live back up to the status he's given himself.
I'll tell you what, I can and I definitely will. We'll move on to Wildcard here. We love him. He's a man, he's a myth, and he is definitely a legend. But this roster really does feel like it's actually coming into its own skin. You know, we've always talked about 2020 Wildcard. When are they going to get back to that form? But I feel like, Blue, they have kind of made their own path, and this is a really good opportunity for them to kickstart a Stage 2 campaign.
Yeah, I mean, it all began with avoiding both rounds of relegations. They then came into the start of stage one and picking up Cairo as well as OJ. That fire, it started to stoke and they were really ramping it up. Not quite the performance they would have liked out of South, but I mean, you got to start somewhere. Winning OCS the way that they did, again, all the markers are there for this to be the start of the Wildcard dynasty.
All right, let's have a look. Oh, geez, a dynasty. Let's have a look at the vetoes. We're going to burn through this because we are all but ready to go, ready to run, which I know, shocking, right?
No.
I think we're all a bit taken back by that, guys, but we're not taken back by the map. The second most picked map in OCN for stage one, Villa we go to. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this might edge out Wildcard just a wee bit, but again, it's a map that's so frequently played, I'm sure frequently scrimmed, that difficult to take away. Best of one. 2 teams that are very strong on their day, so I don't think the map's going to play a particularly large role in how this one will play out, but keen to see who has the upper hand, because as I just aforementionedly said, it should be relatively close, and yeah, excited to jump in.
Blue Panda, give me your thoughts here. Top line thoughts. Are you thinking Wildcard or Chiefs? I just want a prediction.
Look, I think, again, off of last night, what we saw, I think the wildcard train has left the station. They're full steam ahead right now. So, look, why not double down with a win over the Chiefs? Last year's absolutely untouchable champions. I mean, you got to strike a blow early.
You certainly do. Guz, we'll get your final thoughts here, mate, as we get ready for the matchup at hand. Where are we going? What are we thinking?
I think after last night, the Chiefs might be out for a bit of blood here. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed with how last night played out. They'll want to come out here, and prove a point, and doing it against Wildcard would be a very big point to prove indeed.
And you know what? I would say almost it's the same. It's the flip for Wildcard. Lot to prove in Stage 2, both in OCN and APAC South. And it could truly work off the back of yesterday. But Blue Panda, let's get underway. I think this is the very first time you and I are casting together, which is it?
Yeah, no, it would be. It would be indeed.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's wild. But I guess the main point for us to focus on here is, is where the Chiefs start to perform, because I have been a little bit cautious. I've been optimistically cautious with them in Stage 1 and Stage 2. They could really cement themselves quite nicely. Same for Wildcard here. You know, obviously it's been a tumultuous year, really, 18 months it feels like, but it is coming together at last, I should say. With the bands, anything to note?
No, I mean, it's all cookie cutter across the board. The Havana one probably shifting away from what is, you know, the standards when it comes to Villa, but it makes a lot of sense. The Cade there to round it out. Mira obviously not in play at the moment, given the new mechanic, so to speak, that has been discovered. But so that's not going to be an issue for either of these teams. Look, I'm excited to see what teams have prepped in terms of Azami coming into this.
Well, I guess that's probably the impact that Azami has had on Chalet that we've just seen has been, I would say, quite large. And now we probably need to keep our eyes peeled on how it pans out for this one. Oh, you are absolutely joking. Mate, you are joking.
Of course it's Dig. Of course.
Digital! It's always digital. Forever has been and always will be. Slander him on Twitter. In the chat, let him know. Let him have it. I tell you what, you would not read about it, Blue. You would not read about it.
I think I hit it right on the head with the class clown there. I mean,
Look
at him. He's like, what have I done, guys? What's wrong? I don't know what you're talking about. This is, I mean, look, they could have played it out and just not used the mirror, but it's kind of a waste. So yeah, might as well go for it now. But they obviously had a game plan, and poor Didge wasn't on board with the rest of the team.
It's all a mental game. They're trying to get in the heads of Wildcard right now. That's the only thing I can. That's the only thing I can assume. That's as you said, the one person to do it is. I mean, it's always going to be digital, no matter what happens. Whether it's impacting 3 members on your team, or whether it's supporting an absolutely atrocious sport, an even worse team. It's just a decision that you got to make with your life.
Yeah, look. We won't even get started on this facial hair there either. But, I mean, again, did that earlier to the map. It's not really revealing too much. I think there's a lot of innovation that we could see coming out of the Chiefs in this defense with the Azami. I mean, you think of the number of positions you're playing shields around the map on the defense. You now don't have to worry about it. You've got those Kiba kunais that you can set yourself up with. I mean, we've talked about how for the longest time Villa has tended to be that more defender-sided map. There's potential with Azami in play that gets even scarier.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree. I think that there are going to be. I actually think there's applications for Azami on every single map, but obviously there are going to be maps like Villa where there are a lot of choke points. You know, you think about how many doors you actually have to enter just to get onto a site, and there are a lot of implications in terms of bottlenecking teams into an area where you can most utilize those barriers. And I'm not talking about on doors. I'm also talking about positions you can play on site and support that you can gain from that. So I am very keen to see whether this is going to be a perma pick. You know, it could almost end up being like the Jaeger of old, where we saw a lot. I mean, you think back to the end of 2020, where Jaeger was literally picked every single time, and if it got banned out, I think every team struggled. Azami obviously not going to have the same applications as Jaeger, and maybe not the same impact, but it certainly will tend to cause a little bit more. I do think chaos. Dealing with those barriers are going to be a lot more difficult than I think most teams are going to give it credit for, or maybe we on the desk will give it credit for when you've got teams like this playing against each other. But Villa's just a map that's just played so regularly. that I think that we've got a really good understanding as to how this kind of pans out
Attackers need to locate and
in
defuse as many
what
bombs
I
as they
consider
can.
to be, you know, the El Clasico of this game.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to set up a bit of a run towards the end of the year as well. Who will take out the most dominant position going into the end? And look at the community vote. It's still going the way of the Chiefs, 56-44. But I mean, you think back last year, Manic, this would not have even been as remotely close as it was. That like people would have laughed you out of the community if you said this match was going to be that even beginning of last year.
Stage 2, that was I think it was the Milo pickup, right? Unless I'm going crazy, it was where we saw Milo come in for Silas.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I'm certain of it. I'm optimistically certain.
Well, because they got stuck in roster lock at stage 1, so they were stuck with Silex. So
correct. The old Diesel was unfortunately unable to obviously compete, and that left with a whole list of issues. But you are right. I mean, if this was a year ago, there's no conversation of really who was going to be more dominant. But the Chiefs have, I would say, somewhat like kind of faltered in OCN for stage 1. So it is leaving a bigger question mark around their performance for stage 2. And it means that a team like Wildcard could well become quite impactful. But anyway, I want to keep our eyes peeled out for this first round. It's really important making a note, first off the bat, don't allow this to kind of fall away from you at the beginning.
Already we can see Wildcard getting themselves in that first scan out with the Inox, courtesy of OJ, scouting the play at main stairs. Maybe just look at the operators we see in this lineup. You got Vinny, of course, on the crutch, the thinker in play, but we see them not coming out from Milo. This is a pick that has really established itself in 2022. Being able to get in without being scouted, it's done so much damage this year.
It has. OJ pinching in from the backside. But I do like this from the Chiefs. Again, I am a big fan of, you know, first minute 30 having a cautious roam, you know, something where you can make it back quite easily and still maintain control for the first minute 30, because it does at the very least keep doubt in the mind of the attackers. But Wildcard seem to be dealing with this quite nicely. They can see that the one roamer that might have been away from site is now well and truly back on site. So I'd say their attention is going to be firmly peeled to the actual sites itself.
Yeah, and very much line in the sand at the moment. Teams on either side of it waiting to do battle. Boyd finds himself in a bit of trouble. The yellow ping there as well for Cairo. This should be a free pick, and it is just like Logic in their last match. Worthy down, Nitro from below removed.
It's a big piece of the puzzle as well. Nitros can definitely come in to haunt you in the later parts of the round. OJ finding a kill on Boyd, and things are not looking all that good. Digital on the flank will find one, but Milo's so quick to trade. Chiefs are falling bit by bit, and they are really struggling here. Bouncing, at the very least, finds one. He nearly finds a second. Cairo with the pistol. Don't mind that at all. First round to Wildcard.
He's in chat immediately after. But I mean, Cairo, one of the most dynamic players coming out of one of the teams that we saw in our previous matchup, of course, formerly with that overt roster, one of the most impactful players in the competition, joining the OCN. And really, it was no surprise that he was going to be picked up to one of the bigger teams in this competition. He's actually meshed with this group very, very well. He's looking comfortable. Look, a little bit more than Supremacist, let's be honest. It's still early days with that roster, but Cairo, he has not faltered with Wildcard.
No, and I think when we look at the pickup of Cairo, of all the players that would have left from, you know, Ludovica, I can't even think of who they were repping in stage 3. Am I going completely crazy right now? Anyway, picking Cairo up was just absolutely massive. We actually had a small concern for them because we thought with such firepower leaving their roster, they were going to struggle, but they actually prevailed. And since then, you're 100% right. Cairo has been such a pivotal part of Wildcard, and you're seeing it there in the first round. An absolute gamer of every description that you could ever put around him. So credit needs to be where credit is due, because walking into a team like Wildcard, I'm sure, would be quite intimidating. However, he's handled the pressure really well.
Yeah, I mean, we see a couple of those other pickups as well scattered around the top level of OCN, so it's going to be exciting coming out, you know, last 2 matches of the day as well, some of those fresh pickups. But right now, Wildcard, they take a very solid first round. They're trying to gauge that pressure and where that offsite presence is. First kill found. Cairo, of course, is going to do it again, bouncing immediately off the board.
It's always the way, isn't it? It is always the way. Fantastic work from Cairo. And you think about the operator he's playing there, really impactful in terms of what you can do on Villa. Those Roteros are just such a vital piece of utility, especially when you get into the later portions of this round where you've got to deal with the utility on site. Now look to the utility, I guess there's a little bit that you'd have to deal with. Probably more so just looking to the evil eyes of Digital, but... Oh, Boydie! Sit down, Vinny! Sit down! Love that from Boydie.
And that could be a bit detrimental for Wildcard. Thinker off the board this stage in the round. I mean, you see it when Thinker's banned out, of course, going into matchups, and teams truly do struggle on the attack, not having that nano boost come the time of the execute. So Wildcard, they're going to have to make sure that when they do push onto the site, they have the health bars to do it. OJ swinging towards red, has an idea to someone here, but no. Anticipates him top of the stairs, but caught out from the landing.
21 for Worthy, finding his first kill of the game. Lets him relax a little bit more now here in round 2. And that trade is like really pivotal for Chiefs to try and gain control back of this round, where things looked okay, a little bit suspicious. But now the big question is, how well can Wildcard do their due diligence whilst walking into a site with EDDs everywhere? It doesn't make a difference because Pat has just done exactly that. Digital not expecting him looking the other way, and now Worthy might be able to find himself a second for the round. Lights him up, but does not find the kill. Cairo swings, and it's 5 straight for him. He is absolutely annihilating.
Cairo, look, Worthy, I don't know what the plan was. You saw him there, you shot him, and then you're like, no, it's going to be somewhere else now. Ethan can't do a damn thing against Pat with that AK tool. What was that? They knew where the players were coming from. Worthy just pushes out to the hallway and dies, and it just crumbles from there.
It's one of those things where, like, I'm sure comms are getting a little bit hectic toward the end of that round. You've got Pat just being an absolute nuisance over in Laundry, and it kind of grabs the attention. That is the biggest Boydie thing I think I've seen in a long time. Just SMG 11, no respect given, no respect shown. And of all things, on the smoke again. I was speaking about this with Guz last night. The danger that you create for the team when you as the smoke player run out early round or try to take those early engagements, it's scary, but, you know, I guess all power to you if you find the kill.
It's a very Southeast Asian play style. Watching a lot of their gameplay, the smokes, I mean, you think, you know, you got to mute. That'll be the one to roam so you can get down below a site, like to play with the nitro. Southeast Asia, it's like, I've got a great gun, I'm going to go roam, I'm going to do damage. If I die, you guys are on your own. But when it works, boy, it looks good.
10 seconds to go.
And it does.
5 seconds to insertion.
Oh, well, look, again, happy for where Wildcard are at right now. They've dealt with 2 different rounds from the Chiefs in which the approach has been completely different. 2 sites that, I mean, I really did not expect Kitchen to be played then, but all power to you if you do inevitably make that decision. And obviously AVG is the much safer option, but with attacker repick, it's not as detrimental to an attacking team when Kitchen is picked. At least from what we saw last year, it can catch teams out, but not so much anymore. And now Chiefs, I want to look to their roam. I want to look to their extensions, because that I think is where we're really going to see most of the story for the first round. There you go. They are significantly across toward the northern side of the map.
Oh boy, Cairo's on the hunt once again. He's got the scan onto Bouncing. That Inox being put to work, going for the pre-fires again, just sort of trying to figure out where the cards are stacked for Chiefs at the moment. But I mean, you can feel it. There's been a shift. Chiefs are a little bit hesitant in this matchup right now.
It's probably not the approach that we expect from them. What won them stage 1, 2, and 3 was their relentless play style. It was sticking to the cause even when the cause may have been lost. And I think that right now, there's an opportunity here for Wildcard to actually kind of really run away with this first half. And like Guz and I were talking about, you're going to be very careful when you're talking about what can and can't happen in a game, because very quickly the conversation can turn when the half swaps over, nearly catches Digital trying to rotate back in.
And right now, Wildcard seem to have everything locked down. Cairo finds his 6th onto Worthy. I mean, at this point, what do you do to stop him? Pat gets flanked, bouncing, getting aggressive through Classic. Can he find 2? Almost backs himself out of it. Unfortunately, with Vinny still alive, the nano boost to come into play. They should be nice and healthy going into that execute, but taking Pat out's a big step.
God, we're about to see the Cairo display. He's got the hot hand at the moment, and I don't know whether Chiefs have the answer for him. If he comes up brown stairs right now, there is going to be all sorts. Bouncing gets a little bit aggressive on the corner, but it is Cairo once again that wins it out. 7-1, this man is not slowing down. Vinny's on the plan as well. 5 seconds, but he goes down to the smoke. Things are not looking good. The Chiefs bounce back, and now it is Cairo and Milo left in a 2 versus 3.
You say it, it drops once again, 2 versus 2 with 15 seconds. Ethan hits a ripper of a shot, Cairo out, and it's on Milo. Walking himself in tentatively, trying to figure that first player out. If he can find the first, he can make it a second, but no, time's not on his side. He's got to force it. The first, can he do it? Almost lines it up, but no! Didge at the end denies.
Woo! Far too close for comfort there. Chiefs narrowly get away with that one. And it's a round that's very much needed. I mean, if AVG falls for the Chiefs, we're really concerned. 3-0 up on the attack for Wildcard. That could have been a different storyline altogether, but it is the firm hold from Chiefs that really pays off in the end. Ethan with a couple of massive kills here. When push comes to shove, it is the veteran that steps up.
Oh, look. I'd hate to think how much Didge was clenching there, tucked in behind the bar, trying to avoid the damage, because it was a very, very close affair. Milo nearly took him out in that engagement. We head back to Split, though, where we kick things off. And, well, so far, Cairo, he's leading the charge with those opening gunfights. Chiefs sort of need to figure out how to avoid him.
Just, it's not really, I guess it's not that easy when you got someone like Cairo. With the aggression that Cairo brings into rounds, it's very, very hard to deal with.
Talk about aggression, my God.
Yeah. I mean, like at least two of the rounds out of 3, he has been the opening. Well, he's been, the one finding the opening kill, and I think that really is a testament to what Wildcard do, but not this time. Bouncing from underneath, all the way into basement, will find that kill, and that is not ideal. But here we go. This is what we really praised the Chiefs for in 2021, was their ability to be aggressive but also smart in their aggression. So yeah, I'm keen to see whether they can kind of fall back into more of that natural play style.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a cry from the 2021. Oh, Cairo, surely not. I don't know if he's trying to bait it out, but that's what the indications are. Trying to bait that window just outside of Trophy and then get a set into Classical. Right now, Wildcard, they've taken a step back, and there we go. The call's made straight in. Does he find the gunfight? Worthy in a bit of trouble. It's chaos ensuing. Somehow he wins that.
Wow. Yeah. Just the relentless LMG. I mean, you look at how many bullets he ends up with, and it really goes to show Worthy was in all sorts of trouble there. And you can see Chiefs very quickly backing out. Digital just makes it back. Skull in time as the Kiba barrier comes out. And honestly, that is probably one of the most Cairo things I've seen so far. He has been so phenomenal for Wildcard so far this game. And I don't think it's going to slow down. So keep your eyes on where he ends.
Oh, look, that's what you want to see. It's got to be the ultimate goal for these guys. I mean, you talk about the top 3 teams in ANZ that are competing in South. Knights had an opportunity to go to a major, unfortunately couldn't make it. Chiefs have had to. Wildcard and Knights currently battling for that spot. I'd love to see Cairo get that shot at a LAN environment. Right now, though, he's got a job to do, and that is taking down the Chiefs.
No easy task either. Regardless of any signs that the Chiefs might have been showing in the first 3 rounds, it doesn't take much. It does not take much at all. It's an interesting use of the barriers. At least forcing utility out from Wildcard. I actually really like that.
Does Pat not realize that's the last of the hard breach? They're now going to have to funnel through and battle in. That is not ideal. What is ideal, though? Body being dropped and the ensuing engagement. Cairo primed and ready right outside that trophy door. Ethan, what? How is it just devolved into chaos like this? Digital dead. All of a sudden, it's all blue, it's all wild card, and it's another round in the books.
Typically, whenever we say it's a blue day, we're talking about the Chiefs, but not right now. Wildcard are off to the races. Every single round, they have been more than convincing. In every action, the Chiefs are struggling to find a response right now. And look, at the end of the day, however the Chiefs get their rounds, it doesn't make a difference. It could be the scrappiest round in the world. I don't know whether you bring it back from a 5-1 deficit against Wildcard when Wildcard move to their defense. I don't like the odds of that.
The insane thing is, Manic, Villa in Stage 1 had a 61.8% defend-decided win rate. Azami is now in play as well, which should skew that just that little bit more. But Wildcard are up 3-1 on the attack. Look, there is still every possibility we see this even. There is still every possibility this is a 3-3 half, but their attack has looked almost uncontestable so far.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't really know what to add to that, I'll be completely honest with you. The thing is, like, it'd be different if we'd only seen 1 or 2 maps played of Villa in Stage 1. We saw this map as the second most played map. 6 times, only 1 shy of Chalet. So the sample size we have for the stats is incredibly damning for the Chiefs here. Even at this point, Wildcard have well and truly done their job. If they can finish 4-2, God, 5-1, there really is not a world in which they're able to do this.
Milo just doing Nook things right now, sneak his way through, not shooting the cam because he knows that if no one's watching it, that's just free information. Destroy the camera. Obviously, the defense realized that that camera is now removed. Someone's down in the basement. He's playing this so smart right now, trying to get into a position where he can flank. Bounce and will kick it off. Cairo to take him down. The Lion off the board. A massive pick to kick the round off for Chiefs.
Lion, both an operator and player. Milo, do they know he's there? It feels like they do. It feels like they've got a really good idea. Worthy has an inkling, but the problem is he has no firm knowledge. There is nothing saying, hey, there's a player waiting for you on the tier 1 stairs of red. And this is just the ability that we've seen from Wildcard. Time and time again, they are finding these picks back on the Chiefs, regardless of who finds the opening kill. And it's being incredibly detrimental. The Chiefs struggling here. And if Wildcard close another round out, stick a fork in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations you don't often see a map like Villa this heavily attacker-sided. Especially in ANZ as well. Bouncing right now. He's in the toilet. He's looking for something. Tagged through the wall by OJ. He's looking to threaten into library, just trying to figure out if there's any gadgetry that could halt his progress. But no, it was just testing the waters, nothing confirmed. So right now, Bouncing gets away.
Bomb located by attackers.
Oh. Nothing there. I looked away for 2 seconds and heard some shots and just got excited. Bouncing now. He has been pretty good so far, but he's going to have to try and deal with at least 2 players. The timing is just unbelievable. The pre-fire, though, nearly works. Rips the head off of Milo. And here's the trade. OJ needed to find that. If Bouncing gets away, if he stays alive, the job becomes infinitely harder. 30 seconds left here. And Wildcard, they have to make a decision. Where are they going?
He's in kitchen.
What?
He's looking. He goes to the trade. Takes down Didge. No more older 556. Pat rotating around. Has to cut through Laundry. Ethan as well. They've got the positions here, do the Chiefs, to try and stop this play from happening. Spotted. Vinny takes some big damage, even further compounded by the SMG-11. It's all coming apart here. It was a great start to the round, but with 8 seconds left, Pat might just have to tank this. He's going to. There's no other way. There's no way Wildcard can take this round.
That is devastating. Absolutely devastating. I think at that HP, he would have just straight up died. That's rough for Wildcard. I thought once Vinny had actually... I didn't realize Vinny was on site. I was trying to figure out where they were going to be attacking from, because you had one player coming from Pantry, you had one coming from Laundry, and you had one in Mud. So I was expecting maybe a rotate to come in and buddy system up. but just not to be at all. The trades are not what Wildcard would have been hoping for. And Chiefs, they give themselves a small breather here that they definitely need. AVG to close out the first half. And was probably, outside of that round, I guess, their most convincing that they've had so far. And even that came down to a 1v1. So don't hold your breath.
3-2, it's just not an accurate representation of how this map has played out. The two rounds that Chiefs have had, like you said, down to the 1v1s, have become such narrowly avoided disasters across the board. Wildcard, yeah, that one's going to cut a little bit deeper, but they head towards AVG. It came down to a one-on-one gunfight, and they know how to approach it this time, having set a defense set up.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Now, the final round, just so impactful, so important. And with Wildcard on this final attack, I mean, if Cairo doesn't go down in the first minute, 2 minutes, I actually think he makes this work. I do want to make a very, very quick comment, and I guess it's a fleeting comment of a conversation gone by. Worthy, unfortunately, only on 1 and 5. Really struggling to get into this game, and he has been the difference maker for the Chiefs throughout really the last 16 to 18 months. I'm not by any means going to rag on him or you know, rag on the fact, but it's just something that we need to note right now. Chiefs are definitely not firing on all cylinders like we've seen them do previously.
It's that solo buff. He thrives when he's the only New Zealander in the competition. Unfortunately, I'm here now, so I've stripped him of all of that. Right now, though, Cairo, he's deep into it, looking for it. Bounce and dropped immediately. Worthy, tag heavy. OJ with the MK14, taking down the first kill.
That's really important. Bouncing has been incredibly hard to deal with for Wildcard. He's actually picked up 2 of the opening kills in the last 5 rounds. So really, the menace, he has been the phantom menace of Wildcard, and he has been sliced in half. The final piece of the puzzle in the first half.
Yeah, look, mixed reviews on that one there, I think, Manic. But right now, what you can agree on, Wildcard are storming through this map. They have taken charge of it. Chiefs, everything so far has been reactionary. It's just been them desperately trying to survive as best they can. Right now, again, Wildcard, they've got time to work with. They're in great positions to go for this execute.
We look to Cairo coming up, Tom's here. Very, really just such high hopes.
They have no
They've
idea.
Got no clue. See you later. That's a freebie, mate. That is an absolute freebie. And with a minute left, oh God, Blue Panda. With a minute left, they have everything they could need. Study control, back control, Tom's control. It doesn't get better than this.
Little nade through into the vault. Pat finds Stage. They've got Boydie and Ethan to hold. I mean, that is an insurmountable task at the best of times. And with Wildcard hitting the shots that they are, absolutely nothing. Wildcard with the flawless to end the half. AVG last time was a close affair. This time, it couldn't be further from the truth.
Whoa. That's what happens when you give Wildcard a little bit too much respect.
You wouldn't think that the score was 4-2. Like, Wildcard, like, yeah, cool. Charity's tax deductible and all.
Yep. Well, that's the thing is, like, there's a 60-40 split in terms of percentages of attacker win, defensive win percentages, and it's not the way you'd think watching this game. So,
Attackers need to locate and
if
defuse as many
Chiefs
bombs
don't come out firing, if they do not tidy up here on the attack in the first 2 rounds, I don't think Wildcard struggle too much. But there's actually also another comment that I think many have made from stage 1, which is we saw Wildcard in many positions where they had the opportunity to close it out, and either they lost a point to OT or they flat out weren't able to close it out. So this is, I actually feel like this is a big hurdle. This is a big moment. If they can close this out convincingly, I'm excited for stage 2 for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're probably next biggest hurdle would be the Knights at some point through the competition. But I mean, look at Cairo. The guy's 9-3 right now in the first half on the attack on Villa as well. Chiefs, look, you wouldn't. I can imagine there are probably a number of people sweating over channel points at this stage.
Yeah, could well be. With how quickly this is coming to a close, it's not fantastic, but Again, we look to the APAC South result for wildcard. We look to this result right now, and all signs are pointing to a positive stage 2. But again, the question posed is the ability to close things out when you're ahead. Granted, we'll give them maybe a round or two grace, considering it is the change of the half. Maybe Chiefs have something up their sleeve. How do they deal with it is the most important factor of this game.
I mean, you look at it, though, across the board for the Chiefs. Worthy, Boydie, Digital, they're not having the greatest of games. It's really Bouncing and Ethan that have stepped up. And even then, Ethan, we haven't seen much of him since that initial AVG round in the third. So for the most part, they flummoxed. They don't quite know how to get themselves a grip in this game.
The utility usage right now has been pretty clean. Kamaro still with 2 magnets in the pocket. Big pick. That is Worthy finally kind of cracking open what was a pretty quiet first half. And this may well give the rest of Chiefs something to work for.
Cheeky little nade there at defeat. Vinny answers back with a kill onto Dig, and that is your hard breach gone. Worthy on a bit of a tear this round. Finds a second on the hunt for a third, but no. Kyra says, these are my stairs. He's looking to hold on for a second. Boydie narrowly kept alive in the flank to come in from Bounce and shuts the hole down. This is the opening that the Chiefs needed. Unfortunately, they've still got 2 more to go.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Imagine a world in which he gets away there. That could have been devastating, but instead we look at a 2 versus 3. Plenty of util being used. Not interested there whatsoever with holding that impact. Uses it to get rid of that drone, bit of the information, and now this is when the time wasting has to come to fruition. There's still 1 more keeper in the pocket of Vinny. This could be hugely impactful. But we hold our breath and wait for the final 25 seconds.
The Vulcan pack on that aviator door as well. The nade, the one last nade that Ethan had used. So they're going to have a hard time clearing out some of this utility going into the final 17 seconds of the round. Vinny preps himself in study, knows there's someone coming main stairs. The pop, but no, it's a miss from Pat. Missed the opportunity and missed the kill. 7 seconds remaining. If he can shut down Bounce and hit, it could be huge. It's a ring around the Rosie. He's missed it. Can he do anything? Finds nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Wow.
Overwhelmed by the numbers.
So many options to choose from. He's like me in a cake shop. Didn't know where to look. And ultimately, it's what comes back to bite him on the butt. Chiefs with a fantastic round there. 3 rounds they have. 1 of them an attack. But I will say this. Thought Pat was going to find at least 1 there. Thought there was at least 1 in it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
A little bit of an over-adjustment there with the M590. But we head down to Kitchen and you see some of those usual suspects in play. Pat on the post right now. It's going to be an interesting one. Do Chiefs contest Master Bedroom? Go for that vert control, which so many teams set themselves up when attacking this site, because if we see some effective utility play out of the Nitro cells, this could be a 5th round quite quickly for Wildcard.
That it could be. And one of the most interesting points for me every single time I see a Kitchen defense is how important that top floor can be. Now, when you have the pulse, makes life a lot easier, like you're saying, C4 galore. But when you're on that top floor, when you're holding it, you're either buying time or, for the love of God, you're taking kills. You can't really get away with neither. And Chiefs are going to go for the entire sweep. From south to north, they are going to clear this map methodically.
I mean, you have to at this stage. Especially on a map like Villa, there are just too many avenues for roamers to do damage. Bouncing, immediately removed. That is a significant portion of utility clear. Luckily, the Chiefs have, at least 6 frag grenades and 2 Gone 6s to use.
Yeah. They've got a lot to deal with, but they have a lot of utility to deal with it, if that makes sense. But that's if they hit everything, okay? That's if all these nades are impactful in the way that they need them to, and you're either going for bodies with it or you're going for util. And right now, I think they're probably more focused on the bodies than anything else, but there is so much util in front of them. Those Banshees, we're talking about, you know, the keeper barriers, there is a lot they're going to have to contend with. And time dwindling and not a lot done from the Chiefs, you do tend to worry.
I suppose the one benefit that Chiefs do have going for them, it's only that Aruni in play that they have to deal with. No Whammies, no Jaegers, nothing of that sort. So they should be a little bit more efficient with their utility clear. One would hope. That's never a guarantee, especially in a game like Rainbow Six Siege, where the wants to get in above, knows that there is going to be a significant threat there. Vinny, he's just rotating around. He's got Milo. This power duo on the roam could do some significant damage.
This setup is just so hard for the Chiefs to deal with. You got a minute left. They've still got the pulse on the first floor, getting all of this information. The second they make a move, they're going to know exactly where they are. And as much as they might be able to take bathroom control, with 50 seconds left, if they do not hit every shot possible, which they might well do, they're going to be in trouble.
The setup works against them, though. They lose Milo as the push-in is successful from Boyd. He ducks himself back in, jumps on the drone, frags something through, but Vinny's going to win that one. OJ follows with the Nitro. 34 seconds now remaining, and Chiefs backs up against the wall. Worthy's so busy dealing with the players upstairs. It's just Ethan in position to contest the site. It's so quickly come apart here, Manic.
It's just too much to do. Again, so much utility to contend with. And I just don't know whether they're going to have enough in the tank. They're going to have to tank the actual gate. Cairo holds firm, and OJ will lock the round out. 5-4 wildcard, and it's looking like a red dawn of a day.
All right, of 8 rounds played, I can only safely say that one of them was dominantly the Chiefs. The rest of them, Wildcard, have been the ones that determine the pace. They have been the ones that have allowed Chiefs to get as far as they have. None of this has been decided by the blue shield. They are literally just taking what they're given.
Oh, wow. Timeout being called now as, the opportunities are kind of slipping away from the Chiefs here. But I have to say that the top floor hold, absolutely phenomenal and on point from Wildcard. It didn't miss a single beat. You know, you think about from start to finish, the first and opening kill really, really set Chiefs dramatically back in their footsteps toward that side. And further than that, just really impressed with how Wildcard were able to kind of keep calm and composed even with the numbers pushing on them. Vinny did a phenomenal job toward Trophy. I mean, if he doesn't find the kill there, I think that the round kind of opens up a little bit more, because I believe it was the Sledge who was contending with him. And then that is your kitchen hold completely derailed. So the credit where credit is due, as unimpactful as it may have seemed at the time, it certainly bought Wildcard some Panadol for what could have been an awful headache.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about a headache that could have been the trajectory that these rounds have followed so far, this should be a 7-1 scoreline. Because they're like it's just insane how disingenuous this scoreline is because of how close those rounds have been. But look, we're here. Chiefs, they can't be dwelling on the past. They need to be focused, locked in here on round 9. Aviator Games defense on the cards. And unfortunately, more of that horrendous utility that they struggled to deal with last time.
Start of this round is going to be important from the Chiefs. Again, keeping in the theme of what this has really been. I think the first 30 seconds to a minute, there's consistently been an opening kill from round 1 all the way through to round 8. So don't really want to be dropping any player on this roster. I think every single player has as much of a part to play as the next. And Wildcard has certainly been hard to keep the grip on, which it seems like this time they're not going to be extending. They're not going to be roaming, too dramatically. They're just going to be making a hell of a lot of noise over toward red.
Chiefs just, they're trying to find that straw that will break the Wildcard back right now. Unfortunately, Wildcard, ironically, keeping their cards close to the chest. They're not revealing too much at any stage of these rounds. They're forcing Chiefs to work as hard as possible for every bit of info, every bit of position.
Player on top red was hard to deal with last time for the Chiefs, but once they did kind of dismiss him and deal with him, which of course was Cairo, things became a little bit easier. This time he's not holding any of the magnets in his pocket. He's not messing about. He knows that the danger is quite intense. ADS device just onto his foot there. Cairo trying to swing the bottom of red, but no one's going to be contesting it just yet. Worthy is back on the corner, so the information is old, and it's uncertain. Oh, that isn't though.
That's unfortunate, but at least, luckily for Wildcard, it is a trade. Cairo, he's largely done what he needs to. Take Bouncing out of the equation, the top fragger for the Chiefs right now. And they've got the tools. Vinny, he still has another Kiba in pocket. They've still got that Vulcan pack prepped on the wall, right-hand side of the zombie door. This is, I mean, look, it benefits Wildcard in all honesty.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Calm before the storm here, Blue Panda. 35 seconds left. Utility plentiful for Wildcard. Canisters lying in wait. Smoke babes from Pat. This is a lot harder to deal with than the Chiefs had in the first round, but it's going to come down to the most impactful play of all. What can the Chiefs get done in the final 20 seconds?
Yeah, dangerously close to another mistake that we saw earlier. Digital, that pick onto Vinny's huge. Ethan following it up with a push into Aviator. Luckily, they have players on the board. It's down to OJ now, though. His teammates have all fallen around him. And the shutdown Chiefs, that's what you want to be seeing. A much more divisive round.
Almost like Wildcard weren't prepared for the Chiefs to push deep there. Don't know who it was that was forcing their way through the smoke canister there, but boy, oh boy, that worked to an absolute treat. The rest of Wildcard unable to find a pick, eerily reminiscent to the last time they tried AVG. But moving forward, this is where Wildcard make their money. Trophy and stat. The hold was phenomenal. I'm excited. I am.
I mean, this would be exceptional resilience being shown here by the Chiefs if they were somehow able to hold on and bring it back to take the victory. Boy, they're bringing out the usual suspects again, though. You're seeing that pulse come into play, but not only that, they're pairing it with the extra info potential of the Echo and Milo on the Vigil. I'm expecting big things out of this Vigil.
Yeah. You could definitely... I am excited to see because of all players as well, Milo just notorious for being a very difficult player to deal with. I would put Milo on the same level as Bouncing in terms of those kind of
course,
aggressive play styles, and there we go. There we go. That's what you're going to see. Unfortunately, he can't get enough done. Ethan, I actually think kind of stays alive because of the adrenal surge there. I'm not going to lie.
But it's that early chip work. That could quickly result into a kill soon. Oh, no. Surely we don't see Milo send it outside again. No, okay, look. I respect it. It's something that you would have seen at OCL, but yeah, OCN, it's a different beast entirely.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Adrenal surge will get Ethan back up to half at the very least. Well, fractionally less than half, but... Wildcard, outside of that first little opening engagement, have been pretty careful with the way that they're approaching this, but with Pantry now being open, it means playing underneath is incredibly dangerous. You really can't afford to be caught back on the rotate up. And this is really good timing from the Chiefs. I am actually kind of happy to see this engagement, but Pat just, that's a freebie if I've ever seen one.
Again, you got to respect the attempt, but you got to get up quite early in the morning to pull one over on Pat like that. Cairo follows it up, and so does Vinny. The trifecta here, leaving Boydie and Digital all alone. And this will almost assuredly... This isn't even the site, Matic. They've still got to go upstairs.
Yeah, they've got a lot more work to do than just the initial ground floor. They may have kitchen, but they've still got to contend with Milo, who's sitting on the Vigil. And Astro Stairs is under lock and key, so Wildcard can actually play pretty aggressively everywhere else, knowing full well that they've got control with Milo sitting there. He'll start to move back a little bit more, but Boydie and Digital, 2 versus 5. I mean, it wouldn't matter whether they had Astro control or not. The Chiefs are always going to be in all sorts in this round.
47 seconds. I mean, at this point, do you just sit and talk with the team, try and figure out what to do? No, they're not. They're just going to force it and feed. But another flawless here for Wildcard on to map points. There is room. There is still the possibility that Chiefs bring it back and give us our second OT of the night. But I mean, the probabilities of that are so infinitesimally low, it's not even worth considering, I don't think.
No, it's... You know, it's even closer than what I think it should be. I think that Wildcard have really shown a lot of prowess here on Villa, and the Chiefs, to their credit, have taken the rounds that they absolutely had to. There was no doubt about it. There were a couple of rounds where potentially Wildcard allowed them in, and if you don't capitalize on forced mistakes, on forced errors, then you are always going to be in trouble. But so far, it does look just under such lock and key. It's locked, and the key is well and truly thrown away. Whether Chiefs find it or not, that's another question altogether. It's an answer that I don't think we're going to get this game, because with 2 rounds left in the pocket, they've got AVG open, they've got Kitchen open. It's going to be struggle city.
I mean, I said it at the start of this game. You know, if you told me that Wildcard coming into this, we're going to be in this position beginning of last year, you would have been laughed out of the community. I think it's the same case. End of last year, if you had said that the Chiefs were about to lose to Wildcard and the Oceanic Nationals, the competition that they won every single stage last year, you'd be laughed out of the community. This is, I mean, you talk about dichotomies. I mean, Wildcard on the rise, Chiefs just stumbling round after round.
Yep, it certainly hasn't been the Chiefs that we've known and loved for the last 18 months. But again, that it is just part of the part and parcel with teams kind of coming and going, ebbing and flowing. They're still putting on enough of a fight to convince us that it could well be an overtime game. But really, this is where Wildcard make their money. This is where the opportunities completely flourish. If they're able to confirm this game, you are talking about APAC South and OCN wins in first Playdays in both leagues. It's kind of what we need to see from them here.
And the opposite side of the coin, 2 losses in their first Playdays for the Chiefs.
Very true.
What a wild turn of events. Who would have thought? maybe it's me. I don't know. Coming into OCN, I've just ruined it for everyone. I'm sorry, Chiefs.
It could be.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Chips are not too happy with you, mate. Comments are going to be taken to HR. Pat underneath. Oh, the C4 is so good. It is so good. Hook, line, and sinker. See you later, bouncing. Oh, you're going to be laughing.
Yeah, look, I have no doubt that there's going to be people coming in saying, oh, this is your first play day. You can't be that harsh on these guys. Yes, I can. Prove me wrong. You've got the rest of the stage to do it, Chiefs. I'll be honest, they look a bit lost here. They need to bounce back in a pretty significant way, and the fact that they've lost bounce in their flank watch this early on. Vinny's still here contesting. He drops Boydie. Nothing is coming together. They luckily have that nano boost in play for Ether to keep Boydie in this, but I mean, it's just stumble after stumble.
It's really looking detrimental at this point. 5 players alive for Wildcard. Make it 3 for the Chiefs. 50 seconds left. Wildcard on the verge of taking 6 points from their opening playdays in APAC South and OCN, and it sure as hell is looking pretty damn positive.
Edge finds 2, the over-aggression biting back and costing Wildcard a little bit here. 3 versus 2, it's much more doable than a 5 versus 2, but Pat, with the cardiac sensor, is just feeding that info through to the rest of the team. They have every information they need. Digital down. It's Worthy left alone to try and... Where's he going? Where does he go? What does he do? He's got 20 seconds, 3 kills to find. No hope at getting the diffuser right now. He's going to push his way through. The Banshee will reveal. Takes the first onto Kyra. This is going to have to be the full ace clutch to bring it back here. The Nitro. He shoots it out. This could be it, but no. OJ says, enough screwing around. We're Wildcard. We're here. This is our stage.
Such an impressive performance from Wildcard. And this is really the hopes that we have had for this roster for so long. Feels like it's finally starting to come together. A win against the Chiefs ensures what could be a very strong campaign for Stage 2 of OCN. Impressive work, and definitely offering to take a bow for these boys.
Look, it's absolutely massive, and as much as we hype them up, they're a team that are not getting ahead of themselves. You can see the faces that they know exactly what they're doing. They say, look, cool, that's the first one. We've still got 6 more Playdays to go. They're not going to get ahead of themselves. They know just how big a journey they have in front of them for them to become that top team in the region, of course, and you just can't help but respect it.
No, you certainly can't. Overall, just a fantastic result. I guess somewhat concerns for the Chiefs. Your first 2 opening play days, and you've kind of taken the, you've copped the L, Guz. What'd you make from it sitting up in the peanut gallery there?
I think the big takeaway is that Wildcard are clearly here to play, and it does feel like they are continuing to improve. On the flip side, we have to start slowly having that discussion about the Chiefs. It's very early on, and it is, they'll say it's only OCN, so we can't say too much about how things are going for them at the moment, but it hasn't been an ideal start in the first week, and they'll have to go back to the training room and improve for the upcoming playdays.
Drawing board will definitely be touched on, no doubt about it. Blue, looking back at this game, I mean, there were so many rounds that just, I feel like Wildcard was still in control of until they weren't, and that's where Chiefs ultimately found their in to this game.
Yeah, that's not the ideal situation for you to be relying on at this level of competition. You don't want rounds to be handed to you in those, chaotic moments at the end. But like you said, for the most part, Wildcard in control from start to finish. You could see it in the way that these rounds played out. They were taking the gunfights. They were the ones being the aggressors. Everything that Chiefs did was reactive.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I mean, at the end of the day, Guz, we are saying that it is too early to have the conversation for the Chiefs. Is it too early to have the conversation for Wildcard, though? Do we think that this could be that revitalized roster, that kind of kick up the butt that they've needed for this past 16 months?
Yeah, perhaps. And I think the one thing I'm really intrigued to probably get an opinion on from Vinny in the interview is, have there been any significant changes that are facilitating some of these improvements? I think the one that stood out to me in the first week is Milo, just his stats and his ability to really create plays. It's always been there, but it felt like it tapered off throughout last year. He went a bit MIA, so it's really good to see him getting back into the server, and overall it does really feel like they're starting to get a grip of the way they want to approach these games, and I know Vinny touched on that after their win in APAC South. So it seems like that wasn't just a one-off, and it's worked well against the Chiefs, who are obviously no pushover opponent.
Not only were his comments not a one-off, but nor are the interviews. Let's bring in Vince here, have a chat with what is, I'm sure, a very happy Vinny at the moment, mate. Kickstarting both APAC South and OCN with a victory. This one seems to be more convincing than the one against Fury. How does it feel to take down the Chiefs on the opening playday?
Yeah, I mean, it's the perfect start for us. We've put a lot of work in over the off-season, and to get 2 wins in the first week over both comps is obviously the perfect start for us.
You probably heard a little bit of the question before, Vin, but just want to ask, what changes have you guys made heading into the year? And more specifically, I think at least for me, Milo has stood up as someone who's really improved in the first week. Is that something specifically you've been focusing on, or just an after effect of these improvements overall?
Yeah, I definitely think it's an after effect. I think you'll find that throughout the season, everyone will kind of step up and have their good games. This first week, Milo's been obviously just killing everything in the lobby, which has been good, but in the off-season, we've made a massive point of collectively improving as a team, and one of the biggest things we decided early on was the way that we communicate with each other and how we communicate throughout the rounds. And I think, yeah, I don't know, when you see Karo and Milo fragging out, we're doing something right. It's kind of their job, and just facilitating them will definitely be like the way that we move forward.
Obviously, like last year for you guys, it was brutal. Let's be honest. You escaped relegation to come into 22. I mean, just run us through, Vinny. How does it feel, on game days like this with the team after such trial and tribulation? How does it feel to, find that success?
It's obviously more relief than anything at the moment. To go from kind of the way we were before last year, where it wasn't much of a challenge in any of the leagues, but now having a full year of just getting kind of tossed around was definitely a humbling experience. So I think we needed it as well. It's not a bad thing. It brought everyone back down to earth, and made us realize we need to work a lot harder to get back to that top level. Obviously, the goals are still to make lands, and hopefully we can make our first one this season.
Vinny, I think we're all hoping for that one, mate. Look, it's been a phenomenal start for you guys, and the conversation very much shifting from 2021 wildcard. I think that's almost in the books for now. But anything you want to say before we let you go?
Same as last night, same as always. Thanks to everybody for watching. Thanks to you guys for doing your job and making it enjoyable to watch. And yeah, hopefully more to come next week.
Stop messing with other players' settings, that's for damn sure, Vinny. Thank you very much for joining us, my friend. We will see you next week. But for the rest of you at home, stick around. It's Ground Zero taking on the Knights.
OCN has made me director, leading captain and manager of clutching. Now first up, we've got my 16th clutch in the last 3 months up here on the screen. Please pay attention. Without any further ado, let's get started. What you really want to do here is assess what map control you have and then see if the bombs. So right now I've just got a kill on Takanos, real easy stuff, especially by me. As I'm doing here, sort of just assessing what map control I have. Do you understand? You sort of get what I mean?
Wait, hang on. Why are you showing us how to clutch?
Well, because I clutch a lot. Oh, no, thanks.
Didn't you lose the 1v0 against Order to qualify for the major?
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you guys know that we are teaming up with the Oceanic Nationals for our new single, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Apple Music or any other streaming service that you use.
versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? The 50 champions. You never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. No! What have they done? They've just given
Impressive start from both Ludovica and Wildcard Gaming. We turn over to the second half of tonight's matches. The Knights, victors of Stage 1, go up against Ground Zero here.
They go up against Bliss after this, actually.
Oh, do they? Oh, I butchered that. I don't know why. It's in my notes. It's my notes. The Knights go up against Bliss after this. It's Kraken and Ground Zero head to head here. What are we expecting, Guz, as we look to Ground Zero first?
Probably expecting a better result than last stage. Both our expectation and surely as well the expectation of the roster themselves. Stage 1 didn't quite go to plan. They couldn't quite hang on to the likes of Odium and Bliss, who cracked into the top 4 and unfortunately were one of the teams in the bottom 4 alongside Vertex and Onami that we probably didn't expect to perform as poorly as they did. Clearly a cut below the rest of the competition. So excited to see if Ground Zero heading into this stage with Cake and jumping in for Brendo, if they'll improve and if they are a serious shot for the Apex South relegation spot.
Any thoughts in particular here, Blue Panda, as we look at a roster that I feel like it has done a bit of damage and kind of caused a bit of ruckus? What are they going to be able to do for Stage 2?
I'm sorry, what? Guys, the return of the prodigal son Kaken, who was such a key part of the roster. Stage 2 in the Challenge League last year, started the brilliant run that ultimately resulted in them qualifying for OCN, of course. I mean, he dipped in Stage 3, but we won't talk about that. He was an indomitable force on that roster. I mean, you think about it. The man, not only is he handsome as hell, but he was a support player who could hit his shots. He was consistently top of the leaderboard. He was one of the highest rated players in the entirety of Challenger League last year.
Kraken is who they go up against. A team that I think is going to cause some mixed reviews here. I'm waiting to see what they can pull out of the rabbit's hat. Blue Panda, I'll go to you first because, well, you should know everything there is to know about this roster.
Yeah, look, I suppose that's true. When you I stuck into their luggage, that's how I made it here, of course. But yeah, Kraken, I mean, you look at their run through the Challenger League. Stage 2, it wasn't even worth talking about. Stage 3, they come out of the gates. The only team that they fell to was Fury, who now obviously they're taken on in Ground Zero today. They absolutely stormed through Stage 1 of this year. I mean, it was such an easy breeze through that qualifier as well. It was like their opponents weren't even there.
Sheesh, that's a massive review for Kraken. Guz, do you back him in here?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I could back them in maybe with as much confidence as Blue Panda is, but no doubt expecting them to throw a spanner in the works of the league. I think if we're being grounded and realistic, their prospects of finishing in the top 2 teams eligible for Apex South relegations promos, it's very, very unlikely. I think they would basically need to finish like first or second and hope a lot of results go their way. So it's not a very realistic prospect. However, they are in a fantastic place now to really play against some strong opponents from the Oceanic region, garner a lot of experience, and then if it doesn't play out here for 2022, hopefully they can stick around for 23, and that's where they can really build up a bit of a name for themselves.
I feel like this is always the case, right? We always kind of come in with high hopes for the teams that have come up from OCL that have fought their way back in, and then they come in and you know what? They shock us every time. Blue Panda, is there anything that's going to be shocking about this roster that potentially we are not prepared for?
Well, I mean, this isn't actually their 5 core. One of their players can't play until next Playday, unfortunately. So Frankie is stepping in. He was a part of the roster initially. He played a phenomenal flank watch, but on the whole, I mean, they're a capable roster. Look, I'll be honest. As much as I hype them up, as much as I love the boys, I don't think they're going to be the Odium, the Exto to do commit to the deep run, go for the top 2 position. I reckon. Look, they'll do a bit of damage. They'll enjoy their time. They'll get some experience, and like Guz said, next year is probably going to be their year.
Tiltech, man. He's one of a kind. He is one of a kind. You know what? We're not going to go to Matt Veto's. We're just going to talk about Tiltech for a second.
He's a character, he really is.
Just soak it in while we can. Give it one more vroom, and we'll have a look at the map vetoes now. Entertainment done for the night. We can pack it in. The vetoes will be as such. I'm just going to say it's Clubhouse. I'm not even going to go through the bands. But, guys, we look at this one. Clubhouse, a map that has been so played throughout OCN for God knows how many years. We're seeing it for the first time in Stage 2 on first Playday.
Yeah, one of the more popular maps in Stage 1, and a map that always rewards really good structure, well-timed executes, etc. I think, again, and we haven't really seen it played at all in whether it be Apex South or the Oceanic Nationals thus far, is Sens. I think there's real opportunity for teams to really innovate with that operator on this particular map. I think especially CCTV Cache, a map which is already falling out of favor for the defense, is going to be incredibly difficult to defend against that particular operator. Time will tell whether or not we see it in play, but I think once more the initiation really has to be shown here by Kraken. They're the underdogs heading into this matchup. Ground Zero should have them numbered, and it's up to them, I think, to really put the best foot forward and see if they can disrupt that.
Blue Panda, you know these teams better than most. Ground Zero obviously coming into 2022 as the OCL representatives from 21. Kraken now from Stage 1 to Stage 2. They go to Clubhouse. What are we thinking? Where's the direction going here? Where are you leaning?
Oh, this one's hard to call. I mean, Stage 1, I don't think we truly got to see what Kraken are capable of. Yeah, they were pushed a couple of times, but even then, you're still talking, 70% of what they're actually capable of. Ground Zero, it wasn't the stage they wanted, Stage 1. They far fell short of their expectations. But I mean, you got Kaken coming back with the roster, who was such an integral part of the team that found success in Stage 2. You've got President again. He was one of the best IGLs to come out of OCL. And then you got Tuhan. Look, I think losing Quiz probably took more out of the team than they initially expected. Tuhan and Quiz with this dynamic duo, an absolute threat on the roam, almost unstoppable on the entry. So, I mean, look, they've had to do a bit of rebuilding, trying to figure out their identity. But, I mean, with Kaken coming back, he's a voice of reason in the team, and I reckon he could be that stability linchpin.
The voice of reason, that sounds spicy. Of all the people, Kaken does not seem like the voice of reason, that is for damn sure. It is time to get underway. To run you through the action, I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to go sit back with a bag of popcorn, because this is sure to be nothing short of a barn burner. Ground Zero taking on Kraken. You two enjoy.
Well, guys,
I'm sure we will. I'm very excited. Thank you, Manic. I'm glad to be here with someone fresh. Blue. I don't think... Have we casted before as well? I don't think we have either, right? Maybe we have a long time ago. I'm not sure, but...
No.
Yeah.
The only person I've quote-unquote worked with out of the OCN team would be Mandy, and at the time she was the observer. I was casting. I'm looking forward to the opportunity potentially working with the rest of you. But yeah, no, first time for us, Guz. We kick things off with a... Look, it's going to be a stage setup. Kraken kicking off on the attack. It's a team. They're all mates. That seems to be one of their advertising points. They constantly talk about how if they're not playing comp, they're scrimming together, they're playing other games together, they're in having a bit of fun, but they're going to start it off. We already see the crutch pick, quote unquote, removed.
Yeah, the most overpowered attacker in the game right now, Finker, at least in ranked. Best pick rate, best win rate, or one of the better win rates with that LMG and grenades in hand. Dealt with Maverick as well, no slouch on Clubhouse. Kaid followed up here on the defense. Pretty expected with Mav taken off the board. Don't want to be dealing with Kaid, bit of a pain in the butt, and Valkyrie followed through as well. So we do see both new ops make it through. As Army sends both available, and again, expecting that we might see them brought out here. Really hoping we see some Sense gameplay. I know the cases are limited, but if there's any map and any objective like top floor that we might see it is here as the good luck, have fun to come out in the chat.
Yeah, Catgirl elements back at it again. Look, it is what it is. We love the lad, but he always makes some interesting content. Not quite the same as Tiltech, but he's always there. Kicking things off with a bit of basement defense, and yeah, look, I'm excited to see a bit of Sens. I think they'll fit into this map quite well. But going into this, Kraken are a team. They can be quite dynamic. Hunter made a name for himself in Oceanic Challenge League playing the shield, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that does slip out at some point.
May well do. As Army being brought out here though for the first offensive effort from GZ. Kaken newly brought back to this roster, seeing if maybe he can rejuvenate this team who need a big stage. And the community vote backing them in for this one. 63% of the viewers at home expecting Ground Zero to take this, and I think overall probably a fairly reasonable split. I honestly would back in Ground Zero a little bit heavier, but again, some reservations after their Stage 1 performance.
Yeah. The two most recently qualified Challenger League teams, and I say that knowing full well that Ludovica are here as well. They didn't qualify in the traditional sense, they auto-promoted, so technically still stands. We see the Thatcher on the board for the attack. I mean, they've got the tools to be able to do it. They have everything they need to get these hatches open, get walls open into the site itself, but the frag is on Ground Zero. They're some of the best in the competition.
Let's see what the pacing's like from Kraken though on these attacks, and it looks like already trying to get some quick map control. Hunter already on these garage rafters, a decent power position to hold and cutting off some of those rotations that the defenders could make if playing off-site. But it looks like most of Ground Zero are on the objective. One red outline over towards main stairs, probably just there to cut down drones. We'll have to wait and see how that develops, but not expecting too many early engagements between these two.
Yeah, I mean, it's also worth remembering historically, Ground Zero, this ex-Fury roster, were the one team that Kraken could never quite overcome. They were always the bane when it came to this head-to-head matchup. So Kraken, they're looking to strike at the heart of the competition right now. Tiltek already starting to get some of these avenues down to the basement open. EMP out. It's going to be interesting to see what that sort of enables the frag grenades as well to follow up. But already a pretty significant retreat from Blue.
Azami though could look to reinforce this position, and Weddles may look to relocate there and claim some control back, but at the moment probably a little bit too risky, especially with any wayward grenades from above. So like the Hunter. Elsewhere though, Kraken getting to good work on the vert. Hatches seemingly opened, and I'm sure with the buck in Tiltek's hands alongside that skeleton key will open up the soft floor as well, exposing a lot of these positions, preventing the hatch drop. And once those are exposed and monitored by the attack, I think Kraken will actually be in a really good spot. Again, time management really strong. No engagements really to speak of, so they've been able to get through unscathed. And at the moment, it really is just a case of setting up this attack and then being able to execute it.
I mean, the information game has been very impressive so far, looking to get nice and deep. And Pluto's already into Moto right now. It's a question of whether or not Ground Zero are aware of this forward position out of Kraken Esports, given the timing, given the position, the impact trick to try and deny that church wall being open. But Hunter will be the one to kick it off. A quick trade back from Brexel. He finds two for himself, make that three. It's all across the board, just a frag fest right now. The Azami, the Kiba barricade there to stop the push in through church elements, and Tiltek have a job on their hands right now. Cake into fall, a big kill from Tiltek, and with President in dirt, they know they have his number right now. They will go for the plant and set themselves up for the post.
Really difficult position to retake, but if they feed ones, it may be possible. President cleanly finds the first, and now Tiltek, who's been sharp in this round, needs to hold on over towards short. President, his final canister used to cover that position, cover that retake route, and now he can look to potentially bait out the diffuser. He hugs the wall, he hits it once. Will he stick? Tiltek punches the Kiba barricade, but he doesn't land the shot. This gives President an in, but he doesn't find it, and Tiltek able to convert the post.
Oh man, I've lost count of the number of times that I've seen a buck opt into the skeleton key in those close quarters situations to great effect, and it works for Tiltek. A triple for him in his Oceanic Nationals debut to boot. I think that might just throw Ground Zero a little bit. I mean, they've escaped that Challenger League mentality of just a heavy, relentless assault by the numbers, and Kraken coming in, proving that they aren't just another Challenger League team.
Attackers need to locate.
Yeah, it was really well done there by Kraken. I think the most impressive part was perhaps not even the execute itself, but the way in which they were able to set it up and still overcome some of the challenges that did come their way. Frixel on site over towards the Soda Machine did a really good job in closing out a lot of that attack, but it was pretty relentless ultimately from Kraken, and clearly the post there well played by Tiltek. A 3K to kick things off. Not a bad way to debut in OCN.
Right now, we head back to CCTV, or head to CCTV for the first time rather this stage. No settings just yet. Obviously Kraken on their debut. Probably not going to want to push the envelope too much. They're going to want to stick with what they know has historically worked.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
So
bomb.
across the board, pretty cookie cutter. Pluto playing that support traditionally for this team. On the Thermite, they've got the Thatcher as well. So they're going to have a pretty free opening on this breach.
Could imagine so, and hence it's one of the reasons why this is a very tricky site to defend. If the bandit trick doesn't land, once the wall's open, it exposes so much of the site. It's tricky to retake, it's also difficult to deny the plant too, and in the post, well, you can always forget about retaking the site. Kaken, will he hit the first charge? No, just places it on the wrong barricade, but it was the Exothermic and Salma duo from the Thermite and the Ace, so it's really the lesser of two evils that you're trying to hit. Probably would have preferred the Ace to have opened up the line of sight as opposed to a full entry like that, but nonetheless, probably the best Kaken could have made from that situation.
Yeah, really well played on the side of Kraken, of course, baiting it out, making sure that they at least get something open there. Tiltek pushing in across, having pushed that Jacuzzi wall position. He's on the hunt, and he's one of the most potent fraggers on this roster as well. You wouldn't think it, unfortunately, especially when he's going toe-to-toe with someone like Kaken. I've cursed it, unfortunately.
Can Kraken bring back around? A man down. Clubhouse of all maps is one where you really, really do need all 5 alive, or at least hold even with the opposition when it comes to an execute on the attack. This just gives Ground Zero a bit more freedom to allow their players to get a little bit more aggressive. Wedables capitalizes to find Frankie. Elements finally does find something though for Kraken, and they've actually pushed the site. Taken down though by Kaken close by. Pluto looks to stick, Hunter to cover.
Plan will be successful. Pluto relocates with the post. 3-2. Well and truly manageable here for Ground Zero. They need to hit their shots though. They need to find one of these two operators at least present, with the smoke canisters trying to deter. Wedables heading outside the long run. Is he successful? Yes, he is. Pluto down. It's all in the hands of Hunter. Jumps in. Can't do it. Kaken for his third. And President gifted that defuse as well. And Ground Zero, they rally quite comfortably in the second.
Disable the bomb diffuser.
Really good way to close things out there for Ground Zero. Not the cleanest phase of the round, allowing that diffuser to get stuck down. However, they did the dirty work really in the beginning stages of the round. It paid dividends for them later on, having that man count and the confidence to go for aggressive peaks, particularly outside of the main wall. Well done there in the post. The scoreline now 1 apiece, and we'll go over to gym and bedroom.
Off across the map, Ground Zero obviously not quite as happy with how that basement went, so they're going to go somewhere new, try something a little bit different. Kraken, largely the same across the board. The only significant difference that I'm seeing right now is a Hibana instead of a Thermite, and there's still possibilities that could change. What I am seeing though, the M870 in the hands of Wedables.
Okay. Okay, how do you even analyze this? I mean, certainly an intriguing pocket pick. I'm trying to think, where is Wedables actually going to play this and get value from it? I guess it does open up opportunities to play close by some of the main breaches, whether it be aggro in server, for example, perhaps even Jacuzzi. Certainly an interesting approach. On top of that, I mean, it offers you the ability to create rotates, but Kaken already could have managed that. So, look, I guess we're just going to have to sit back and wait and see what happens, because it's not typical whatsoever.
It looks at it might just be that hover around Jim, but yeah, look, it's a bit of a pocket cannon in the right hands. And Wedables has proved in the past that he is the man with a plan. So we'll see if he can make it happen here. But that's ambitious. That is very ambitious.
Tiltek with a shotgun of his own, looking to enter over towards CCTV. Good information onto Frixel, lying prone on that wall. An easy kill for Kraken, and we'll see if they can capitalize that.
Yeah, look, the power of the yellow pings. Manic was touching on it earlier. Frankie right now trying to open up some of these windows, give themselves some lines of sight. Wedables, I think, just face tanked that breaching charge, and he did indeed. That is big damage, and that could come back to bite him later in the round.
That's right, he's got the shotgun, so he'll be fine. He's probably only going to be good for one anyway. We'll have to wait and see. Probably not the worst position to play on those vaults. Anyone jumps in. It'll just be an easy one tap for Wettables to find that pick. Doesn't necessarily need to worry too much about finding the head. Interesting EMP placement here from Elements, looking to clear some utility for the rest of his team. And with 1:30 to go, they're not in the worst of positions. Progression looking quite nice. Diffuser in the hands of Pluto in cash, which has been relatively easy control for the attack. And I think Ground Zero at the moment probably sweating just a little bit. This is a long amount of time to try and sustain a defense.
Well, I mean, at the moment, we haven't even seen that contest over towards Jacuzzi. So far, it's just been testing the waters around these windows, trying to scout out what they've got. Wettables, he's gone for the relocate. I think maybe it was that, you know, we want a Frost, but we also need a Jaeger, so he opted to be the Frost. Matt, the jump in, somehow Pluto, with the help of his team, comes out on top. Kaken dropped, and the losses, they just keep coming one by one on the top of main stairs. This is where Wettables could do the work he needs to swing in. Pluto, of course, he takes two hands scalp. Wettables, what can he do to deny? Absolutely nothing. It's looking like an absolute wash. President's downstairs. The plant goes through, and unfortunately, I mean, that is a significant misposition.
Kraken doing a lot of good work in this round, and Ground Zero having absolutely no answer. It's flawless from the attack, and Kraken makes a statement.
I mean, you think back historically, guys, the three teams that have sort of come through into the OCN from OCL. You're looking Overt, now obviously Ludovica, Ground Zero, formerly Fury, and now Kraken. Their debut matches weren't quite the start that we're seeing at a Kraken. I think maybe Ludovica had something similar. It was a while ago now, but so far, Kraken are proving that they can go toe-to-toe with the big boys. Yeah, it's not done yet, but it's a promising start.
Yeah, certainly. Promising is the perfect word, I think, for the way in which this has played out. Attacking on Clubhouse, certainly not the easiest of tasks. You could argue, perhaps, that with Habana still making it through and a couple of other bands probably going the way of the attack, it does even things out a little bit, but this is completely new territory for this team, for these players. And probably a bit of pressure coming alongside that to impress, to perform, and to have a good stage. So let's see if they can keep this ball rolling. Last time they played this site, this previous round, quite strong. Early picks, quick cash control, ticking off a lot of those boxes, which sometimes can be really difficult to achieve. So I wonder if Ground Zero may invest a little bit more on the eastern side of the map this time, try and slow that down, perhaps find a pick or two for themselves, and not allow Kraken to dictate the tempo of the round, which they did perfectly last time.
Well, Wettables is back at it again, which I would imagine goes to prove that this isn't some sort of pocket pick. This is the actual strategy that Ground Zero are bringing to this bomb site. And I suppose without the likes of a smoke or a mute on the board, you need something to be able to help edit the site. Yeah, look, the Super Short is great and all, but it is rather limited in what it's capable of. Look, you got to respect it. It's ambitious. If it works, it's going to make for a highlight clip.
Again, really quick, easy control here for Kraken. I find it incredibly interesting that Ground Zero are doing zero extension on this side of the map. It gives them so much free reign. You don't necessarily need to absolutely hold this position to the end of the round, but it creates such a big buffer through con through to the side itself. And to give that up for free, it seems to be very costly at the moment for Ground Zero. And they're not still retaining the man count elsewhere. Another opening pick for Kraken. It's Frixel taken down. And once more, it's feeling very, very similar to the previous round.
Almost exactly. So far, it was Tiltech fighting the run to Frixel in that round too. Wettables forced out of his position by the gym window. Again, everything so far is much the same of how Kraken played the last one. The only significant difference being that last round it was the drop through Logi with multiple members. Right now, they've taken the control over to Cash. Kaken, what a kill onto Elements out through that master bedroom window. Brings it back to even territory. But Kraken have proved that, you know, their ultimate goal isn't necessarily the hard breach, which has already been done.
Yeah, losing the Thatcher from this point, it's really just a gun. I don't think the EMPs are necessarily going to have much of an impact, and Kraken now will probably swivel their focus over towards Logi once more, but I mean, they're just finding kills. They are already pressuring the site. Wettables in a 1 versus 4 with 1 minute on the clock. It is falling to pieces for Ground Zero on this site. Wettables is good for 1, but with the shotgun, he can't find any more than that, and Kraken on gym bedroom looking very difficult to beat.
Look, that one will make it into the montage at some point. Ground Zero, understandably, after a brutal 4 rounds, started off call of attack timeout. I mean, can you safely say, guys, at this point, Kraken coming into the competition, we didn't get to see them actually play a qualifier match because their opponents disbanded. Would this have been what you expected?
I am a little bit flabbergasted at the moment of what we're seeing. I think the last 2 rounds from Ground Zero, and it is only 2 rounds out of 7 play days, so you can't extrapolate it too much.
Keeping in mind that this also isn't the core 5. One of their players
exactly.
can't play till next week.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit weird, I think, the way in which Ground Zero are approaching this game. Playing the same site the exact same way twice, and in fact probably doing worse even on the second attempt, is always concerning. But you flip that storyline into a positive, and Kraken out of the gates, exploiting these weaknesses, playing some really solid seeds, so can't really fault them too much in the way they're approaching this matchup. So it's certainly developed into something a lot more interesting than I think I probably gave this matchup credit for. I think many probably expected Ground Zero to run away with this one a little bit. I know the prediction was perhaps maybe not quite that one-sided, but clearly Kraken are here to play.
Yeah, look, I know Ducky's going to be happy behind the scenes. He's a bit of a Kraken fan. He copied my homework coming into predictions, but I'll allow it for now. So far, look, it's an impressive start. They've still got 2 rounds to play in the half, though. I mean, Clubhouse, one of the most even maps across the board at the moment, still leaning a little bit more towards the defensive side, but 3 off the rip on the attack for Kraken. That's got to be comfortable ground for them.
100%. Back down to basement. Go. President narrowly did not win a clutch on one of the previous attempts. Came down to a 1 versus 2. President was isolated inside of dirt. Probably the absolute worst position he could have found himself in at that point in time, but he's still almost made it work. So if they could tidy up this particular site, try and drain a bit more time, perhaps they could flip this result. Looking at Kraken though, it's very standard lineup on this site. Absolutely nothing experimental being brought out. You have double hard breach, you have the Thatcher super safe, you have Hunter to gather info and 2 nades, and then Tiltek for the vert. And last time they played this site, all of those roles were fulfilled very well.
Early tentative gunfights over towards the garage stairs. Nothing just yet. It will be a back off right now. Kraken, they're just looking to get those establishing points in the map, set themselves up, deny some of that flank potential with the Claymores. And again, Ground Zero not overly willing to get involved in any significant engagements.
Interesting that Elements is the player on the attack being posted up top blue. I guess perhaps Kraken not really needing that EMP utility at the moment, and probably the right call. No Kaid is available, so I don't think those EMPs are going to have much of an impact, at least initially. Might help a little bit later on in disabling some of those ADS devices if a position needs to be cleared, but outside of that, the Thatcher really just a safety pick at this point and making sure that Kraken have all of their bases covered.
Limited to no resistance so far on the initial campaign into the map for Kraken. They've got some impressive ground so far, and they're primed and ready to make that push onto the site. And sort of the next 30 to 40 seconds, just a lot of threat, next to no real resistance. Already down main stairs, they're in a great spot to push into Moto and almost play this round out like the last time.
It's been really the story of the match so far. A bit of deja vu on these attacks, but Kraken are executing the same sorts of plays and play style back-to-back on objectives, and Ground Zero as well doing the same, but obviously on the back foot. Round deficit, and this site not particularly successful for them either. That's not a bad little win though for Cake, and trying to get some of that Selma utility from the ace off the main wall. Does a decent job to deny some of it, but now the wall is open. Fortunately though, he has the perfect counter. The Kyber barrier directly responds to close it.
I mean, if we're going to play this one out, almost a repeat from last time, it's going to be a double here for Frexel. Spots Pluto, but no, not going to give him the opening or the opportunity to swing, and aggressively Hunter follows it up. It's just overwhelming. Luckily, Edibles finds 2, plus the 2 from Kaken, and all of a sudden the reverse Uno card comes out. Element says, actually, this might not be where I want to be. Relocates himself, no control of the diffuser, and a magnificent adjustment there from Ground Zero.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, the play on the main wall there from Ground Zero really strong in denying that entry from Kraken. Forced to filter through Moto. Always going to be tough to win that trade. In the 1v3, it's asking a lot from Elements, and Ground Zero tidy up that basement defense.
Well, a reprieve, if nothing else, for Ground Zero. It was what they needed. They made the changes that, cost them that round in the first. So we aren't, again, sort of leaning back to what we expected in terms of the half score being a 3-3. They've got one more to find before that happens, but they have previously won CCTV, which is where we head next.
Question is now, can Kraken
Attackers need to locate
actually
and
establish a lead on the attack at the end of the half? That would be incredibly impressive and probably equally frightening for Ground Zero, who perhaps heading into this game, I'm sure they would never expect a win to be free. I don't think any team would ever really do that, but probably not expecting as much pressure and the level of execution perhaps that we have seen in this match so far. So let's see how this one does play out. I think the key thing that probably didn't go the way of Ground Zero last time we saw this side, which ultimately didn't cost them, but it wasn't ideal. The bandit trick didn't quite land, but that was really well played by Kraken. They did the Thermite and Ace combo. Very, very tricky to counter. I'm sure this time though, Kaken probably looking to find the Thermite charge this time just because the sun was not going to open up quite as big of a breach and perhaps might alleviate some of that early time pressure.
We're going to get it, Guz. We're getting it here. I did say Hunter might pull out the pocket. It's the Monty coming into play. The initial iteration of Kraken, Stage 2 last year, the first map they won, they had a horrendous start to the season, and then they started putting Hunter on the shield operators. He plays it so exceptionally well, to the point where Stage 3 last year, almost every single match, he was target banned.
Wow, okay. That's some good info. Let's see whether or not Hunter is able to actually capitalize on that pick heading in to this round, and it could well be the pocket pick required for Kraken to get this off the ground. Once more, the bandit utility. What role would it play? It looks like it's a pretty good juggle from Cake, and it gets both sides of utility perfectly timed. A significant improvement on last attempt.
Need to go for the toss here almost, but again, it's a bit of a mistiming. Kaken sets down 2, keeps 2 in pocket. So Kraken, you can see the discussion, the cogs whirring in the back of the head, sort of how do we play this? What do we want to do? And it seems that the call might be just forget it entirely. We don't want to be dealing with this. Play off of the shield, play off a Hunter. Let him be that nuisance and that distraction factor.
Yeah, don't particularly mind this call. If they're able to transition a couple of players across back to Con, apply pressure from the backside and link up with the Monty later on in the round, it could well work out. But Frixel, what role can he play? Pops up, lands the shot, and the diffuser hits the deck.
That is an unbelievably unfortunate kill. Hunter, he's going to find the down. They follow up with a kill on the President, and they've just gone and circumvented this entire setup and said we're going to punch in from a different direction. Hunter, now on rafters, Kaken has his sights trained on it. Look at the spread. Ground Zero just can't cover the ground they need to.
Man advantage, but the diffuser needs to be collected, and it is. Pressure applied here from Kaken, who mainly at the moment needs to worry about the vault-in. The wall does not have a rotate unless the attack can come across and open it up.
50 seconds, Kaken going to go for the relocate, tries to keep eyes on that window. 2-hun there in support. You can see GZ all pulling back to try and make this last-ditch hold. Info gained as we hear the sensor going off, and you can see multiple bodies from Kraken. Hunter in, looking for the reverse plant. They're running through. Kaken down to the nade. 2-hun trying to threaten. He hasn't even got a kill. He's so lost right now. Luckily, they do get the kill onto Hunter, but it comes too little too late. 2-hun in the sight. He's been found and spotted. Tiltek tagged up, forced off the engagement for now. But that timer ticking away means that 2-hun needs to force something and make a play. Does he see? And not much. All he sees is Elements. Dead already, almost on the ground. Defuse attempt here from 2-hun. Frankie, you got to make something, and he does. Kraken kick off their first match of Nationals with a 4-2 half.
What an impressive start. What an impressive debut. 4 rounds on the attack. Cannot be understated. That is an impressive effort against any opponent. Stepping up to this level for the very first time. So Kraken can pat themselves on the back for that performance. Not only have they got the lead, but they also bled Ground Zero's tactical timeout, which could play a part later on in this matchup. However, though, they can't prematurely celebrate. Still potentially a long way to go in this matchup, and perhaps again with the the bans in play, it could end up shifting towards the attack in this one. So Kraken need to remain focused, take the little wins as they come, but let's see what they've got.
Well, what we've got is the skill cannon coming through. Frankie on the Ella with the FO12. I mean, they're a unique wee team in the ANZ ecosystem. They will lean into what they feel comfortable on, and Frankie obviously feels comfortable with the Polish operator.
Seems like shotguns in general are being leaned into on this particular side today, so I don't know why that's the flavour of the day, but I'm here for it. Throw something fun into the mix. Now, big difference here already. Kraken. Extension. Over towards Cash, over towards Server. We did not see this really at all, I think it's fair to say, from Ground Zero. It was very laissez-faire on that side of the map. They kind of just let the attackers sort of do what they want and trusted their ability to hold the site. Kraken, though, taking a much more proactive and aggressive approach, getting in the face of this attack. Obviously carries with it a little bit more risk, but the rewards, if they pull it off, far greater than just sitting on site.
Yeah, I mean, the most concerning thing to me after that initial half, I mean, is Tuhan, who, you know, in his time in the Oceanic Challenge League was one of the most standout players when it came to the fragging department. Absolutely fragless in that first half. And, I mean, it feels like since, you know, that pairing of Quiz and Tuhan was broken up, he's lost all steam.
Yeah. Quite disappointing. On the ace roll for this round, so with the AK in hand, may well see him rejuvenate a little bit in the forthcoming round as he rotates over towards Jacuzzi, links up with Kaken and Prez, and that is their next target. So Ground Zero going for a very standard approach here on this site to counter the defensive setup, pinch from both sides, try to keep Kraken guessing as to which way the execute's actually going to come from, because if Kraken invests too much utility on this side of the map, for instance, towards the east, then Jacuzzi is weakened and vice versa. So don't mind the approach from Ground Zero, and clearly they haven't bled any picks or wasted much utility in the process.
You can see Pluto rotating around, trying to find the position that he wants to hunker himself down and join this team as one of the best anchors in the Challenger League as well. You put him on one of those SAS operators and he's going to do work. We'll see, can he do it here in this defense, given that Jacuzzi's already open and he's tucked in playing on the mute. You can see just cracking the communication where they're going to be heading to try and deal with it. It is, I have just realised, Iron Sights FO12 to boot, guys.
It's the only way to play it. Only way to play it. Could pay dividends as well. I mean, against a hatch drop, could be good for at least a couple of kills. Has been spotted out though, so we'll see whether or not Ground Zero can capitalize.
Element's got some info there. He just spotted the player crossing the breach out on that Jacuzzi balcony. Pluto tucked into the corner, and look at the info. The Prisma's generating as well. The nade popped in. So how does Pluto live in that situation? Just tucks himself in behind the exercise machine, returns with one of his own. The Nitro, it's good for the kill onto President. How is this being allowed right now? The spray, not quite enough from Elements, and will give Tuhan his first kill in the round. They slow once again though, Guz.
So much back and forth, so many close engagements. I mean, Tuhan now super low, Pluto off the back of the nade as well. On the verge of death, but he's still in such a powerful position. Can cover the breach, can cover the vault, but Tiltek can't cover his angles no longer. Wettables with the LMG finds that pick. Hunter has to force himself back in towards the site, denies that vault, and with 5 seconds to go, Ground Zero must push. Frankie slapped to the ground, and now it's Hunter who's relocated in. Con, who just needs to play the timer, and he does it to perfection.
Look, as much as I'm a Kraken fan, even I'm a bit perplexed at this stage, guys. This is not at all the start that I anticipated. I had high hopes that they'd come into the competition and make a mark on it, but I didn't think they'd be taking down Ground Zero in this manner. And look, I'm hesitant to call them out of this just yet, but a scoreline of 5-2, that would require a pretty significant turnaround.
Certainly damning, the scoreline at the moment, and it's not just the score, it's the way in which I think they've approached the game and they've executed their game plan as a whole. For the most part, it has actually been some pretty clean siege, and as you mentioned, with the addition of a sub as well, right? So pretty incredible that they're actually performing the way in which they are, and I think full credit as well to Frankie, jumping in, holding their own, not necessarily dragging the team down like often is the case with a substitute. So really well done so far, and they're so close to, at the very least, pushing overtime. And I think anything more than that is a huge victory for this squad.
And we do see Pluto picking up his army. And the much superior weapon as well, the ACS-12 in hand. The Biscuit Tin Cannon. It's a pretty potent weapon. It's great at editing sights as well. So look, I hope we can find something. We'll see.
Maybe. Keen to see as well if maybe Frankie is going to play aggro on the roam with the K1A. Try to bleed some time here from the attack, and it looks like time will be bled. Let's see how much of it drips out though as Ground Zero do go for the top-down take. President with the exothermic once more will place that high on the wall. Interesting flame here early on in the round. I'm assuming a canister at the garage door. Frixel waits for it to burn out. Gets in, takes down the default, and I assume his role will be to claymore off the ladder. Eventually, perhaps, after maybe getting this kill and then sit blue, but all eyes now on this Mozzie, Tiltek running amok upstairs.
Yeah, Tiltek, the current KD record holder in the Challenger League, sent a map of Chalet and went 14-2. Unfortunately, his teammate Luna also went 7-1, so he's tied for that record. He was a little bit upset about that one, but he's a very innovative fragger, let's put it that way. He's always finding those off positions, always crisp on the headshots, and I mean, if he can find a flank, he's going to do some significant damage.
On the topic of damage, Ground Zero will be looking to inflict some soon. Starting to approach the halfway point on the round, and they are still just making sure that the top floor is clear. And they'll be hoping sooner rather than later they can allow players like Wettables, for example, to transition downstairs and start getting to work with the Skeleton Key and actually apply pressure onto the site, because for the most part, outside of that sort of initial little cat and mouse game upstairs, I think Kraken have just looked so comfortable at the moment, really cutting down this attack.
Oh boy. Yeah, look.
I see what you see.
I'm not surprised Tiltek's headed over that way. He's been pinged out though, it seems. They know where he is and he's going to be shut down. The audacity punished there going into the final 50.
No stat, but look at the time. Only about 45 seconds remains. Still doable for Ground Zero, so we cannot count them out, but they need to be super, super quick here. Pop those hatches open, get a bit of vert. If you're going to go for a hatch drop, commit to it early. Make sure that drones are up for any potential flanks. Tuhan, meanwhile, goes over towards triple, looking to open that up, needs an EMP to allow that to be popped, and will do so. Not bad so far as the impact doesn't land. Tuhan doesn't quite land his shots either though, so a potential 5v3 goes begging.
Pluto, there he goes. The ACS-12 rips the head off of Frixel to bring it back to the 4 versus 4 players hunkered down on the site. Kaken takes elements, so do they follow up with the kill onto Frankie. 7 seconds to make it happen. They flood on through Hunter. He absolutely stalls this out. They pushed in. President tucked in by Church. Looking to make it happen. Tuhan finds 1 and 2 to close it out. Ground Zero, a narrowly avoided disaster of a round. They're going to breathe a sigh of relief, but guys, they've still got more work to do.
Still heaps of work to do. A close round. They fought to the bitter end, but did a good job in closing out a position that arguably wasn't particularly favourable. They had about 45 seconds to go in the 5v4, and they made sure to make the most of every second that was remaining, even when it looked like maybe they were going to get stalled out. Did a good job to eventually get that plant down. And Tuhan, we have been waiting and waiting and waiting for him to activate on this map, and there probably was no better time than that to really start adding onto his frag count.
Well, unfortunately, not to be, but I'm excited seeing Pluto picking up the smoke here in a CCTV defense. I've lost count of the number of times that I've seen him clutch up from that anchor position on a defense. So if he finds his stride in that situation, once the execute goes down, he could be the difference maker.
First taste of upstairs here. Let's see what Kraken can bring to the table. First taste of their defense, I should clarify. The big difference, I think, from Kraken's approach to their counterparts in GZ is they are electing not to bring the bandit. So they're basically opening the door for the main breach to be opened, suggesting they have confidence that the rafters hold with Frankie, for example, and other elements of their defense is going to hold up against that barrage. Ground Zero are likely a team. If they see the breach open and they see an opportunity to get a plant down, they're going to take that straight away.
I'm just wondering how long it is before we see Kraken dip into the pocket once again for Hunter. Him on a clash. He's a pretty terrifying beast to behold. So I wonder maybe if we do see this hit that 5-5 mark, whether or not he'll pull it out. President on the job. Exothermic onto that CCTV wall. He's going to let it rip, given that obviously the changed up Ute Jammers from, last year now means that is a possibility. So, yeah, Kraken, they're backing themselves into dealing with this once the execute comes.
Silence across the map. Not much really happening at the moment, but President drops to open up Con. Apply some pressure on that position. Weddable's also alongside. He's going to run straight in. That is such an incredible play. I love that. The exothermic opening 2 walls at once. Weddables gets an absolutely incredible entry there for GZ, and now it's a 4v4.
We had a team in Challenger League last stage try that. It did not work. He was far too close to the exothermic. So if you're watching, guys, that's how you meant to do it. One apiece, though. Frankie for Frexel. And that, look, whether or not that could prove detrimental given the utility clear that they might have to deal with going later into the round. Shields, Cuba barricades, all the rest of it, they are going to have to play off of their gun skill if they want to find success this round.
60 seconds. We've seen Ground Zero work well in the late round. But it just feels like maybe this could be too tall of a mountain to climb. The positions from Kraken still quite strong. And the Nitro as well in play from Tiltech lurking down below. If Ground Zero aren't careful, if they leave it too late, Tiltech could well be the difference maker.
Final 37 seconds. Toxic Canis is out trying to cover that con wall. Stuns in deep. The EMP. Pluto hit with the full white screen, but has a shotgun in hand, ready to resist. Tiltech below. He's done it not with a Nitro cell, but with his guns. Kraken, they hold on in the 9th, and Guz, they are sitting primed and ready to take their first map here in the Nationals.
Absolutely love that play behind the Kiba barrier. Super well executed there from Kraken. They are bleeding enough time to rely on this approach to the defensive setups. Really well done. Tiltech as well, super sharp down below, but it all kicked off here. Absolutely love this play from Weddables. Frankie had no idea what hit them, and no fault of their own. I mean, a pretty unexpected play, very explosive, and very well executed as well, but it did all fall apart, unfortunately, there. In the end, a good recovery effort from the defense, and Kraken, their OCN debut, match 1, 3 match points and a fantastic opportunity to jump up the standings.
Not just that, but the vendetta that's been building since Stage 2 last year. The one team that they just could not overcome. Despite every investment that they put into the competition, they were unable to deal with the Fen Fury roster. And for them to kick off their Nationals campaign, taking them down the way that they are, look, redemption, you love to see it, and it's just affirmation that they deserve to be here.
100%. But as we always say, you still have to seal the deal. It's no point getting to match point and then floundering. Obviously, you would at least secure 1 point, but every point's critical, especially for Kraken. Not only will they not want to get relegated back down out of OCN, but they also want to keep any chance alive of APAC South. It's a very tall ask. A lot of math needs to go their way. They need teams like Ground Zero and the likes to have a pretty poor stage and for them to go absolutely nuclear. But they may as well put every chance they can forward, right? There's absolutely nothing to lose for Kraken at all in this stage, and they are showing so far in this matchup. They are coming out on fire. Can Ground Zero mount a response though? It has been a bit of a slow game for them so far, but they have had some glimpses of brilliance, and I think that's for them probably going to be the most disappointing thing from this match if they lose, because they've been in some rough spots, but they've brought rounds back. Unfortunately though, it just hasn't been consistent enough to really pose a threat in this match at the moment.
I mean, moments of brilliance. It's really the two shining sparks that are Kaken and Weddables that have been just dragging them through the majority of this matchup. I mean, you look 9-7 for Wet, 10-6 for Kaken. The rest of the team 5 or less across the board. In fact, Kaken has the same number of kills as 3 of his teammates combined right now. So hopefully, you know, in the coming weeks, Ground Zero can figure it out. Tiltech dropped a lovely little nade there and the confirm from Tuhan. And that is the first hurdle out of the way.
A pretty big hurdle indeed, Tiltech. He's been dangerous. He's been one of the big players to watch for Kraken in the past and also today. But now we get to see the resilience of Kraken. Can they actually bring a position like this back? I think, again, time is going to be of the essence. And we say it so often in Siege, but it really is that second enemy of the attack. And Ground Zero need to continually keep up this pace. With Jacuzzi being opened up, things aren't looking too bad. 60 seconds, more than enough time from this position to formulate something.
Kraken, you can see they're just bracing themselves for that onslaught that is coming their way. I'm interested to see if Frankie can do much here with that FO12, because if he lines it up correctly, he could almost single-handedly take the team down.
Maybe. Time will tell, though. Ground Zero mounting for something. How clean will this push be? No room for error. It needs to be flawless from this point onwards. Do not give Kraken an opportunity. With 30 seconds left, Ground Zero needs to start thinking about this execute ASAP.
So you just tucked into Jim. I would imagine it's probably Pluto once again. No, it's not actually. It's Hunter tucked in there with the Russian SMG. He's going to find the first there for his team. Hunt. It's going to be a big kill on a 200, but Elements is on the ground. Finds the prone kill onto Frixel. Winnable might be the redemption that they need. The concussion to come through. The FO12 pays out. Kraken, they need one more in their debut for the victory. Kaken, can he do anything? He's got no time. Kraken are going to take the win.
Oh my god, what a game from Kraken. First game in the OCN and a first victory for the team. Really well played. They outnumbered Ground Zero in so many facets of the game, and that is such a massive confidence booster for this roster.
I mean, look, this team has been in ANZ comp since Stage 2 of last year. They absolutely hit the afterburners in Stage 3, but unfortunately it was too little too late. At that stage, there was no chance of them promoting into the Oceanic Nationals. They saw their opportunity Stage 1 this year, and it is not an opportunity that they are going to let slip. A 7-3 victory in their debut. That's not a fluke. It wasn't just chance. No, they didn't play a qualifier match, but it doesn't matter. They deserve to be here.
Whew, boys, what a performance. What a performance. I didn't mind sitting back for that one watching. I'm not going to lie, that completely caught me off guard. I genuinely did not expect such a performance to come out from Kraken. I guess, Guz, you know, as I'm just going to go back to my hostly duties and not analyse a damn thing, I've got to ask you, you know, is this a concerning sign for Ground Zero? Feels like, yes, there were a couple of rounds where they felt like they were, you know, even closer than what potentially the scoreline showed it to be, but not great for their first map of Stage 2.
Yeah, I think there's certainly some signs of concern for Ground Zero, namely on the defense. They were reattempting sites and probably not changing up enough or improving upon some of the weaknesses, at least that we could identify. Obviously a skill within itself to identify issues mid-match, really tough. Even after their tactical timeout, it didn't improve too much for them, so that was a little bit disappointing. And then on the attacks, the biggest factor was time. It cost them so many attacks with it. There wasn't enough time. Sometimes they were able to eventually make something work, but it never felt as convincing, in my opinion, at least compared to a lot of the Kraken results. So to round back, to go back to your question, is it concerning? A little bit. Is it an absolute disaster for Ground Zero? No, but we need to keep reminding ourselves that Ground Zero, much like Kraken to be honest, are a bit of an outside chance for an APAC South relegation spot. They are one of the teams that need to step up hugely in this stage, need to eye off a first place, a second place. I don't think much less than that will be enough, and based on what we saw today, they're simply not at that level.
An outside chance, which is kind of crazy to think the Kraken could potentially be that team that we're talking about there, Blue Panda. You have obviously backed them in quite heavily, and you know, to an extent, you definitely expected them to win, but did you expect them to win in such fashion?
No, there's always been a very jarring period of Oceanic Challenge League teams coming into the Nationals, and there is a bit of a stumbling block. But Kraken, they didn't miss a beat. They came in, they took their victory. Look, there were a couple of rounds there where Ground Zero pushed them, but for the most part, they were unfazed.
And I think that this is really the biggest talking point for me, is the fact that, you know, of all the matches that have been played tonight, this is probably, on par with the most convincing, if not the most convincing, and it was probably the one that, Guz, maybe you and I expected to have the biggest deficit, but not in the favour of Kraken, in the favour of Ground Zero. I mean, I'm still trying to come to terms with how this is actually played out. Do you think at all, outside chance, no matter what happens, do you think Kraken could potentially be pushing for, top 4 finish after a performance like this?
I think top 4 after today might well be on the cards. Obviously a long way to go, and if unfortunately Ground Zero don't turn out to have the best stage, then does this really give us the greatest read? Tricky to say, but what we can say with confidence is that they actually did play some really good Siege today. Clearly blew out the expectations of the majority of us. The community vote as well was quite heavily in favour of GZ. So really happy for them to be able to come out of the gate strong, play really strong. And I mean, it's really just, it's out of our hands, it's in their hands now. Can they push for a top 4? Can they push to really perform well in OCS and potentially make up for some of the shortcomings that OCL had last stage? Who knows, but really keen to sort of follow their journey now.
Yeah, well, they certainly have impressed. And Blue, I just want to ask you before we move on here, anyone in particular that you're looking to from today's game that maybe stood out?
Well, I mean, it's Hunter. He's consistently stepped up for this team. I mean, when he started with the roster stage through last year, he was stuck on shields for the majority of the stage because, that's where they were finding their success. But he stepped into this more entry role. He's been more comfortable in that fragging department. And I think the wilder thing on top of that, there is every possibility that Kraken in Playday 1 in first place off round differential.
Holy smokes, yeah. Yeah, not wrong. Not wrong. There's still one more game to go that could upset that. But it's time to bring in Tiltech to have a chat with the man, the myth, the legend. My friend, it's good to see you again. Party hat and all, mate. It's, for me, it's only been a week or two since I last saw you. For everyone at home, though, I think it's important to ask this question. What's the prep been like heading into OCN? Obviously, it's an important first game that you've had here, but what is preparations been looking like?
To be fair, prep has been pretty good. I would like to say the boys, we scrim every day, or if not scrimming, then dry running. If not, then playing Minecraft to build synergy.
Can't say that.
Tiltech, congrats on the win. Obviously, the Minecraft strats worked out. Ground Zero, what did you expect heading into this game? Because I think it's probably fair to say you stomped them more than many expected.
Look, coming into this match, heading into Ground Zero, all we knew that was they're all just rank stars. We are the better players. It was like there's not much prep into it. We didn't expect much.
Look, Tilt, I love seeing you in the interview booth. It's great having you here in the Nationals as well. Look, I'll keep it short. I'll keep it sweet. I've got one question. How's Seppi doing?
Oh, look, Seppi is a bit he's molding right now. I'll tell you that right now. But he's just happy to just be here, just watch, I guess, from the sideline.
Mate, it's been a pleasure having you on, and obviously a pleasure to see you perform on the first play day of OCN. We'll give you the floor here. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah. Well, welcome Blue to OCN. Shout out to Kraken. Shout out to the casters. And that's all I really have to say.
Good, man. We'll keep it short and sweet like the game. Thank you very much for coming in, Tiltech. We wish you the best of luck in your matchup next week. But for everyone at home, of course, it is time to see the Knights, finally. I painted you a little bit earlier. They are going up against Bliss, an El Clasico of sorts. It's up after this.
To be honest, OCN is really annoying around the office. He walks around constantly just tapping and whistling, and he just clicks his pen non-stop. He just chews with his mouth open. He doesn't change the toilet roll on the toilet. He goes AFK mid-game.
Yeah. OCN? Hello?
Who does that? You know what the worst thing is of all? He backseat games constantly. But, you know, we still love him.
Light me up.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Can't forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn on it. All the way you can outrun me. Ain't no way you can win this race. Ooh, when they turn the bait to the white face down, paint them all in black. Ooh, just remember that when everything's falling, we built this to last. You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And everybody never night won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest.
Yeah, I lit my own flame, and I put that on my own name. Couldn't get this way with no pain. I feel the fire and it's. Oh, they looking for the ghost. You can feel the pressure, bring it everywhere we go. And I deal with the highs the same way I treat the lows. Oh no, don't close your eyes, I'm taking everything you own.
Honest, I'll be there by 4 in my beat up old 4-door. Me and you.
Oh, what a double! What is going on here? Oh, nothing there from Wedge. Oh, my God!
The Banks 1 versus 3, now 1 versus versus 2. Can he make it a 1 versus 1? The 2, no. Champions, you never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given
First Playday is almost at a close, would you believe it or not? The last matchup is sure to provide the goods. It's Bliss taking on, and I know it's correct this time, the Knights. Guz, we'll talk about Bliss first. To be honest, this team had an unbelievable, and I do mean unbelievable, 2021. The only permutation to that, I'm going to say it, it was best of threes. However, toward the end, they shook that off, and they were looking like the team coming into 2022 that could have represented, I think, to be fair, just Australia in general as one of the best teams. Stage 1 was there, but not good enough, I feel. But Stage 2, this is their opportunity.
Yeah, exactly right. OCS as well, the Oceanic Championship Series didn't quite go their way. The final, they got stomped a little bit by Wildcard, but you put that result aside, a third place in the regular stage, that's where you earn points. Not bad, 15 on the board. And such a big gap between them and Ground Zero, a gap of 7 points, gives them a nice buffer heading into this stage. It's going to take a lot for them to be toppled, but they can't rest on their laurels. We've already seen what the likes of Kraken, for example, can really bring to the table. So really excited to see this team, and the man on screen now, Brendo, probably the most exciting to keep an eye on, the new addition to this roster. I'm hearing a lot of hype behind the scenes on the grapevine about this man, that he can really change things up here for Bliss. Very sad to see God Legion depart, but really keen to see if the man can live up to the hype.
You can just be truthful, it's not the grapevine, his name's Milo, and that's where you hear it from. Moving across to the Knights. Oh, God.
I have many sauces, mate.
Oh, yeah. Tomato sauce, mustard sauce. It's all right. But having a look at this one here, Blue Panda. Knights, probably the most exciting OCN team from Stage 1, if you bar out the fact that they kind of bailed out in the OCS. Everything else from there, though, was looking pretty good. Only lost one game. One game in the regular stage. Can they do that again?
Well, I mean, look, the most recent pickup, of course, and their coach and role Luna medal should be a great addition to the team in this competition. But, I mean, look, I'm hyped for it. The Battle of the Brothers Sage to kick off the stage. Brendo, newly acquired by Bliss, taking on his brother Sageon and the Knights. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better. I think, honestly, the next step from here is he joins the Knights.
I don't know about that. We've seen two brothers play together before. It didn't turn out too well. In fact, if I remember correctly, was it the Knights? Anyway, moving forward, we'll have a look at the vetoes here, guys, and we can determine what map we will be going to. Border! What? Hang on.
My word.
Hang on. Can we get some hype in the chat? That's actually, I mean, I don't know whether I'm excited for it or what, but guys, surely you can shed some light on this map.
Well, it is the debut of Border in the Oceanic Nationals. It was the only map of the 9 that did not get played last stage. So when we say we don't have much to go off, we really don't. Knights played against Elevate on Border in Apex South last stage. I have bad memories for them on that map. They got stomped. For Bliss, though, huge unknown in a best of 1. So keen to head to this map. I know a lot of people will say, Border didn't change much in the rework. It plays out the same. It's boring, yada, yada, yada. Who cares? It's going to be fun. It's something different. We'll see what these teams can bring to the table. And it's a map that often leans itself into hyper-aggressive extensions and roams and maneuvering around the map, and that's always fun to watch.
Yeah, a team like Bliss, I think will have an absolute field day here. Blue Panda, as we get into this game, please give us your last thoughts.
Look, it's just going to be a great map all around. I reckon this one has the potential to go quite deep, but I mean, Knights again, they're riding that hot streak after last night. Bliss continuously seem to be in that position where they've got the chip on their shoulder. Falling behind in the qualifiers for the promo, for Apex South. They want to deal some damage here in Stage 2.
They certainly do, referring to, of course, the game against IG, the team of champions. Knights took them down 8-6 in the first play day of Apex South on Bank. It was actually an absolute barn burner of a game, and I'm sure that it will deliver here as well. Guz, my friend, I'll give you the band phase
Hello.
as I usually do. I like to do that.
Oh, you could do it if you want.
Oh, okay. Flores. Really impactful stuff. He's
What's a Flores drone called?
Retero. And you know what it does? You know what it does?
What does it do?
It goes boom. It goes boom. Yeah, that's the extent of my knowledge, mate.
No, Flores and Thatcher means that some of the util clear for the attack. Going to be a little bit tricky. Keep that in mind. Again, heading into the defense, something to note, I think, on border as well, as it may see some play. Mira currently is in quarantine. She cannot be played across any of the Rainbow Six Siege circuit due to a current glitch in the game, and with her gadget, that does free up a defensive ban though elsewhere, and that'll be capitalized particularly by the Knights, who might taken down.
Let's just hope no one pulls a digital and picks Mirror. We should be good to go. No doubt about it. Bliss on the attack to begin with here. And honestly, I'm going into this with the notion of no notion. The fact that we haven't seen this map played at all in OCN, I should say, just reference that in OCN, means I'm a little bit excited because I get to see it for the first time in a long time. But obviously, you've already mentioned it, the formidable pickup of Brendo. This could really deliver. And let me just again reference Blue Panda. It's the battle of the brothers tonight. Brendo, Sage. Should be interesting.
Yeah. Could very much be quite the battle. 69%, that's always nice for the Knights. Favorites heading into this, I'm probably a little bit more lopsided than I would expect or even say myself. I genuinely think this is quite a close matchup, but I think the Knights clearly have shown they're on the up. They're improving their form. And with Brendo joining Bliss as well, potentially we could see some growing pains here for Bliss. We just don't quite know how well he's going to integrate into the roster. Obviously been quite a bit of a break over the off-season, and provided he was in quite quickly with Gold Legion retiring, they've had time to integrate him, and they're just going to throw him straight onto that fragging roll, onto the Finker for the first round, and his job is going to kill everything that moves.
And you know what? I would back him in to do so. Had some pretty good performances in the last stage. So, we're definitely well and truly back it in. Hold up. First point of contact here, but I am thoroughly keen to see how...
Ooh.
No! Hang on. Mandy.
Hello, Brendo.
Come on. Mandy, we needed you on the Brendo cam. That's all we needed. We needed the bomb. That's it.
Let's just watch Brendo for a whole round, see how many kills he can get.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Maybe. Have to wait and see. Sage with the heady. Falls back though. Currently playing security room, and the pressure on him mounting. If Stig's already down, he needs to do a lot of work. And this is textbook border. When you're on the defense, you are always active. You are always in an engagement, or at least trying to prevent yourself from being taken out from multiple angles, which can be created on this death box of a map. So we'll see if the Knights can resist. Quiz doesn't, but fortunately Josh will, and the Knights just clinging on to this first round at the moment.
Brendo with the first two opening kills for Bliss. This is the kind of thing we want to be seeing. A lot of contact to begin with. Oh, epics! Oh, it's like he's rewinding the clock from 2021. Juicy now with all of this work on his shoulders. Repix nearly gives him a little cheeky opportunity, but he cuts it out quick, smart, and in a hurry. Bliss convincingly take the first round.
Good start, but will the good times roll here for Bliss? We'll have to wait and see. This is why we love border though. Quick, rapid fire, always engagements, always pressure, always something to talk about, always something happening. So let's see whether or not Brendo and the rest of the team can continue this. Super sharp shooting for them in the first round. I'm never saying that sentence again. That was not very fun at all. But I think the Knights probably feeling the windfall of this this map in particular, right? If you lose an early pick first, more often than not, it obviously doesn't count you out of the round, it makes it tough, but you can start to slowly try and crawl things back. But on border, in the space of 10, 15, even 20 seconds, the round can spiral out of control. So let's see if the Knights can correct that here in the second.
Also been given a fun fact of the day. Quiz and Brendo used to be former teammates.
5 seconds to
so
insertion.
even more head-to-head here
Attackers must
We love
locate
to see
and
it.
defuse a bomb.
A little bit of storylining for you guys. You just wouldn't see it anywhere else, to be fair.
You didn't come up with that stat yourself, though. That was Blue Panther carrying the broadcast.
None of us come up with any stat ever because Dev Martyr is the carrier of this broadcast. Actually, you know what? Oceanic Nationals presented by Dev Martyr. I think it should be from now on.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
You know, the Mandy's co-caster.
Yeah. That guy. Anyway, enough about him. Let's focus in on this round, and it's a good start for the Knights. On cue, Sage gets the first. And we have seen Sage already. We saw it yesterday. He can be so sharp and he can step up in those big moments. For me, that's what makes Sage such an incredible player. He's ultra consistent for the most part. Can put in good performances, but he always seems to be in the mix. When it's a close match, when it's a high pressure match, when the stakes are really on the line, he never seems to really falter all too often. So we'll see whether or not that storyline continues here in a relatively big match of OCN. Brendo hungry for another kill. 2 already in this match, on search for a third.
That was uncomfortably close for me. Oh, Brendo! Oh, wow. We have had some star players tonight. Cairo in the wildcard game, Supremacist in his opening debut. And now, could this be the debut of Brendo? Could he make a name for himself very early on here in a formidable roster that has proven themselves time and time again? It looks like it. I tell you what, I am seeing it, guys, but I am struggling to believe it at this point. It's a 4 versus 3. Knights are down the man.
60 seconds. A lot can still happen in this period of time on border. Does start to feel like Bliss is struggling to run out of, or they are running out rather, of routes in towards the side, and bot waiting room might be the play. Repix does create a big opening though. A 4 versus 2, and if this wall gets opened by Fisho Guy, the plant behind the bookshelf will be a really good option.
Opportunity now for the plan as Brendo starts to reposition. Could he get lucky?
Oi!
He could indeed. A third in the round. And it's 5 for him to kickstart the opening 2 rounds. Quiz, try you, mate. Brendo is going to find a third. The 4th? I can't even keep count. My man's on 6.
Man's on fire at the moment. Good rotation, well-timed pre-fire. And Bliss looking strong here. But of course, border, it can be incredibly attacker-sided. So everything with a grain of salt at the moment, and it's always a game of 2 halves, so keep that in mind. But very difficult to look past the performance of Bliss thus far, and Brendo in particular. We hyped him up, and he's living up to it at the moment.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Consistency is going to be the #1 thing for stage 2 here. Good start by Kraken, good start by Ludovica, even good start by Hungry Lions. But the consistency is what's going to determine which teams are kind of ending in the top 4 toward the end of this stage. And Bliss is not exempt from that conversation. He will, or they will, ultimately be tested through and through each week. This is a really big piece of the puzzle to kind of chip away at first. Great start for Bliss.
Over towards customs for the 3rd round. For many that may be watching, especially if you're a bit of a ranked demon, probably the site you see the least. At least in my sessions, it's the site that we always avoid because it can be incredibly difficult to defend with the level of coordination we have. But it does lean in nicely to defensive teams that are able to adapt on the fly. Extensions in particular are going to be pretty important here, because if you do get backed into the corner of the map where the site's located, it's almost a little bit like an open area bank defense in the sense that you can get yourself in a bit of trouble. So I'll have to see how it plays out. The strength of Bliss, though, to try and counter that is, or it has been, their ability to get quick map control, to get the opening kill, and to convert that into really quick tempo, where the Knights can't really find much back.
Tempo's been good, pacing good. objective good from Bliss. Knights yet to respond in kind, but well and truly could be the round. If they're able to convert this, it would be quite detrimental. Up in security, they're definitely going to have to deal with that. I believe that is Stiggs who's playing from there. Someone supporting from meeting, potentially. I wasn't entirely sure. Break. No, it's just the sole Ranger of Stiggs, and even I got baited then.
Such is life.
I didn't know
After
Kelly was here.
After Stiggs retreats, it does now fully leave upstairs free. Shay narrowly catches, or almost does catch, the backside of a defender rotating back down, but now with control up above, they can look to get to work, but Stiggs still posing a threat. Such a sharp shot to give Knights the lead in this third round.
Some serious drywall work coming up.
Juicy just, I'm pretty sure it picks a lot there, and Stiggs will finally shut down Brendo. Not a bad little KD ratio so far for him, but he will not have any impact this round. And Bliss, although their pacing was good, they certainly have been chipped away bit by bit. With only 3 players remaining, Util starting to dwindle quite drastically. There is a lot of work to get done, and Knights are just shutting them down left, right, and center. Sage and Josh both get aggressive. And Oda, the last to peak, but Quizzle shut him down, and flawless is the round for the Knights.
Yeah, well done by the Knights. So Stiggs in particular playing those aggressive positions, and critically in positions that are so difficult to trade back efficiently. The Bliss were never really in a spot where they could actually find a response back in that round, and I think that was the beauty of which the Knights approached it. Doing a good job to fall off at the right time, but then also having the presence of mind to continually watch those hatches and any vertical angles that they were established. Either way, a good response. The Knights needed it. We'll see whether or not that trend continues.
By the way, I know that I don't have to do this right now, but as UNFD, Unified, have come up on the lower third. May as well give a shout out to the incredible team over at Banks Arcade. Pretty solid tunes they've got, but the theme song, Chosen, that is an actual banger. Of course, if you want to learn more about that, it's streaming on all platforms, ! Chosen in the Twitch chat.
5 seconds remaining.
Do that in a really, like, Australian accent.
Yeah, you can do exclamation mark Chosen in the chat, mate.
I could go really Australian if you wanted me to.
No. You probably weren't even trying to do it deliberately there.
No.
You're just a bogan on the inside.
No, you've never, see, I am a bogan on the inside, but you've never heard true bogan roll. You just bloody wait until you hear it, mate.
Yeah, you can't swear. You can't swear.
Did I swear?
You're going to.
Did I bloody swear, mate? I was bloody close, I'll tell you that. That's probably the closest I've come to swearing in a long time, actually. Oh, no!
Oi!
Not again. Not again.
Unfortunate for Brendo. But the Knights will be thrilled. Another opening kill back to back. Now it's all about stabilizing the round and not allowing the likes of Shade, for example, still with an LMG in hand, to find any freebies back. No signs of a trade as well, so a big tick for Knights in this round.
Second things have kind of slowed down here. Bliss have started to struggle. Multiple times in the first 2 rounds, we saw Bliss getting in the face of Knights, forcing engagements, and I guess when doing those fights, you get the upper hand. Speaking of which, Sage unfortunately can't get anything done. Quiz swings at exactly the right time. The Banshee screeching out Jade's position. Alarm 2, and now Knights are back in the driver's seat. Oh my god, Oda. That was gnarly.
Gnarly indeed. 70 seconds now left to 3 versus 3. This is probably feeling like one of the closer rounds that we've had so far on this map. Neither team really giving an inch, and it's feeling very close either way at the moment. Stig still with 2 Kyber barriers and deployable shields as well in the face of this attack. No grenades available, only flashbangs in the pocket of Fisho guy. So clearing all of this utility late round, it's going to be a really tall task for Team Bliss.
E1D once again. It's one of the final calls that they've got. This is a utility now being shoved in the face of Bliss. Got to be super cautious there, Oda. You don't want to be punished, but Fisho is exactly the man that's going to be dealing the punishments. Stigs finds the trade, a 2v2.
Oh, pistol now out. That's risky. We know Repix is sharp. Oh, the red ping over towards Office. Can Repix find this one, though? Oh, it's an ugly engagement, but he wins it out. It's a 1 versus 1. Stig still has the pistol in hand. Repix just needs to pre-fire, and that's exactly what he does.
God damn. I genuinely thought that shot connected. So unfortunate. Both players low, both players forced into the engagement. And Bliss will be riding high off yet another round here. Much closer this time, very back and forth in terms of the kills. It's kind of crazy the way Border plays out. Like I know that this is just simple-minded analysis. This was dirty. That was gnarly. That was so gnarly, man. I know this is simple-minded analysis, but it just feels like in Border there are so much going on. There is so much contact and so many different point of interest around the map. It's just wild.
There's very few maps like Border where literally the entire map is a point of interest.
Yeah.
Wherever you try and enter as a defender, there's going to be resistance. As an attacker, rather, there's going to be resistance from the defense. And as a defender on the flip side, you're basically trying to defend the entire map from any entry from any point. So you got the armory soft wall, you got the office triple wall detention, and then you have all the doors and the windows, etc. Yeah, it creates absolute chaos. And teams that thrive in that and Sharp winning their ones are going to be on top. 3-1 for Bliss at the moment. Path of the course, really, to be honest. The Knights haven't looked like they're really being pushed around too much. I really don't think we're going to get a good read on how this is going to change up until we switch halves and get a better read. So we're just along for the journey at the moment. I think for Knights, at this point in time, even just one more round and then sticking in with the others if they may lose them would be a very, very good pass rate for them.
Once again, getting in the face of the Knights, but this time the contact is not stuck. Taking that top floor control, there is a huge point for Bliss. Already kind of chipping away, but they've got a lot of work to do. Again, speaking on, you know, how deep, or I'm just going to say how deep this map truly is and how many points there actually are. Finding a solution to this on the attack would not be easy right now. They seem to be making light work of this first half.
Brendo. This always feels like he's on the edge of making another play, and at the moment just holding down the line over towards that office double door. Ooh. Tempted. May have seen a couple of pixels there on the elbow of that defender, but probably wise not to hold down the line, and he won't. Shade elsewhere. He's made good work over towards Customs. Now, it's not a workshop defense per se, but getting good control, or at least pressuring that part of the map, will serve Bliss well.
Repix not as fortunate as Brendo in the previous round, opening up the barricade and finding a freebie. Brendo's again taking that first point of contact. Got to be cautious. The LMG at this distance. Definitely not going to try to re-peek into it, that's for damn sure. Still a lot of top floor control from Knights here. Bliss do not have the kind of check marks that I expected them to be ticking yet. Look at the flank coming back in, guys. It seems like 2 players are looking to potentially roam behind.
Ooh, Sage gets the first. It's taken a long time for that first kill to come through, but it's a second for the Knights straight away. A trade, though, from Brendo. Just what Bliss needed to stay in arm's reach.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Just like that, you can see there's a flank coming in. Hang on, Oda. Oda could completely rip this round to pieces. He'll find the first onto Josh. Now we can apply the pressure back onto Stiggs, who does repeat. What a shot from Oda. Rips the head off. 10 seconds left. They now know where one of the players is. Oda has just absolutely obliterated this round. Ripped it from piece to piece. Quiz could still clutch up here in a 1 versus 3. Ooh. Lovely shot onto Oda, but Repix holds firm. 4 rounds for Bliss without a response. Knights are struggling at the 4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, sharp start for Team Bliss, but the job's not done here. I think a 5-1 leans their way, but a 4-2 well and truly keeps the Knights in contention. So a pretty critical round coming up, but a quick look back at round 5. Took a long time for the first kill to come through, and in classic border fashion from that point onwards, relentless pressure. So many defenders still off-site roaming, but Bliss able to cut them down one by one by one. Had a favourable post and then able to close it out. Back to customs. We did see, I believe, some issues Bliss on this particular side, if my memory serves me right. Correct. So we'll see if Knights can reproduce those.
Definitely struggled a lot, and then Knights kind of, I think it was about the minute mark left in the round. I feel like that's where Knights kind of got aggressive and found 2 picks. And I've got to say, Repix has certainly stood up when Brendo was starting to go a little bit more quiet. And like, Repix is, I mean, I'm saying this as if there's no new viewers in the chat, or maybe there's all new viewers, but Repix has just been such a phenomenal fragger for Bliss. He has been absolutely unbelievable over the last 18 months. And I mean, I would accredit a lot of their success to what he's been able to do. In fact, I don't think you could really point to anyone on Bliss and kind of say that they weren't playing up to par. But certainly when Brendo's kind of gone a little quieter, Repix has stepped up. So this is a very scary duo that might be able to combine together to make something special in the Oceanic region.
Knights will be hoping that they can have a dynamic duo of their own, really flourish here in this final defensive effort. I'm sure they'll seek some comfort in the fact that they won this site previously, and I think it was detention last time that stalled out a lot of this attack. We did see previously a large emphasis up above on the vert to help aid in this clear, but instead a more direct approach here from Bliss. The frag grenade used to clear the Electro Claw that allows detention to be opened quite swiftly. And Team Bliss aren't going to hang around. Instead, now they'll focus their efforts up above and instead leave that wall to be just a bit of pressure on the defense that the Knights need to be careful of.
Now with the yellow pings, they're going to be really careful here, but moving off of the line, Stiggs, is he going to get caught out? They've just seen the top of the head, but it doesn't make a difference. Stiggs throws the C4 out in a flailing attempt to stay alive. Oda goes down. Where did that peak come from? How has Stiggs been able to stay alive and find a kill on top of that? Brendo might have to step up massively here. Shade does so on, at least off screen. 4v4, Knights still with a lot of time to defend for. And if Bliss get a move on, I feel like they're going to put a lot of pressure on this defense.
Brendo just waiting patiently. If Sage missteps here, he might fumble over his own feet. He's holding this angle at the moment over towards the front door. Swings for one. Almost gets the multi, but instead falls back. Nonetheless, though, a big pick for the Knights.
Absolutely massive pick as well. All the players you want to be taking down. Brendo is probably, it's probably the money. Pick's still alive. Shade, who's been having a bit of an impact. 5 seconds. This is the good thing about taking the contact early. Now you've got time to actually bring this back, and that's exactly what they're doing. You can isolate one so easily on border, and it's just that. Bliss are now winning their ones. 30 seconds left, and the Knights have crumbled at the hands of Team Bliss. 5-1 on the scoreline if they cannot convert this 1v3 clutch. Hang on.
Ooh, is there a chance? Have you heard the story of Josh? Ooh. I mean, we're not going to get that excited just yet, but it's still very possible. 40 seconds, he needs to make his move. Oh, the coverage. The coverage from Repix, pixel perfect.
Oh my word. If Repix does not hit that 1v1, I back him in to win that. 5-1. The Knights staring down the barrel of A tremendous defeat. And just to remind viewers at home, the one loss that Knights suffered in the first stage, they went 6-1. Was in their opening Playday against Ludovica. So who knows, history could repeat itself here, but there's definitely a hype, a vibe, a buzz around Bliss. Brendo now being picked up. This roster is starting to feel like it's, you know, former glory. The conversation once Jigsaw had kind of left, we were like, oh, what's going to happen here? And Stage 1, they definitely played up to par. They finished third, 14 points. I'm pretty sure it was equal position to Ludovica, but just falling shy. Whereas now, I do feel like this roster, they've got a lot to prove and a lot to do. APAC South Rallos will be on their minds the entirety of Stage 2.
Must locate and defuse a bomb. A bomb has been located.
How much of the dynamic shift here in the second half? Team Bliss and their fans, they'll be hoping that their defensive efforts are just as robust as their attacks, but for the Knights, well, they'll want the tail to flip on its head completely. Things just getting a little bit out of reach in that first half, but still there is a serious opportunity for them to start building back some momentum. It all starts here though, round 7, the first attack. Let's see what they have.
Purity completely under control. Oda. I'm gonna back him in to steady the ship there. So he's made his way back out, just continuously peeking. Out on the balcony and continuing to be that menace that he was in the first 2 rounds. Didn't need to have the impact afterwards, and I suppose that's what happens when you've got a team that can do the damage like Bliss. Knights really trying to spearhead something here. They're really struggling to find any ones at the moment. And when you look at the time, I feel like now is the point that you really want to be trying to force some engagements, and they do. It's just not in favor of the Knights.
That one is though. So a 4v4. The net outcome even. Time though, ever elusive. It starts to creep into the minds of the Knights. This is where they'll be looking at it and saying, we need to start making some moves. Juicy rotates the kit, presumably over towards the balcony. Sage below punish though. Oda ready. Juicy not ready. Brendo finds that one, a 4v2.
It's a very crisp shot. Match point on the line here, Josh. He snuck in. What a Bliss know. Do they know he's here? You've got an inkling that they do. Shade with a 6th sense catches Josh walking into the site. How often we see players walking? Not very often. But he's very much wiser to the point, and Stig's way too much to try and find at this point. Brendo's trying to cap it off for the night, I tell you what. Nothing being given, nothing being shown to the Knights. 15 seconds left, Guz. I may as well just talk this one out because there's no point throwing back to you just for you to do the analysis. Holding tight. Stigs! What a lovely shot onto Brendo. Half wall is not going to show any promise whatsoever. And a nice little trade to close things out.
Round 8 and Team Bliss have already pocketed match point. 5-1 the scoreline, I think. Yeah, 6-1 the scoreline. I was going to say, that math does not add up. I don't know what I'm on about. 6-1 obviously the scoreline. Yeah, Bliss with a good start there. Knights just struggling to get things going. It's a classic border effect. You lose one, and sometimes the domino effect starts to come into play. And it's a credit to Bliss, who have been really switched on, finding picks that may otherwise not have been there. In response, the Knights have elected to use their tactical timeout. Might be enough for them to salvage back some rounds, but to salvage the match, that is going to be a very tough task from this point.
I mean, is it even possible? 5 rounds straight? I don't know.
Certainly not impossible on border. Still tough though.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's about a 10% chance.
Probably even give it less than that. I'll be completely honest with the way that the folks are playing here. They're not messing about, and it's one of those things where, you know, if they can hold on to this lead, if they can just close things out 7-1, conversations become, well, what can Bliss achieve? Where is the ceiling for Bliss? Because right now, I just don't know whether there is one. If this is what the prospect actually is of Bliss, then where this ends, I'm thoroughly excited. But let's not jump ahead too far, guys.
No,
I do like to.
we don't want to jump too far ahead, but I think it is probably justified to gas them up a little bit. Last stage wasn't perfect. Wasn't perfect for Bliss.
No.
But maybe there are still improvements to be made. And Brendo coming in might even crack double digits if he has a good last few rounds. Maybe really nice boost for him. As for the Knights, though, we know that after our many interviews with Juicy, the mentality seemingly is always the same. They go into every single game wanting to win. There's never the excuse that OCN is second tier, or never the excuse that they don't prepare for matches or don't give it their all. So this one might hurt a little bit if it doesn't fall their way. And at the moment, as mentioned, it's a tough task. It's going to be a really, really hard game to salvage. Would not be surprised if they potentially get even a round or two, but it's important to keep in mind that that rotation will then unlock for Bliss and they'll be able to head back to the site they already won.
A bomb has been located.
Knights with a fair bit on their shoulders here. You really think about what the Knights mean, what it means to be a Knight, and I think that it's very fair, guys, the comment you've made there about, you know, the fact that they truly are a team that really don't see like leagues as indifferent to each other. They're both equally as important, and they've played pretty much, I would say, the last 18 months as such. Stage 1 showcased the full prowess, and so I feel like this is just one of those games where maybe they were just underprepared for Bliss, because this is an onslaught. This is not even close. There have been so many like 1vx rounds for Knights where they just haven't been able to convert the clutch, and I'm just gonna say it goes to show what Bliss have been doing in this off season. Hang on.
Hello?
Hang on.
Oh. Okay, Juicy for the plant. This is all you, Rob. Take it.
Yeah, well, it's down, I guess. Fisho does find the kill, but now it's about the response from Bliss. What can they get done? They have to try and find these 1v1s now. They cannot afford to allow this to slip. There's only 2 players left for the Knights. The plant might have been cheeky, but the round is anything but. Sage. He's out by the double door. He's going to try and buy time for Stiggs to come back around, who's in the main hallway. Now trying to rotate through Workshop. Can he find the shots through the wall? Not like this! Not like this! Bliss, they take the map 7-1. The quickest game of the night. 3 points secured and top place on round difference.
Certainly one of the more intriguing conclusions to not only a round, but a match that we've seen in the OCN this year and perhaps for quite some time. Bliss, though, they need big results this stage to continue their momentum and continue their chance at an APAC South spot. They do that in the first Playday, a 7-1 victory. Brendo played incredibly well, so too did Repix, and Bliss are going to be thrilled with this one.
That they will. Blue Panda joins us again, and a performance that didn't leave much to the imagination there. Yeah.
No, what the hell was that? Jeepers.
Yeah.
I'm flummoxed. I would not have called that coming into today, especially after Knights take down Invictus the way they did last night. And I can only imagine Jigsaw might be a little bit upset after that.
Yeah, to be fair, I think so. But I think we have firmly established Brendo over Sage. Guys, what do you reckon?
The brotherly rivalry might be a bit of an awkward Christmas dinner after that one. No, I don't think it's that deep. But yeah, certainly a bit of a fun storyline, and overall, Bliss just absolutely having Knight's number. Again, it felt eerily similar to that Elevate Knights game over in Apex South Stage 1, where the Knights really never got into enough of a rhythm to be a threat in the match, and Bliss just obviously played into it, ran home with it in the end as well, and ultimately just too strong.
Certainly are. Knights, I think we can probably write this one off, Blue Panda. There's no signs of, like utter weakness. Obviously, there are a lot of points in this where we go, what's going on there? How has it fallen to pieces like this? But I think I really want to focus in on Bliss's storyline rather than talking about the Knights, because, all good and well for us to make the comments that we do about, performances from teams that are playing in APAC South versus OCN. But at the end of the day, they are coming off the back of a big win, so we kind of give them a little bit of credit there. Bliss, however, with one lead to focus on, kickstart the very first Playday, taking down the top dogs of Stage 1, 7-1. I mean, this is going to be nothing short of good signs for them for the future, right?
Oh, look, I feel like we've been here before, Manic. As much as, reassuring signs, they can't afford to get ahead of themselves. We saw what happened with it last year. They just missed out on the last hurdle. So, I mean, look, yes, positivity, but it's about keeping your head down and keeping on moving forward. You cannot let yourself get away with anything. Mistakes are mistakes, and they could come back to bite you later. So, I mean, it's just about playing each week as it comes and not sort of getting too full of yourself.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, someone who's completely full of himself, Oda, joins us now for the interview. And Oda, I don't have a question about what you're eating today. I've got a two-part question for you. Number one, are you a chip dipper into the gravy and mash, or are you a spoon eater? And the second question is, did you expect the game to be so easy?
My tactic for when I eat my KFC is 2 chips in one hand. Dip that into the potato and gravy, and just love it. Just enjoy it.
That's a good strat. Yeah. That's a good strat.
Coming into today, this 7-1 victory. Confident on the map. Definitely expected a bit of a closer matchup, but just happy we got the win, and bringing Brendo in, just like happy he's playing good with us. You know what I mean? Showing up.
Yeah. Just continuing on from that, I guess. Give us the lowdown on Brendo. Why did you pick him up, and where do you see his future on the team?
We felt bad for him being in ground 0, so we thought we'd get him out of there. We picked him up because we see a lot of potential in him. Honestly, I reckon he could be the next Jigsaw from this region, and he has the potential to be one of the best. So, he's a good player, so we picked him up, and he's just fitting really well. And he's not just a shooter; he also comms and shot calls and does everything.
And I mean, obviously coming off a last stage, not quite the result you guys would have wanted. I mean, is it, seeing a match like that play out the way it did against, last stage's champions, are you guys feeling comfortable that things are starting to come together for this year?
Yeah, I think the big difference we had from last stage to this stage is just the prep work leading into the season, where last stage we had only like a few weeks, get ready, where this time we had a lot of time. We wanted to get our trials done like straight away. I think we picked up Brendo after like 1 day. And yeah, just the prep work going into this season just went hard, and showing off game day 1, 7-1.
I still can't believe that's happened. I'm still low-key a little bit disappointed that it has gone that way. Your head doesn't need to be any bigger. You already struggle to fit through the doors here. But as we close out, mate, it's always a pleasure to have you here, and we want to give you the final words for the shout-outs or whatever it may be.
Shout out to the boys, shout out to the org team Bliss, one of the best around, and shout out KT, happy birthday for today.
Beautiful, thank you very much, Oda. A pleasure as always, mate. We'll see you next week.
See you next week, boys, for the interview.
Get out of here. Tell you what, I'm not wrong when I say one of the biggest heads around here. Tell you, bloody.
Wait, I honestly, the funniest part of that interview is when he hypes up Brendo to be the next Jigsaw. Yeah. So does that mean when Bliss lose rallies this year, he's going to get poached as well, or what? It might be a 4-man roster again next year.
Yeah, how long until Invictus is an all-Australian roster?
Oh god, don't do me like that. That's too good from you guys. I'm not gonna lie. That's set me on a track that I can't come back from. Blue, anything from Oda or in particular Bliss that you want to take away from tonight?
Look, I'm not surprised that he's shouting out the most impactful player in our region, old KT, out of the Women's League. But look, it's a precedent to set if you can take down last stage's champions. The almost undefeated Knights in a way. Honestly, you almost gave the last stage score back to them. It's quite impressive.
I think if we have a look back on tonight, guys, it's kind of been a little bit of a wild night. A couple of games that I think I didn't expect to go the distance have. And then games I expected to go the distance just have fallen flat on their face.
Yeah, it's certainly been one of the more intriguing play days of OCN in recent memory, at least for me. So crazy that the results are playing out the way they are. Obviously, we'll start to establish some trends in the next couple of weeks. And we might even look back at this first play day and say, how did this team win this game? Or how did Y team win that? So obviously, you have to take everything with a grain of salt in the first week, but I have to agree, a lot of these results were pretty wild.
Blue, I'll give you the floor here. Anything in particular you want to talk about?
Oh, we just kept accelerating through the night. It was kind of insane, really, starting off with an OT and then rounding things out with a 7-1. But the big standout has to be, for me, Wildcard. Back-to-back wins in their opening play days, taking down a very strong-looking Fury and the Chiefs to boot in OCN. I genuinely feel this might be their stage.
Yeah, oh, wow. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. You know what? I'll give it to you. We'll allow you to have that one, but will we allow you to have the night's prediction? That's for damn sure. Let's have a look at how things have panned out. The biggest Brian move here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, it's tied between me and Blue Panda of all bloody people. I don't think I would have...
Don't forget Ducky.
No,
Come on.
Ducky doesn't count, though. Ducky's like... We felt sorry for him, you know. He was the neglected younger brother that just got kicked out of the family too early. Guys, you know all about that. But how'd you feel your Knights predictions went?
Well, you can clearly see why Xenox and I haven't casted a major, can you? I mean, our prediction game is just absolutely dog water. But we'll bounce back, and like I said, we may well look back at the first play day and scratch our heads a little bit, so not going to be too concerned just yet.
Well, the MVP of the night, shockingly, I cannot believe I'm saying this. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Supremacist. I never thought I would ever be saying this, but what a performance he had. Guys, I struggle to think back at a time where I've seen a better performance from a player. It's been, like, my mind is actually going blank. Tonight was probably one of the best.
Yeah, probably Supremacist's best ever performance, you'll probably admit that. And yeah, one of the better performances from an individual player in OCN, just in general, right? So many big plays and really set up the game nicely as well. You can see a lot of these early rounds, Supremacist in the action early, ready and awake and feeding a lot of energy to the rest of the team and doing nutty things like that. I mean, that was just the trend the entire night where the man was going insane. So big props to Supremacist jumping back into this team, and I think he's got a bright future ahead of him.
I think bright future would be a half decent way of saying it. Blue Panda, fire up, big fella. You know what's funny? In his interview, does anyone remember what he said in his interview? He's like, "Oh,
we need voice comms.
None of us will get tilted.
We're calm, collected. Yeah. We don't get too emotional.
Yeah, we don't. We need
voice comms, Supreme. Give us the voice comms. Give us a Twitter clip. That was great. That was great.
I don't think I'd want the Twitter clip, honestly. I
might have to censor some stuff. I feel like you probably said some naughty words.
It's probably
we'll just set up the hot mic for mid-round.
Oh, God, could you imagine?
That'd be content.
Could you imagine? Well, one thing I can definitely imagine is having a look at the standings for tonight. And it is Team Bliss out on top by, of course, round differential. The big one for me that I'm looking at, Blue Panda, I want you to touch on it again, Kraken with an unreal start to their stage.
Yeah, look, let's be honest, top of the leaderboard, looking pretty in pink at the moment. Maybe that's the theme for this stage. But yeah, Kraken well and truly represented themselves tonight, and it was an impressive victory over Ground Zero. And look, honestly, it's just a case of I'm excited for what more they can bring this stage.
I think there's a lot more to show. Obviously, 6 full play days to go. Let's have a look at the next play day. The games that will unfold go as such. 5, 4. There we go. I had to put the pressure on him. Chiefs. I don't know what was going to hit. What was going to happen when I hit 1 then, but Chiefs and Ground Zero kick us off Where are you looking to when you look at this, guys? I mean, it feels like there's a couple of mixed matches next week, but what one in particular are you looking to?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, this is basically a battle of the teams that won in the first play day to those that lost in the second. Am I right in saying that? I'm just having a very quick look to try and double check this. No, Chiefs and Ground Zero both lost, so that strat's out the window. In terms of which match, though, I'm probably... Honestly, it's probably weird to say this, but it's the Kraken v Bliss matchup. Yeah. I think Kraken obviously played well here in the first play day. Bliss exceptionally well as well. Let's see how Kraken truly stack up against a team where it feels like at the moment are in some good form. Could be a bit of a wake-up call perhaps for Kraken, or maybe we could see them perform a very special result.
And Blue Panda, maybe a a dark horse in terms of a storyline. Hungry Lions, could they back up what they showcased tonight?
Oh, look, yeah, it's always going to be an interesting matchup, but I think we're seeing that case of, Nationals never really waste too much time in giving the new guys the runaround. So, yeah, look, I mean, honestly, I can't say outright they're going to beat Wildcard, but again, I could see them making that deep run, pushing in front of the OT.
Now, guys, I would ask you about your final thoughts, but
I don't have any.
Instead, I'm not even going to bother, so I'm going to go back to Blue Panda, because it was his first night on the OCN broadcast, mate. No one had any doubts that you would smash it, but obviously you've absolutely knocked it out of the park. Would you like to say anything before we close things up?
Look, I can't say too much because I might reveal some OCL bias, but nah, look, it's set us up for an exciting stage. OCL starting next week as well, and then it's all full swing for ANZ.
That's it, mate. Well, you've kept it short and sweet, and I'll try to do so with the outro. Thank you very much for joining us tonight on the very first play day of OCN. Don't forget, you want to learn more about our theme song, ! Chosen in the Twitch chat. Other than that, please take care, stay safe, and good night. Starting to favour quite heavily in the attacker's side. Supremacist on the long line. He'll pick up a double. I'll be yet, guys. A third in the round.
Stairs, good little play there. And Alex with the grenade, trying to clear out his half-wall position. I didn't think it was...
Rudavika started to have a little bit more control, remembering that. Still have Snowmobile under...
Oh!
Supremacist! How have you done up? Ed Pan with a triple kill. Jay Kenner could go huge. Jay Kenner, nuclear, Supremacist. He's got a stick on the other side of half wall. Does he pull the weapon out in time? My God! Pulls it back here for Ludovika.
47 seconds. I mean, at this point, do you just sit and talk with the team, try and figure out what to do? No, they're not. They're just going to force it and feed. But enough.
Comments are going to be taking the HR. Pat underneath. Oh, the C4 is so good. It is so good.
Be it, but no. OJ says, enough screwing around. We're wildcard. We're here. This is our stage.
He's one of a kind. He is one of a kind.
Back from Brixel, he finds two for himself, make that three. It follows it up. It's just overwhelming. Luckily, Edibles finds two, plus the two from Kaken. And President tucked in by Church, looking to make it happen. Tuhan finds one and two to close it out.
Shot on that position. Edibles also alongside. He's going to run straight in. That is such.
White Screen has shotgun hand ready to resist. Tiltek below. He's done it not with a nitro cell, but with his guns. Kraken. They are on wall. Stuns indeed. In the ninth and Guz. They are sitting primed and ready to take their first map here.
Search for the third.
That was uncomfortably close for me. Oh, Brendo. After the plan is Brendo starts to reposition. Could he get lucky?
Oi!
He could indeed. Fights. Get the upper hand. Speaking of which, Sage unfortunately can't.
Repix is sharp. Oh, the red ping over towards office. Can Repix find this one though? Oh, it's an ugly.
Hang on.
Hello?
Hang
on. Oh. Okay, juicy for the plant. This is all you, Rob. Take it.
Yeah, well, it's down, I guess.
Well, I didn't do anything wrong. You're firing me? Because I picked up Supremacist? Well, he was our only choice. No, you can't do this. You can't do this to me. No, I'm sorry. You can't. You're joking? What? Why would you joke about that? What? You're a dick.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
You don't know a thing, and I don't really care if you don't like my sound.